I am activity of Saint Germainfoundat. The I am activity represents the original, permanent, and highest source of the Ascended Master's instruction on the great laws of life, as first offered to the Western world by the Ascended Master Saint Germain, through his accredited messengers, Mr. and Mrs. Guy W. Ballard. In the early 1930s, the Ballards established Saint Germain Foundation and Saint Germain Press Incorporated, which under Saint Germain's guidance, have expanded into worldwide organizations that offer to mankind the true Ascended Master teachings on the great cosmic words, I am. Saint Germain Foundation strives to keep the I am Ascended Master instruction in its pure, unadulterated form, free from any human interpretation, personal monetary gain, or proselytizing, as it is a gift from the great Ascended Masters and cosmic beings to bring illumination and perfection to mankind. Hundreds of I am temples and sanctuaries exist throughout the world, where the teachings are applied in I am decree groups. The books of the Saint Germain series are available in many libraries, bookstores, or directly from Saint Germain Press. For further information, please contact Saint. Dedication. HIS series of books is dedicated in ELJ deepest eternal love and gratitude to EYVLOURBL degree V Ed Ascended Masters, beloved HBHH Saint Germain, beloved Jesus, beloved Godfrey and Lotus, beloved Nada and the great Divine Director, the great host of Ascended Masters, the great cosmic beings, and especially beloved Archangel Michael, the angel Deva from the Jade Temple, the great cosmic angel on whose crown blazes the word union, and the great angelic host whose visible, tangible presence we ask to come forth now to all mankind and to herald the visible, tangible presence of the ascended host on this earth once again. To beloved Archangel Michael, with all the love we know how to express, do we offer this collection of his unprinted dictations given through our beloved accredited messenger, Mrs. G. W. Ballard, our own beloved Lotus. We love and bless beloved Godfrey and beloved Lotus for their selfless service to this great light which has saved us all. X. Dedication. As you read these powerful dictations on the angelic host, may you become more aware of the service rendered by the angelic host in all phases of your daily life. GREATANGELIC. And offering a tribute of love and gratitude to beloved Archangel Michael and the great angelic host who have assisted all mankind throughout the centuries, we give all we are and have, or ever hope to be or have, into their service of the light forever. Beloved Archangel Michael in his very first dictation in Philadelphia in 1938 said, I have not ministered to earth since my ministry in France. I ministered then to the same individual who, this night, I begin to minister through in America, our beloved Joan of Arc. I feel that it is my duty to do what I can to assist the earth and the people of America who have turned to the light to stand firm and unyielding, and by that power which I shall give them in moving among them, they shall wield the sword of blue flame in their physical hands. That blessed 11. 12. Tribute. One who was once burned at the stake, will not be this time. The voice of the I am, 39.1:5, Beloved Mighty Victory said on record CD 1528, everywhere you draw forth the fiery Christ blue lightning victory of the sacred fire love of the angelic host, you can have that drawn forth in and around you as a permanent focus of the sacred fire in your own atmosphere. And as this is increased through habit, and you gain a momentum, the light becomes brighter, the sacred fire's concentration of invincible victory becomes a greater pressure around you to repel destructive forces. And as time goes on, it becomes the illumination in the atmosphere about you by which you can see into the Ascended Master's octave, and it also can become the illumination of the pathway ahead of you. We could come between any 2 seconds and manifest anything in the atmosphere of Earth, but if mankind is so concerned with its own everyday activities that it just ignores us, and just thinks no more about 13. This than a passing cloud. Before you get used to us, this than a passing cloud, well, we are not coming to be ignored, I'll guarantee you that, but, when we come to stay. Before you get used to us, as continuous appearance with you, you must get used to the angelic host first. When you establish the habit of accepting the angelic host, calling them to your assistance, then accepting it, and when you have a manifestation, thanking them, and realizing that they are real and that their love does produce perfection for you, and that love does make you victorious over destructive forces, when this realization gets deep enough within you, and you have momentum of it around you, It's only a breath until we can step through in any outer world crisis and protect you and produce miracles or control conditions that mankind cannot control. That includes the powers of nature and forces of the elements of which you are a part. Beloved Archangel Michael said on record CD 391, now the angels, all ascended masters are angels, but all angels are not ascended. 14. Tribute. Masters, because there are untold legions of angels who have never embodied on any world, in any kind of substance except the substance from the great central sun. They do have visible, tangible bodies and substance in which they function, but they have never been through the experience life of the mankind of this world or any other planet. They are beings wholly divine, knowing only the use of the sacred fire love to produce manifestations, and to guard manifestation wherever they are called forth to assist life anywhere. Therefore, since those legions come under my direction, and since mankind needs the sacred fire of their love, the more you can give them conscious recognition, the more you can call to them, the more you ask for their sacred fire love to come into this world, well, the greater will the purity manifest, the greater will the assistance come to all that is seeking the light. I hope you will give more recognition to the angelic host. Call them into action to guard all that is near and dear to you, and in guarding, they're sacred. Tribute. 15. Fire dissolves and consumes what's wrong, protects and strengthens what is right. You have no idea of the power that the legions of the angelic host can focus in one flash through a city, or through the minds and feelings of a whole group of people, or through the atmosphere of Earth to, in an instant, prevent destruction. I want you to think on this, become aware of it. I want you to see it. If you ask for it to be revealed, so shall it be established unto you. If you care to have this power of the angelic host sacred fire love revealed to you, and revealed to all mankind, and you demand it, it will have to manifest, for you I am the authority for that manifestation in this world, and I offer you this explanation, that you make the call. The dictations of Volume 16 were recorded during St. Germain Foundation classes led by beloved Lotus in various cities of the United States of America between the years 1950 and 16. 1970, the dictations are arranged in chronological order, the last dictation in the book having been the very last dictation given through our beloved messenger by beloved Archangel Michael. All of the dictations are previously unprinted, and St. Germain Foundation is pleased to offer them to the I Am student body in the world. Archangel Michael and Legions of Light. Blaze. Oceans of your love. Bring angels from above. God's victory must come through. I am your victory, too. Blaze. Mountains of your power. A billion more each hour. Blaze. All your victory here. Guard all that we hold dear. Consume all not thy way. Possess this world. Hold sway. Forever with us stay. Control all. Every day. Make us all freedom, too. Come. Come. Right now. Step through. This world from war release. Blaze. All God's cosmic peace. Archangel Michael and Legions of Light. Make all hear thy great light. Blaze. All thy limitless light. This world seal in thy heart. Thy help cannot depart. Possess and hold command. Thy love shall save our land. All miracles here flood through. All bow in love to you. This world shall heaven be. All mankind shall know thee. Blaze. Oceans of thy love. Reveal thy hosts above. Compel all war to end. Help all on earth ascend. Blaze victory. For all time. Make all here now divine. Mankind shall thee obey. Archangel Michael and Legions of Light. Mankind shall thee obey. Cleanse all on earth today. Thy victory is God's plan. Thy victory here. I am. Genera. The voice of the I Am 72.1:3-4. Beloved Archangel Michael speaks on the angelic host. By Archangel Michael. OOO. DISCOURSEI. November 2, 1950 Santa Fe, New Mexico Cassette 65053. Beloved of the light, as we enter into the release of that which we wish to draw into your outer use, I ask you to feel not only the reality of our presence, but I wish you to become acquainted with the power of the angelic host. When it comes to the direction of those activities of the sacred fire which must be drawn into the physical octave to more quickly consume destructive conditions, then there must come the assistance of those great beings of the angelic host who are not only the guardians of that fire, but who are the directors of its terrific electronic force. 3. 4. Archangel. As we move forward in the greater understanding of the immense service, immortal service which the great angelic host render to the people of earth, we will call forth the eternal divine memory in each life stream of that absolute acceptance of the reality of the angelic host. Because all mankind centuries ago knew, accepted, and conversed with the angelic host. But as the discord grew greater, the angelic host, being holy, pure beings of love, had to recede until the cycle in which the violet consuming flame could be given, by which certain purification could take place that would again make it possible for the angelic host to come closer into mankind's outer daily activities. You who have been the chosen people of the present age, because of the light you have received in this knowledge of the mighty I Am Presence, and because of the love and the great assistance from your beloved Master Saint Germain and all who have come with him, we wish to draw to each of you more power of the angelic host, which means more dynamic, victorious action of the sacred fire's victorious love from the great central sun. Discourse I. 5. And that has nothing whatsoever to do with what you call love in the physical world. This of which I speak is the activity from the great central sun that is drawn into outer, concentrated action at the command of the angelic host when your call goes forth to them for the assistance of their love of the sacred fire to become the law of your world. And when you begin to acknowledge, I am the immortal power of the angelic host, I am the cosmic law of their victorious action to the earth, then there will come quickly to your assistance great beings whose power of love will enter into each of you, and become for you the greater strength and attainment which makes your victory absolutely certain in everything to which you turn your attention. This greater closeness with the angelic host is absolutely imperative at this time if you are to receive greater help, and enable you to do quickly that which is necessary in the outer. Therefore, if you call the power of the angelic host into victorious action in the physical octave, then you will have the flame, the eternal flame of cosmic Christ love, filling your beings and worlds, and becoming for you. 6. Archangel Michael speaks. The authority and power that makes it impossible for destructive forces to connect with you to interrupt that which you wish to accomplish in bringing forth perfection. You see, all these greater powers of life's perfection of which we have been speaking are already in existence, in action, in our great octave of life and in all the cosmic realms of creation. And in order for that power to come into your outer direction and control destructive conditions here, that you might have protection, it is imperative to set that law into action in your world. It is your octave that needs the action of our cosmic law. We do not need the action of your law, heaven knows. We don't want it. But you need the action, mark you, of our law in your physical affairs. Therefore if you will demand the cosmic law's action of the angelic host's victorious presence in your physical affairs, it means that they come and draw the flame that compels that which is not the victory of their love to be consumed. Their flame is all authority over everything in all creation. From the highest to the lowest, their flame is master. And when you begin the acknowledgement of, I am the Discourse I. 7. Law of the great angelic host's victorious mastery in the physical world, then there will move in and around and before you those blessed beings whose love is forever all power required in the use of the sacred fire to govern everything. Perhaps I am a little partial to the angelic host. It's not surprising if I am, but naturally, I have been one of their directors for a long while. And I say to you, there isn't anything in this world you require so much as your continual acknowledgement of your mighty I Am presence, and the law and the power and the victory of the angelic host in your business affairs. Now isn't that the eighth wonder of the world? It will be when it comes. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Now you might think it impossible that the angelic host could get into the business world, but it's not so impossible. Whenever anyone does anything constructive in those channels and requires protection against that which is destructive, it's absolutely imperative for an angel of protection, whose authority of love blazes its power of the sacred fire, to come and stand the guard around the individual and his. 8. Archangel Michael speaks, or her actions in order to allow that which is constructive to be accomplished. So if you don't have the angelic host acknowledged, accepted, and allowed to draw their sacred fire of eternal love into your business activities, you don't have any constructive activities in those channels. May I say to you tonight, and I ask you to command your outer selves to realize, that if you understand me tonight, my words are of more importance to you than all the gold on the earth. I don't believe anyone would have any trouble keeping awake if I suddenly held here before you great quantities of gold. If you saw it coming out of the atmosphere, there wouldn't be a sleepy person in the room, I'm sure of it. And why do you suppose that idea of gold and wealth has such a hypnotic control over the feeling and the attention of the outer self? Because the outer self thinks it's going to get everything it wants if it has a lot of gold or a lot of money. And that again is simply the suggestion of the human. If you had all the power or activities of the sacred fire of this immortal love of the angelic host in your outer affairs that your higher mental body wants you to have there, you wouldn't have anything but perfection. Discourse I. 9. That sacred fire could become for you on the moment the physical manifestation of anything you would require to produce perfection and fulfill the divine plan. I want you to begin to realize that this immortal flame of cosmic love of which I speak is the great wealth of all creation. There is the source of wealth. There is the source of immortal power. There is the victory of the mighty I Am present supreme, because without that flame of love from the angelic host that guards all that is constructive on this planet, you would not even have a world. Now what is the requirement of life? Now what is the law and its cosmic demand upon you to produce perfection here? Do you not see where the power is? The power is in that sacred fire of love that is the perfection of life from the great central sun, because on the moment that love can produce, in physical form whatever substance it requires. And if you just have physical money and physical gold, it won't do that for you. It couldn't suddenly become food for you if there were no food on the planet. It couldn't become a roof over your head if you couldn't transmute it into something, trade it for something. 10. Archangel Michael speaks. Else. But this flame of love of which I speak can become anything on the instant that you require in the physical world. Therefore you do need this flame of love. And since the world is taking its initiation in love, I mean the great immortal purity and peace of cosmic Christ love from the great central sun, then what you're going to require in the future is the conscious concentration of this flame of our love which the angelic host alone bring forth. And that, you will find, will be supply of everything. Within that pure divine love of the mighty I Am presence, in the great central sun is the supply and the all of everything to create whole systems of worlds. Do you think you could lack if you fill your world with that flame? Do you think you can lack if you demand that your business affairs be the immortal victory of the angelic host's eternal love? How could you lack? How could you fail? How could you become discouraged or doubt or fear or feel uncertain if their great flame of love abides with you? You don't know the power of love, my dear ones. If you did, you would never allow anything else in your world. And if there is something else. Discourse I. 11. In your world which is not that love, you are all authority to order it out tonight, and replace it by the immortal victorious love of the great angelic host, to bring to you the supply of everything, to become for you the release of all you'll ever require to fulfill the great divine plan. Now you've all heard us all tell you that love is the fulfilling of the law. And intellectually you say, oh yes, I know that's true, and it is just wonderful. And the next time someone displeases you, you have forgotten there was love in the universe for the moment. When the anger goes forth or the criticism or the condemnation or blame or discontent, or whatever it is, the moment that feeling is there, love is gone from your world. Now just how much and how real do you want this love to become in your world? How much supply do you require in your world? Let us transmute this now. Instead of thinking that supply to you in your world means money or things or opportunities, will you not, from tonight, remember that the eternal supply you require in your world is the supply of this love? Where love is, lack cannot be. So what you require in the channel of supply is the flame of love from the angelic host that holds within it. 12. Archangel Michael speaks. The fullness of every good thing. Now you might say to me, well, the flame of love from the angels won't bring an automobile to me. It doesn't contain an automobile in there. How do you know it doesn't? Where do you think the ideas came from that first built an automobile to begin with? They came out of that flame of love and nowhere else. Therefore, if an idea could come forth, anything else can come forth. Energy comes forth, consciousness comes forth, substance comes forth, feeling comes forth. And when love comes forth, there is naught of imperfection. Please believe me, precious ones. People need love, not the things of this world. Isn't the world full of things? Aren't your own worlds full of things? And still you're not free from your problems, you're not free from your limitations, you're not free from the desires that keep you constantly under tension. You're not free from your problems or limitations, and there's only one freeing power in all the universe, and that is the sacred fire of immortal love from the great, mighty I Am Presence in the great central sun. You may rage and rebel, you may weep, you may plead, you may become depressed or become. Discourse I. 13. Angry and defiant all you want to, but so long as you exist in this universe you will be under the law of this demand from the great central sun that perfection come forth from its love. And he who is wise will not be concerned with the human desires and limitations of this world. But he will fill himself or herself and this world with that immortal flame and the action of its cosmic law of love from the great central sun that comes into the physical world to produce perfection and to bless all. People can struggle, people can work, people can dominate. But one day every ounce of energy has to be purified, requalified with that immortal love until it becomes a living flame or sun of the presence of eternal perfection, ever expanding its happiness and blessing to all. I could talk to you for 1,000 years, and every time I will ever talk to you I will tell you this again. If the earth is taking its initiation in love, which it is, while hate has run rampant, then if there were only a handful of people calling the immortal law's victorious authority, power, and action of the great love of the angelic host into the physical octave to blaze its sacred fire everywhere. Whoever would do that would. 14. Archangel Michael speaks. Automatically be disconnected from the destruction of the outer world. You might stand amidst the wreck of worlds, if that were possible, and with your attention to your beloved I Am Presence, and acknowledging and demanding that the victory of its immortal love come into you and possess you and make you all of itself. You would stand untouched by that which mankind has created of discord. The great beings of the angelic host who come under my direction have, century upon century, poured their flame of love into the holocaust of hate, and their love is that which today holds the earth in its orbit. And if it is a strong enough flame to keep an entire world on its axis and circling its own orbit, do you not think it's great enough to run your world? The world is a physical thing, and if it keeps the world in its orbit, it controls physical action then, doesn't it? You might call it magnetic force. You may label it anything you please from the electronic standpoint, but in the ultimate, it is the flame of our love from the great central sun that governs all energies' action harmoniously. And it will govern all the energy in your world harmoniously, and compel it to yield perfection. Discourse I. 15. To you, so long as you make yourselves the law of its victorious action in the physical world. Unless this flame is drawn into the business world, you do not have protection for constructive activity, for I tell you, all protection for that which is constructive has to be the flame of our love. And that is why the angelic host are co-workers with the 7 mighty Elohim, who are known as the 7 builders of this system of worlds. The angelic host are their co-workers, and without the flame of love from the legions of angels who govern constructive activity on this earth, you would not have an earth, you would not have a humanity, you would not have existence here. Since that love in the great central sun is great enough to give you existence here, do you not think it's great enough to run your affairs? If it can run a whole planet around its orbit, surely it could run you around your world successfully, don't you think so? You don't know love. You don't know what's within it. You haven't the slightest concept, or you'd use it all the time, and not a human being. Degree and the earth could ever persuade you to do otherwise. 16. Archangel Michael speaks. Become acquainted with the great immortal fire of the angelic host's eternal love. Demand that your world become now a son of its victorious presence, filled with the fullness of every good thing and charged with immortal freedom to enable you to go forth and give to a world the sunshine of the love of the angelic host. Now this sounds like it was in the vernacular, but it isn't. I'm going to ask you, wouldn't you like to be, each of you, an understudy to an angel? Had you ever thought of that? Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? I won't keep you much longer, but may I make it clear to you tonight that only the angels can teach you what the angels know. Only they know the power of the sacred fire of their love. You cannot get that knowledge of their power or the flame of their love from anywhere except them, for every cosmic being is an angel. Every ascended master is an angel. You may become one too someday, I hope it soon. But you do not have to make your ascension in order to become the user of some of the powers and the qualities and the flames of our love. You may practice the use of these. Discourse I. 17. Flames while yet unascended, and thus you will become more efficient after your ascension. So from tonight, won't you make your world a son of the victorious love of the angelic host, and demand their presence with you, that the flame of their love may enter into your business affairs, protect all that is constructive, make you victorious over every limitation, and help you to fulfill the divine plan in its ever-expanding happiness of perfection's flame. As I said to you before, I am quite partial to the angelic host, and I expect I'll always remain so. I have guarded a great many times, I have consumed unspeakable creations, and yet I use only one thing, the flame of immortal love from the great central sun whose power is beyond anything in this whole system of worlds to manifest. So I am not offering you lightly a gift of such tremendous power and import. And may I say to you tonight, the most important thing in your daily existence, the most important thing for every one of you every instant while you yet remain unascended, is your continuous, momentary, conscious, constant, continuous use of the immortal flame of cosmic Christ love, first from your beloved I am. 18. Archangel Michael speaks. Presence, then from the angelic host and the cosmic being's great octave of life until wherever you move, your world is that perfection, ever pouring forth its freedom to all. And you will never be free from disturbance until you have called this flame of immortal love into yourselves to make you its mastery over all that is not love. The angelic host are your guardians quite as well as your beloved I am presence. And may I say to you, your beloved I am presence and higher mental bodies hold their eternal mastery of victorious power over everything in this world by that flame of love from the great central sun. If you choose to make the outer self of each one its victorious commanding presence, its cosmic law in action in the physical world, then all that it contains within its heart will unfold to you, and you will find in your outer use more than you can ever use in this world. All powers are within that flame of love from the angelic host, and their service is love alone. If you wish to become like them, you too must become the flame and service of love alone, that love from the central sun that is all of all, ever expanding for eternity. Discourse I. 19. So when there is a lack of anything in your world, stop a moment and realize, it is the lack of this flame of love that produces a condition that distresses you. As you call this flame into action to take its place, command that flame of our immortal love to become for you the things that you require to go forward happily and fulfill the great divine plan the ascended Master's way. Precious ones, if responsibility seems to weigh heavily upon you, please conquer that feeling. Your light couldn't expand if you don't take responsibility. There is no other way to enable the light within to ever grow brighter except as you draw it forth in use. And if you don't have responsibility, you won't use it. The outer self is just built that way. It will not let that light expand unless it carries responsibility. So if you are carrying responsibility, it's a consolation to know that while you are carrying it, it forces you to draw forth from your mighty I am presence, and the ascended host these greater powers of life which enable your light to become so bright that one day it bursts into the eternal flame and takes you into the ascension. May the great legions of the violet consuming flame, the angels of the violet consuming. 20. Archangel Michael speaks. Flame attend you now with the love, the purity, the forgiveness which you require to enable you to go forward with happiness, with contentment, and with that feeling of victorious control over every condition that tries to disturb you because it is not love. Only that which is opposed to love can cause you disturbance, therefore if disturbance appears, just make up your mind that your main business in life, day by day, hour by hour, and moment by moment is to command this flame to come forth in outer physical action. And become for you the mastery of perfection. And the cosmic law of that immortal love becomes the controlling authority of the outer world. And that love, is the fulfilling of the law. When you become that law in action, all things will obey you, all good will seek you, all things will bless you, because through that love they will become the greater perfection and happiness that is the fulfillment of the divine plan for all. I commend you to its glorious presence, to its great divine peace, to its everlasting healing power, and to its purity that will call forth from the heights of creation all the illumination you'll ever require to take. Discourse I. 21. You through anything and make you successful, victorious, the master over all that would seek to obstruct your way. May my legions of immortal love, whose flame is eternal existence, bear to you their cosmic gifts, and flood you with miracles without limit, until you know the truth of the words I have spoken tonight. And they have become for you living flames in your world to produce perfection that forever sets all free. Thank you and good night. Discourse 2. September 1, 1953, Los Angeles, California. Record CD 1826, cassette 60198-1. Beloved ones of the sacred fire, we enter in tonight to the use of one of those magnificent activities of life that shall forever bring you happiness, as you understand the fullness of what it means to live to the honor of God. And use the victorious flame of eternal love from the heart of your mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host into all physical conditions. The angelic host who assist me, and who are always willing to carry out the call to love, are ever awaiting an opportunity to answer your calls when you understand that to draw the sacred fire into the physical octave of earth means that it can only be released by the power of our love. And that of your own, I Am Presence, of course, with which we are one. That power of the sacred fire of our love can only come by. 25. 26. Archangel Michael speaks. Conscious command into the outer use of those under this radiation who understand the fullness of what the mighty I Am Presence means, and who use its authority and power to command into physical conditions those activities of the sacred fire that bring our perfection here. To a large extent, mankind's devotion to God is an innate recognition of the existence of a power to help the outer activities of mankind, and that power is greater than the rest of mankind's creation. But in a very large degree, mankind's call to the great God presence of life, whether they know the I Am or not, is principally an asking for things. It's an asking for help. Therefore, if the outer self of each individual were taught that the duty of the outer self is to live in this world, and produce the perfection that proves and glorifies the mighty I Am Presence that placed you here, then the return into your outer use of the things from our octave would be very much more rapid, and very much more wonderful. I hope someday the I Am student body will live simply to enjoy praising God. The angelic host, whose direction of the sacred fire of the miracle love of life is ever surging into outer conditions, exist and only have the consciousness. Discourse 2. 27. Within them of releasing the love of the sacred fire that praises and glorifies the mighty I Am Presence. And if mankind could understand that each individual has the authority and power to command each day's events to manifest the perfection of eternal love that bears witness to the reality and existence of this mighty I Am Presence, and the use of those powers is only for the production of greater perfection and to glorify that presence. So often through the centuries, individuals have been taught that they must do this and must do that to keep themselves out of, may I say, something worse. But individuals are not made to understand that they are here in this world of their own choice. They have come into every embodiment by their own free will, and since they took the responsibility of directing and qualifying a certain amount of the energy of the universe, the energy of life, they took that responsibility to manifest perfection in the outer, that it might glorify and reveal the inner. And here mankind, throughout the centuries, have forgotten there was an inner. Their reference to the great God presence of life, as they call it, God, in most cases, is a hazy, indefinite. 28. Archangel Michael speaks. Mental concept only, except in conditions of dire distress when, in that intense feeling that goes up in the call for assistance, the higher mental body, or someone of the angelic host or the ascended masters has manifested the likeness of the divine being to the sight of the outer self, that the individual might feel there was an individual being giving the help. That is why it is necessary that this chart be held before the sight of mankind, and explained so they understand that it is an individual focus of help into the outer activities that is required in order to free individuals from the limitations of this world. Dear hearts, this world to begin with didn't have any limitations. God doesn't create a planet and place limitations upon it. This world and all upon it, in the beginning, was free for the use of mankind, and they had freedom to use the blessings that have been given. God never placed the limitations of this world into manifestation. Mankind has created this condition, and therefore mankind must uncreate it. So when you are brought to realize that the duty of the outer self is to place service to this mighty I Am presence first, before any outer, physical demand, then you will have your house. Discourse 2. 29. In divine order. Then you will find the pathway ahead of you clear. So long as you think the things of the outer world are more important than your application, you will remain in your chains and problems indefinitely. And I shall break that thing tonight if you decide to place God first. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? And now let us enter into the conscious awareness of what the angelic host will do and can do for you as soon as you accept their presence with you, and live, move, and have your being in the remembrance of the love which they pour at your call and which they bring by their very presence which you acknowledge. You could not acknowledge anything about the angelic host and not have immediately the victory of their love flow in and around you as a flame from their hearts, that would just as surely qualify the energy about you with its love as that you call it forth. Since they are beings of love only, and they know only the service of that love, there isn't a thing they could do for you or draw into this octave except the victory of their love. I want you to realize deeply and fully tonight what. 30. Archangel Michael speaks. That means to you and the world, for the closer you can feel to them, the more of their love can hold victory for you and control of physical conditions in the outer octave of the physical world. The angelic host cannot bring you anything but the victory of their love. Therefore, if you need protection, that flame enfolds you, and stands between you and that which might produce disaster or discord for you. There has been a vague acceptance in the mass of mankind of a guardian angel, which many times individuals have seen in time of crisis. But they forget the service that the angelic host are rendering all the time. Wherever the ascended masters are giving assistance, you can be as certain as you live that there is an angelone or more in attendance while the master is giving that help. And I for one am determined that mankind shall know more of the reality of the angelic host. They shall feel more of their love. They shall understand more of the service these blessed beings have given through the centuries to mankind when they were almost sunk in the shadows of their own creation. There is almost an unlimited variety of the legions of the angelic host. There is group after. Discourse 2. 31. Group that works with one specific service or one color or one quality or one manifestation. And much of the blessings of nature come about, and much of it is released to mankind through the love poured forth by the angelic host to the beings who create for mankind the blessings and the powers of nature. Were you to see sometime, in cosmic action, a legion of the angels of the violet flame, you would be breathless with admiration and love and adoration because of the beauty and the power and the love which they bestow. My dear ones, if it were not for the blessings which the angels and angel devis of healing give to mankind in the healing channels of the world, where do you think the healing would be? Anything that is real, true assistance to mankind in channels of healing is drawn and protected and directed by those of the angelic host who are the healing angels, and the great angel devis who direct them. Over every hospital there is anchored a being of the angelic host who draws the power of the sacred fire of healing love and anchors it there for all who can accept. Therefore, when the calls of mankind go forth for help, in most cases, the help comes. 32. Archangel Michael speaks. And if it does not, it is because the great divine plan is operating in a way to teach the individual obedience to the cosmic law. Now since limitless legions of the angelic host come under my direction, whenever an accomplishment is desired to be brought forth in the physical world to render greater service in fulfilling the divine plan, there is always established the guardianship of the angelic host and the sacred fire of their love to hold protection until the accomplishment is completed, and then still further, to protect if that blessing is to be maintained through long periods of time. When unusual power is drawn into outer physical conditions to render certain assistance to mankind, that power is guarded always by the angelic host. And that is why, when the mighty Saint Germain first drew the ray into their home, the home of the messengers in Chicago, the angel Deva of the Jade Temple prepared the condition, and has guarded ever since. Now you may just as well have that same assistance if you will give it recognition and accept it and love it and be grateful for it and serve it. I am bringing this knowledge to you tonight because your city here, since it is called the city. Discourse 2. 33. Of the angels, I assure you, it is not by accident. This was long ago a focus for the angelic host in their service of the centuries past. During the time of Atlantis there was a temple to the angels located on the ground that is now your city of Los Angeles, and it seems to me the mass of the people ought to know something more about the angels. It would enable them to behave more like angels too. The more you associate with the angelic host, the more you love them and want to become like them, and the more you love them, the more they can do for you. The more you keep your attention upon them, the more you would draw their perfection into the physical world. So since you who are blessed by living here understand something of these great divine beings who are certain authority in this locality, if you will call the authority of the angelic host to come into physical conditions in this city and force the purification of this whole locality, that mankind may be compelled to see the angelic host face to face, I am quite sure you would see some manifestations here that might even get into the newspapers. Thank you so much, precious ones. 34. Archangel Michael speaks. Sometimes, you know, it takes a great deal of patience for us to wait upon wayward humanity year after year, after they've been given the pearls of existence on a golden platter. Just wait until they get through following their own experiment with misery. I am speaking of this tonight because the conscious understanding of what the angelic hosts do to assist mankind must come to the intellect of human beings who are intelligent enough to understand it. If I were you who abide within this city, I certainly would not let the day go by that I did not give love and gratitude and recognition to all of the angelic hosts who have ministered here in the past, who guard your destiny of the future, and who abide with you in the present. These are friends to life. The angelic hosts are guardians of good. They are the masters and the victorious presence of love, love that mankind understands as yet very little of its blessings to life. And all of that is waiting for recognition, for acceptance, for use, and for your call, that it may come into physical conditions and manifest its control and transmuting love to raise those conditions into the perfection of our octave. Beloved ones, when you realize. Discourse 2. 35. How wonderful these great beings are, and how many ascended masters and cosmic beings and those of the angelic host, are ever ministering to the people of this world, and ever awaiting an opening and an opportunity to give only the blessings that bring happiness to all. Yet mankind go on oblivious of their divine presence simply because their attention is occupied with their own desire. I am drawing forth from within you the latent memory of the reality of the angelic host and of some of their blessings that you have received in the centuries past. There isn't a one in this room tonight who hasn't in the past had some conscious contact with the angelic host through which was received divine assistance of transcendent power. Now I would be very grateful if you would call for the authority of the angelic host, in the miracle love which they send to this earth, to charge forth into the desires of the feeling world of mankind, and see if we cannot awaken the eternal divine desire within the feeling world to become like the angels. Mankind. O mankind! Awaken tonight to the divine beings who hold their hands out to you for assistance, who have poured love. 36. Archangel Michael speaks. Through the ages, who stand awaiting the opportunity to consume like a scroll in the heavens the unfortunate creation that selfishness has imposed upon God's universe. We would appreciate a decree that would compel mankind to awaken to the reality of the angelic host, to the understanding of their service, and to some gratitude to that divine life that has blessed them, and always blesses them so greatly from the octaves above. There are uncountable legions of angels whose love would make you weep with joy were you to see their approach at your call. So often mankind have thought the guardian angels were only for children, and it just happens that all mankind are children. So since it is my privilege to wield certain authority in the awakening of mankind to that which the angelic host are about to do, I am pleading for my friends. I trust you will accept them as your friends. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so? I will not take much more of your time, but I wish to remind you that only recently I brought to the attention of the IAM youth at the conclave my desire to have you call the miracle. Discourse 2. 37. Authority which I am to the earth of the angelic host, to come into your outer use. Call it into physical conditions, that we may set aside the human authority that has usurped that which belongs to God. I offered, at the conclave, the use of my miracle authority, and I say to you tonight, it's my miracle authority of the angelic host in cosmic action which I ask you to charge into physical conditions, that that which the human has usurped may be set aside. And that which is eternal in the victory of God's love may take its divinely appointed place in physical conditions, and bring about the divine order that brings happiness to all. I might just as well tell you tonight you might just as well be prepared for it. All of us who will come to give these dictations in the future will consciously and continuously and powerfully keep returning your attention to the use of the victory of the miracle love from your presence and from us. We are all concentrating on this at this time, and we want you to recognize it as the sacred fire from our octave that enters into the atmosphere of your world to be the authority over the human discord that tries to envelop the nation in its shadows. 38. Archangel Michael speaks. Therefore when you use the miracle authority which I am to the angelic host, and their miracle love to the earth, and ask it to be the law in physical action that controls conditions in which you move, it will be very much easier to handle many conditions in the physical world that heretofore have seemed to oppose you when you wanted to go forward to your freedom. You must understand that except you use the authority of your mighty I am presence, and the authority of our octave, and the authority of the angelic host, and demand the descent of the sacred fire of our love, unless you use that, my dear ones. The power of that which has been the accumulated discord of the centuries is heavily charged with energy, and the sacred fire has to pass through that with the authority and command from your mighty I am presence, and our octave. It is more than a cosmic release. It is your individual choice and use of the divine prerogative which is yours, the divine authority with which you were endowed when you came forth from the great central sun. And you've got to use it in the physical world if you are to set aside the hypnotic control by destructive forces of the conditions in which you move. So if you want to. Discourse 2. 39. Use the miracle authority of my command for that sacred fire and miracle love of the angelic host to surge into physical conditions, and the angels hold command where mankind has seemed to in the past. You will find much assistance coming to those who will give recognition and acceptance and love to the divine beings who are awaiting an opportunity to help. So feel yourselves tonight clothed in the love from our octave, whose victory is as certain over conditions in this physical world as you make the call. Just know when I move into action with my sword of blue flame to issue the command that certain destructive forces shall cease existence, then there comes the descent of the sacred fire and those legions who use the sword of blue flame. Those angels of that blue flame, as they pass through, consume in a flash what it has taken centuries of human creation to accumulate. And since certain localities and conditions in the outer world have been charged continuously with that discord, then if you will begin to use the miracle authority of my love to the earth, the miracle authority of my command to the angelic host, you will find the law of love, which my command to life is, manifesting. 40. Archangel Michael speaks. As a flame, many times in one flash. And the resistance that has opposed you, you will find stand aside and be consumed. We are ever ready to pour the love that sets you free if you will use the authority of your mighty I am presence, and the miracle authority of the angelic host to come into conditions of the physical world that must be held in God's service if mankind are to be helped. Things in the outer world that are constructive must be held in God's service if mankind are to be free. Therefore, when you call the miracle authority which I am, and the victory of the angelic host into those conditions, you will set aside that which has sought to oppose the constructive way of life and the attainment and fulfillment of the divine plan that gives greater blessing to all wherever you abide. So I shall, may I say, establish a guard by which the angelic host may come at any moment as you send your love and gratitude to them. And they will, wherever you allow them to come through your recognition, they will leave in your world the flame of love which is my authority of the angelic host to take its dominion in and around you, to assist you, to set. Discourse 2. 41. You free, to protect you, and to help you serve the beloved Saint Germain in a very much more powerful, tangible, wonderful way. Just feel that while the archangels are very busy with cosmic conditions, cosmic assistance to the earth, the angelic host are ever present, ever ready, and all-powerfully able to release their love and hold its victory in and around you in the fulfillment of your call. When you learn to love them as I do, when you understand what their love can do for you, you will never forget them again, not for one day. You will never forget their presence with you. And if you don't forget them, they cannot forget you. May you feel the power of the love from their hearts, and know that when that clothes you in its sacred fire, that authority is in command, and will take you to victory without reservation. I want you to feel it tonight. I want you to feel the victory of the love of the angelic host, and ask that it forever abide with you in that miracle authority which forever sets life free wherever you call it forth. May you feel it, may its flame become visible. May you be protected by its power. May you use it without limit until your cooperation with the 42. Archangel Michael speaks. Angelic host will draw in and around you always all you will ever require, and give them a chance to act in the physical world to fulfill the great divine plan as we intend. May you feel their closeness with you after tonight, and ask their boundless legions to purify and guard your city, and once again, may the glorifying temple to the angels pour forth its music in praise and adoration and gratitude for their assistance to life. I commend you to the enjoyment of the association of new friends that will be with you forever. Thank you. DISCOURSE 3. June 26, 1955, Santa Fe, New Mexico, CD 1729. Beloved ones of the mighty Saint Germain's family, I wish to extend to you today the love, the gratitude, and every assistance possible from the angelic host and the ascended host, in your service and effort to hold to the light in the midst of the outer world's chaos and darkness. And in order to help you understand more clearly the assistance which we give, I know it will bring to you the greater power and greater happiness of your loving cooperation with us. I wish to make it clear today that there is never any activity of the sacred fire brought forth into the physical conditions of this world that is not accompanied by one or more of the angelic host to hold the concentration and protection about that sacred fire until whatever is to be accomplished is finished. Therefore, in 45, 46, the calls you have sent forth for the various activities of the sacred fire to come into outer physical conditions, there have been legions of angels, and the cherubim and seraphim legions that have held in concentrated action the sacred fire that has been released at your calls. Therefore I want you to feel that the angelic host are ever with you, closer than you understand, and more powerful by far than any of the unascended mankind of this world can comprehend. Since the angelic host are the guardians of all activities of the sacred fire, then they must be present whenever this sacred fire is called into action to purify or protect that which is constructive. So will you, from today, be more aware of their presence with you whenever you make the call for any activity of the sacred fire to come into you or your world, or to assist mankind or your nation to freedom. If you will be more aware of the closeness of the angelic host, they not only can release greater power into you and your world, but I assure you, will bring you greater blessing. Since the messenger was here last week, I mean in the week just past, the angels of the violet flame have not left her for an instant. And Discourse 3. 47. I want you to be as continuously aware of their presence with you. Be aware of them sometime each day in the things you're doing in the outer world, in order to give them recognition and acceptance of their presence with you powerfully enough to let them give you their greater gifts. Now in using the greater powers of life which come from the higher mental body, or can enfold you from any of the ascended host, there must come greater protection about you, and greater safety in the use of those powers. And the angelic host are the greater protection and the greater safety which the great cosmic law of life provides while you are using those powers. For instance, supposing the power of precipitation, direct from the universal, were required in some emergency. While you were drawing that power and your higher mental body was concentrating it through the physical self for your outer use, you would have to be enfolded in the wings of flame from one or more of the angels of the violet flame and the blue flame to hold purity around you so that that which is required in the outer to perform a certain service could form perfectly, and release into your outer use that which would bring you victory and perfection. 48. Archangel Michael speaks. And also there would surround you the angels of the blue flame to keep you insulated and invisible while the power of precipitation was acting in and around whatever you require to bring forth. And so it is with the power of healing. So it is with the power of purity. Wherever these activities of the sacred fire are needed by mankind in order to transmute and purify and change conditions in physical manifestation, there must come these activities of the sacred fire and of the angelic host in order to produce these manifestations that transmute conditions and set life streams free. So since that is part of my service to life, to not only clear the way and consume that which is wrong, but also to bring the gifts of the powers of life, that mankind may have greater freedom to produce greater perfection. So it is imperative that there come more conscious cooperation, more conscious awareness, and more conscious love from unascended beings to the angelic host. You see, there is a certain awareness in life to some degree, an acceptance of the angels, but so many people think they're either imaginary beings or that they're just someone's hallucination. Discourse 3. 49. What I wish to convey to you today is the full conscious knowledge, feeling, love, and acceptance of their presence with you, if you will. Thank you, beloved ones. Now the more you can be aware of their presence, the more power they can draw in and around you, and the more service they can give to life. The more you can remember that every time you call forth the sacred fire, a being of the angelic host comes to guard that gift of God for which you call. So in holding the picture of the fulfillment of your calls, I would appreciate it greatly if you would also hold the picture of those of the angelic host who are the guardians of the sacred fire's activity that you require. Whenever you are using the violet consuming flame in and around yourselves, the angels of the violet flame are in attendance around you, until the work for which you call is complete. They come at the call of your own higher mental body whenever you move into action through your decrees and ask for the release of these greater powers to help life. If you are calling for supply, as you hold the picture of the fulfillment of your call, one or more of the angelic host would stand enfolding. 50. Archangel Michael speaks. You in the wings of golden flame and the green flame and outside of that the blue flame for protection. So if you will understand the inner action of these magnificent powers of life and the reality of these magnificent beings, you will make much more rapid progress, and your decrees will bring you their blessings much more quickly. Whenever the healing rays are called forth or you ask for the healing flame to enfold an individual, one of the healing angels always abides in and around the one who is to be healed. If you could see, my loved ones, the assistance that the great beings, the cosmic beings, offer mankind through every conceivable channel that will help, your heart would burst with love and gratitude and devotion to those magnificent beings of God that are always ready and are always pouring the assistance of their love wherever they will be received. So in accomplishing that which is the fulfillment of your calls for the nation, there must come legions of the angelic host to blaze the various activities of the sacred fire into very definite channels until the change is brought about that fulfills the great divine plan and. Discourse 7. 51. Destiny of your land. The atmosphere of earth, my loved ones, contains within it many, many things of which mankind know absolutely nothing. There are elements in the atmosphere of earth, there are beings in the atmosphere of earth. There are conditions and manifestations in the atmosphere of earth provided by the cosmic law to ever glorify the beloved I Am Presence and the ascended host with the boundless blessings which life bestows, and which are ever waiting an opportunity and opening through which they may come into outer physical manifestation in this world. So you will excuse my enthusiasm if I wax enthusiastic about the beings of my realm and the gifts which therein abide. You know, when we have so much of the glory and blessings and powers and gifts of life that God has bestowed upon those who will give obedience, we watch every opportunity and seek every opening possible to help bring those gifts into the physical conditions of this world, that you may know how we live, and this world be transmuted into our octave of perfection. When we see mankind struggling under the CK and limitation of human desire, sometimes it. 52. Archangel Michael speaks. Is difficult to turn away and just let them have more time, until they are not content to live in the limitation of their own ideas and feeling about life. We could show you vast accomplishment, vast realms of beauty and perfection and power indescribable. We could take you to heights of accomplishment that are so magnificent that as you return to your physical world, there would almost be a rebellion within you against coming back here. So we cannot take you to those heights of perfection until that hour when human desire in this world no longer exists for you. If you will desire the presence of the angelic host and you will desire the greater powers and eternal perfection of your mighty I Am presence in action in the physical world, we can give you more of our gifts, more of our power. And more of our legions of the angelic host can come closer into the physical affairs of mankind and abide with you until the transmutation takes place that lifts your world into greater freedom and greater perfection. The beings of my realm are ever awaiting an opportunity to bless you, and as they give you their blessing, they open the way for me to give. Discourse 7. 53. Greater blessing to the world. So if you will consider yourselves children, may I say, in the family of the angelic host, I trust our qualities and our powers may become more victoriously acting in you, and therefore make you carry to the rest of the world more of the perfection of our realm. And surely, my loved ones, the world needs it, the world needs our perfection, I assure you. And when your own individual affairs seem to lack that which you would like to have, remember, our world is ready to give its blessing to make your world like ours. So when the angelic host ever stand ready to transmute your world into our perfection, we will need your call. The cosmic law requires your desire to be aroused, that your desire for our perfection may be the upreaching of life that draws our perfection back to you. So if you will desire us more intensely, we will abide with you in greater victory for you. And I wonder just how much you want to live in the realm of the angelic host. Thank you, precious ones. I am grateful for that response, because it makes me know that your heart's call to us will enable. 54. Archangel Michael speaks. Our heart's victory to come and make you victorious over this world. Thank you, and won't you be seated, please? Now as the sacred fire and its boundless blessing enfold you and go into your affairs to perfect them and make your world more magnificent, the beings that will come to fill your world will be more magnificent also. So if you will consider yourselves children of the realm of the angels, I trust someday, not too far distant, we can thin the atmosphere of earth and let you behold those who have loved you and blessed you and helped you along the pathway thus far. And then we'll show you what yet remains to be done, until the rest of mankind are compelled to see the angelic host in action with the sacred fire, as the transmutation and raising purification of the outer world goes on to the fulfillment of the great divine plan. So whether the rest of the world understands you or believes in the angelic host or not is none of our concern. If I were you, I would be wholly indifferent as to anyone's belief or acceptance of these great beings of life's perfection. Live your own life. Go your own way. Stay on the pathway that leads to greater happiness, and the angelic. Discourse 7. 55. Host will ever attend you until your happiness becomes infinite, invincible, and eternal. And you then, in turn, will looking back to mankind seek also to awaken them until they, too, enter the realm of eternal perfection. May I invite you to listen sometime to the music of the angelic host. And if your higher mental body opens your hearing, and you listen once, you will understand something of what I mean, for one day that music must take the place of the human chaos and discord that mankind listens to in this world. So as you experience the happiness of this greater perfection, the transmutation will go on, and the sacred fire ever expand until the human desires that have bound mankind to darkness will have been dissolved. And the light of eternity takes its place and reveals the perfection that ever expands its blessings to life, that it may glorify the source from whence all proceed. So I enfold you in the victory of my own heart's love to enfold you, to strengthen you, to help you to victory, and to hold ever about you the reminder of the awareness of the angelic host presence with you, if you want them. I commend you to their joyous comfort, there. 56. Archangel Michael speaks. Joyous company, their joyous accomplishment, and their invincible victory whenever and wherever you call the sacred fire into the physical conditions of this world. May your blessings be boundless, invincible, and eternal in the joy that raises all to freedom forever. Thank you so much. May 23, 1956 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 321. Beloved of my heart, tonight I bring you, from the heights of cosmic power, again, the assistance of those of the angelic host who love you so greatly and some of whom you know very well. I wish to remind you tonight that those of the IAM students who have attained the ascension are members of the angelic host now. Thank you, precious ones. If those are some of your loved ones, your love holds you very close to them. And so the angels are with you far more than you understand many, many times. As you go forward in the use of this greater love and power of purity of the sacred fire, automatically there will come more awareness of the angelic host, and their assistance to you in your outer affairs, because they come into the atmosphere of earth, beloved. 59. 60. Archangel Michael speaks. 1. To bring the sacred fire that does change physical conditions, and that does bring the heaven on earth that is contained within the sacred fire. So as you remember their presence with you, and their service to the earth, you automatically will become more and more aware of their assistance in your outer affairs. Now they are waiting, and have for a long time waited for wayward mankind to reach up and keep the door open whereby the angelic host could pour the sacred fire continuously enough to be the river of perfection. Whereby the outer world conditions are drawn into that sacred fire for both purification and perfecting. Now in the healing which they offer to the people of earth, it comes of course, always, through the use of the sacred fire. And their love directs that unmistakably to those who reach to them for assistance. But regardless of how much they offer, if you will train the outer self to reach to the mighty I Am Presence first, and then to the healing angels or the protecting angels, groups of those special activities of the sacred fire can be drawn in and around you in many conditions, beloved ones. That not only. Discourse 7. 61. Protect you, but they will draw protection around those in the outer world who require that protection and are trying to hold to the light the best they know how. When you call forth the angels of the protecting flame to ever abide not only around you, but around localities or things that need protecting. There are unlimited legions that can be called into action in an instant to flash the sacred fire that stands like steel around a locality or condition or a thing even. And that sacred fire enfolding whatever you want protected becomes like an electrical force field. We can charge that so intensely with power that it will repel destructive forces just the same as a high-powered electrical wire. When you get a strong electrical current, it repels, doesn't it? Those who touch it either repels them or consumes them. And I want you to feel that the sacred fire which the angelic host draw around people or conditions for protection is heavily charged with a repellent force to that which is wrong, because wrong cannot come through their sacred fire. I assure you, when we establish, many times like a wing of flame around a person or a condition, that wing. 62. Archangel Michael speaks. Stands there, and when that is once drawn into outer action, it stays there until we withdraw it. So if there is temporary protection required, these flames can be established by the angelic host until certain work is accomplished. And those who perform that service are held guarded by the angelic host until the victory is attained, whether that be for the individual or the nation or the world. There are tremendous legions, my dear ones, of the sacred fire, who move throughout this whole system of worlds, expanding that sacred fire, drawing it here, establishing its perfection, placing it somewhere else. Until they build into outer manifestation the outpicturing of the fulfillment of the divine plan. Therefore those of you who are, through your love to the light and your decrees, working for the protection of your nation and that which is constructive throughout the world, you little dream, my dear ones, how much the angelic host automatically love you because of your service to the light. And that is what makes them constantly receptive and in touch with your requirements, because you are an open door through your calls by which they accomplish the fulfillment of the divine plan. Discourse 7. 63. So tonight, if there are conditions which there are, within your nation and your government that need both correction and protection, the angelic host are going to be needed within your borders in as powerful a way as you can call forth. And in your coming political turmoil, you will require the angelic host, I assure you, to keep the atmosphere clear enough for people to think correctly. And if I were you, I would certainly call the legions of the angelic host who direct the cosmic fire of cosmic Christ illumination, inner and outer, to charge that illumination through the masses of the people now, before your elections take place. That's what they require, my dear ones. The masses of the people are confused. They've been so betrayed, they do not know who to trust. So if you will call forth the sacred fire of cosmic illumination to protect them so they know clearly the right thing to do, and then the sacred fire gives them the strength to do it, you help to settle the chaos. You give protection to those who are standing for that which is right, and you weaken the plans of that which is wrong. So may I say, you should make this year an angelic year. Thank you, precious ones. 64. Archangel Michael speaks. You need to live in the world of the angels, because it's more comfortable within their sacred fire and their love than it is in the hatred of mankind in the outer world. So if you want to live in the world of peace and comfort, I assure you, the angelic host can easily draw in and around you the sacred fire that is their world of manifestation, their world of love, their world of power and victory. Now if it's healing you require, it's certainly more comfortable to be harmonious in the atmosphere of the angelic host than it is in the atmosphere of many conditions in the world. Precious ones, regardless of how long it takes or how much effort it takes to purify conditions in this nation and the world, it's got to be done. You certainly don't want destructive conditions to get any worse, and if you are going to keep them from getting worse, you are going to have to cover them over with cosmic sacred fire. And if you are going to get rid of them completely, there must come more cosmic sacred fire until they are dissolved from manifestation forever. Mankind unascended cannot solve their problems. And so those of you who understand how to call to the angels of the sacred fire too. Discourse 7. 65. Come everywhere that sacred fire is needed, and establish it as the controlling power in this world, then many changes will take place that people cannot understand, but they will be a powerful protection and assistance to those who are trying to do right. The angels of the sacred fire should be called into mankind's daily activities to hold command and to compel protection and the victory of what is right by that sacred fire. Don't be afraid to call them, legions of the angels of the sacred fire, to come everywhere that sacred fire is needed, and God knows, it's needed everywhere in the world. There is no place on this earth where it cannot be a greater blessing. So beloved ones, if you have the assistance of the angels of the sacred fire in addition to these powerful decrees that you're sending forth, it will be just like a mantle of protection about you. And like an anchor to a ship, it will hold you so steady upon the pathway to your goal that interference will not be able longer to disturb you or delay your victory. We are in activity, beloved ones, established by the cosmic law, to keep mankind reminded of the power from our octave that is ready to assist. And the 66. Archangel Michael speaks. Angelic host are those who go and come at intervals to intensify that sacred fire into outer physical conditions. When the violet flame passes through you, you feel more comfortable. When this cosmic sacred fire passes through a city or a nation, it is more comfortable for the people. And this year, if I were you, I would call for the legions of the angels of the sacred fire to bless the atmosphere of earth, and make it the comfort of the love of the angelic host. This will do much to offset some of the conditions that have been charged into the atmosphere of earth that are imposing such distress upon life. If you want to control the powers of nature or the forces of the elements, you call for the legions of the angels of the sacred fire to blaze their cosmic love that controls the conditions and the powers of nature and forces of the elements. And you will find a very much more balanced condition coming forth in your outer affairs. This will re-establish much that has been thrown out of balance both by wars and all your atomic experiments. You do not realize, my dear ones, what the wars have meant over the last half-century in the disturbance of the powers of nature and forces of the elements. Discourse 7. 67. Nobody realizes, until you see it from our octave, what mankind has done to torture itself through war. And so now you are the open door into the realm of the sacred fire. The legions of angels of the sacred fire are ready to come to your assistance at your conscious call, for all of the angelic host's control of the atmosphere of your land and the powers of nature will spread their love over conditions that have been in turmoil, and at least where you abide. Those conditions can be held harmonized and under control so you do not feel as much of the stress of disturbance as those of the outer world. So the more you call the legions of the sacred fire to flood that love to the world that sets it free, the more you will automatically abide within that sacred fire and dwell in that freedom also. Mankind goes on struggling in these frightful conditions when, my loved ones, if they would but turn to the mighty I Am Presence, and call on the law of forgiveness for all that is wrong, and then call the sacred fire into those conditions to produce what is right. Uncountable legions of the angelic host and the ascended host could come to the assistance of the whole civilization. 68. Archangel Michael speaks. And could change things in a short time. And mankind would wonder how they could have gotten into such chaos. Now if you want to settle the chaos so at least where you live, it is held at peace, I certainly would call forth the legions of the angels of the sacred fire to pour their love that compels peace in your world and around you wherever you abide. Then you take your world wherever you go, and you become the peace-commanding presence, not only of your own mighty I Am, but by the love of the angelic host. And when that becomes more expanded within the physical octave, mankind will have peace. But someone must make the call for these beings to come and abide with you and hold the flame of their love and their peace in control of conditions around you. And I assure you, it is a very practical thing to do at this present time. If I were you, I would not forget to do it. Thank you so much. So the angels of the sacred fire, my dear ones, are the angels of protection, because it is that enfolding flame of their love that is your protection, because that stands between you and the disturbance many times in the atmosphere in which you move. Discourse 7. 69. So when these great beings are waiting every opening possible through which to pour forth the sacred fire the world requires, then if you choose to make them your daily associates, and understand that they are your friends of the sacred fire, you may have assistance without limit. You may have protection invincible, and you may have powers to use to accomplish your victory that only the angelic host can bring, or use around you, until you become one of their number through your ascension. And I assure you, if you are continuously aware of their presence, they will give you every assistance to your ascension. And it will be as comfortable as possible because their love in the sacred fire automatically produces that greater peace and ease of attainment. You may just as well live in the ease of that attainment before the final victory as to go on in the struggle until the final moment arrives. So these, may I say, friends of mine, my family of the angelic host, are ever ready to assist you, beloved ones, that your accomplishment from day to day may bring you only victory. And in each new effort you make, you call them into action, first of all to hold protection about your every effort that is constructive. You will soon. 70. Archangel Michael speaks. Move out of the strain and the struggle and the problems in which you have been enmeshed. So this will help your health. It will bring you supply. It will hold you protected. It will give you every assistance to the accomplishment of everything that lifts your fellow man and life everywhere into the fullness of that peace and love of the sacred fire that is the power to give all the ascension. So if you choose to call for the angels of the sacred fire whose love will always make you victorious, so long as you love your presence first and command its victory to come into action, your help can be without limit, and your victory will forever expand. So I clothe you tonight in my love that will help to draw these blessed beings nearer to you, that you may feel their presence more frequently. And in that feeling will they be able to release the greater power for you to hold command. May they come without limit, and give you every blessing that takes you forward to victory, to freedom, and to the fullness of your ascension in the joy that is the great divine plan's desire for you. May the fullness of all the blessings the angelic host can give flood forth to you tonight. Discourse 7. 71. And may you make them your daily companions, and feel that your friends have come to assist you to freedom. Thank you with all my heart. Discourse 7. October 26, 1956, Chicago, Illinois, CD 354. Beloved ones of the sacred fire, I wish to bring you assistance tonight and encouragement that will forever abide with you. And I wish to assure you that we are far closer in association with you than you sometimes feel or understand. I wish you to know at all times the angelic host are ever watching every opportunity to come as close to you all as possible. And the attention that you give to the angelic host, and the calls that you give are the action that opens the door by which we can all come closer to you in outer world conditions. When you understand that the entire angelic host draw the sacred fire of cosmic love everywhere they abide, no matter what has to be corrected, the sacred fire of cosmic Christ love is that which they always pour forth to change. 75. 76. Archangel Michael speaks. Conditions into that which ever glorifies the mighty I Am presence, and protects all that is constructive. Now in the accomplishment of purifying the earth and releasing mankind from the hordes of evil of the centuries, the angelic host, I assure you, will perform a very definite part of the purifying and freeing of all in this world. And that is why mankind must understand the reality of the angelic host, and must accept the closeness of their presence and their constant answering of the calls of weary mankind. The love and mercy which the mighty I Am presence pours forth to life is brought into outer, physical conditions and to individuals by the angelic host. For they must always guard any focus of the sacred fire or the cosmic light rays, within which constantly flows the concentrated electronic force from heights of perfection that must come into outer, physical conditions to purify and perfect them. So the more you can be aware of the angelic host, the more you call to them, the more you love them, the more you accept them, the closer they will come to you, the greater will flow their sacred fire into your affairs, and the greater protection they can bring to you at all times. And in the Discourse 77. Midst of the outer world's chaos, legions of the angelic host clothed in white fire, or any colored flame from the central sun, can appear at any moment, and they can control conditions in the atmosphere or through the powers of nature. So there are far more powerful friends than any of mankind yet understand. When you realize what powerful beings the great cosmic law of life provides to come to the assistance of unascended mankind, you will realize how necessary it is to awaken the masses of the people to the reality of the presence of the angelic host with them in the atmosphere of Earth, many times when the outer self is not aware of the power that is helping and protecting them. The outer selves of mankind are so held in the distressing conditions, through the attention of the intellect and the feeling, that they do not withdraw the attention often enough and place it upon the ascended masters or angelic host often enough to let in the very power that fulfills their calls, and would bring them the protection and perfection they desire. The angelic host are the messengers of the cosmic beings and the ascended masters, who are part of the angelic host, constantly offering help to mankind, and constantly dissolving and 78. Archangel Michael speaks. Consuming that which has been created of discord. Every ascended master is an angel. Then there are legions of angels who have never been embodied, but who direct such concentration of the sacred fire into many activities of this world that mankind could scarcely believe how great is that power of the sacred fire unless individuals saw it with the physical sight. Power indescribable, love that mankind yet does not comprehend, and assistance without limit is constantly flowing forth, consciously directed, consciously concentrated, consciously sustained by the angelic host to help mankind to freedom. And it's time the masses of the people understood the service that the angelic host has given to life all down through the ages. Cycle after cycle has that love poured forth, and legions without number have drawn the concentration of the sacred fire to assist mankind every time an opening is given, or the attention will provide the way for the help to be released. So we are far closer in association with you than you ever understand or will understand until you come into the ascended master's octave, when you too become one of the angels. Thank you, precious ones. Discourse 79. And now, since there are great groups of the angelic host directed by cosmic beings abiding above every nation in the world, seeking always to bring forth perfection wherever possible, mankind needs to understand the constant effort life makes to bring help that raises all life out of mankind's frightful, human creation. So blessed ones, we are very grateful for the recognition you give us. And while all mankind has within it, existing within life naturally, some awareness of the angelic host, yet individuals are not taught to call to the angelic host, by which close association can take place in the daily life of the people everywhere. Of course, I have been portrayed in many ways, and I admit my cosmic sword of blue flame has been quite busy in answering the calls that have come to me. But there are legions who wield the sword of blue flame and draw other activities of the sacred fire, and could come to help all mankind be released if the people would awaken and place the attention of the outer self with love in the feelings, upon the angelic host. I assure you, you have no concept of the power of the sacred fire that the angelic host direct and by which they are surrounded. 80. Archangel Michael speaks. So in coming to your assistance tonight, it is with the hope that I may charge in and around you the angelic host's world of the sacred fire. Love predominates as the cosmic Christ control, and I assure you, the world in which the angelic host abide is magnificent beyond description. Therefore, I want your world, your individual world, to now be filled with the sacred fire of the world of the angelic host. And if you will accept this and remember it often enough to love it, I assure you, the action of the great central sun magnet will draw it into your outer use, will enfold you in its magnificent perfection, and the veils between you and the angelic host will have disappeared. So let us consume the veils tonight. Thank you, precious ones. You know, many times, when you've been in a warm room where the air is not too fresh, and you step outdoors into the sunshine and the fresh air, you know how wonderful you feel, and you wonder why you didn't go out sooner. Well, we wonder too why mankind doesn't come into our world sooner. And I assure you, as you begin to love the angelic host, ask for their presence with you, command that everything in you and your world dwell within the world. The Discourse 7. 81. Sacred fire world of the angelic host, you will have that same feeling of refreshing atmosphere and exhilaration that you have when you step out into a bright sunshine day with the clear atmosphere, with the breeze blowing, and you feel so good to get out and exercise in that fresh air. I assure you, my loved ones, your mental and feeling world will feel that same refreshing exhilaration as you remember to demand everything in your being and world now be sealed within the sacred fire world of the angelic host, wherein at all times you may receive the strength, the refreshing exhilaration that the sacred fire alone can give. And if you love to live in that world, you will not forget it. If you decide to live within it, and remember to call it in and around yourselves, you will find the angelic host abiding with you in that world. And I think that's very great wisdom at this time. Thank you so much. Now for the protection of your loved ones, all that you hold near and dear, whether it be individuals or things or conditions or the love and the light that is your power to become free, charge always the world of the sacred fire in and around all that you want to bless. And then 82. Archangel Michael speaks. Ask legions of the angelic host to hold their sacred fire protection about that which you wish to send as a blessing, and around all that you hold near and dear to accomplish the fulfillment of the great divine plan. Now if I were you, I would apply this to the nation as well as to your own individual worlds. And if you call for the cosmic legions of invincible victory and eternal protection to protect the God instruments of your country that guarantee you freedom, the God blessings within your borders that give you always the perfection of God, then limitless legions of the angelic hosts invincible power of the sacred fire and cosmic Christ illumination can come within the land and within the people until they are aroused to the point where they turn Godward, and make conscious effort to reach up to the greater perfection of life, and receive the blessing by which they may have eternal freedom. My dear ones, when you see people throughout your nation that are trying to hold to what is right, don't just feel sorry for them and hope that maybe God will protect them. Call legions of the angelic host and invincible power of the sacred fire to hold protection about them so. Discourse 7. 83. They render their service for the nation and attain their victory. It's your privilege. You have the knowledge. The power has been given to you, but you must use it for all as well as yourselves. So whenever you see constructive activities, constructive people trying to accomplish something worthwhile, just as a natural habit, make your call for legions of the angelic host to blaze all the protection and all the blessings of the sacred fire in and around those individuals and their constructive activities to fulfill the great divine plan for the perfection of all. When it becomes necessary to shock mankind awake by certain conditions in the outer world, there must always be those who stand guard until the awakening takes place, and the removal of the hordes of evil moves into outer action to complete the final cleansing of the earth. And I assure you, in all that is coming ahead of you, the angelic host have a very powerful, important part, and would love to have your calls as much as possible. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so? Why do you suppose I am here tonight? Because when you called for the great central. 84. Archangel Michael speaks. Sons legions of the sacred fire victory to come and fulfill your calls, or render the service that consumes hatred. I have a very important part to play in that. So I am your partner. I am the partner of your beloved Master Jesus. I am the partner of your blessed Master Saint Germain and the beloved Godfrey, and if you don't mind, I hope you will always remember me as your partner in everything you do. Thank you so much, precious ones. You know, since I am the senior partner, you should yield to me. Thank you, precious ones. You see, I have already passed the way of earth, long centuries ago. I have been through the experiences of physical embodiment, but I didn't choose to be in distress. So since I have kept out of it and have the desire to help you out of it, then my senior experience, which is cosmic power of the sacred fire that I have accumulated and drawn through the centuries, is now placed at your service to fulfill the great divine plan. But I must have your request. And the pathway on which the help comes is the ever-expanding love that draws back to you all that love can give from the greater octaves of life's experience. Discourse 7. 85. So blessed ones, if you will use the sacred fire of our love, to send it forth into the shadows of the rest of the world, the sunshine may break in many places that will surprise all. And we are hoping to bring that as powerfully and as quickly as possible. And we can only bring it through those who want it, through those who call for it, through those who will use it. So we will come and knock at your door rather frequently in the immediate future, for we are needed very greatly in the outer world tonight. Thank you, blessed ones. And I assure you, if you remember enough to demand everything in your beings and worlds be sealed now in the world of the sacred fire love of the angelic host, you'll find it has a very definite effect upon your health, because you can absorb that sacred fire love, and it heals all things. It supplies all things. And you will find much assistance coming to you that will almost offer itself to you with scarcely any effort on your own part, except your daily charging of the world of the sacred fire of the angelic host to be your world of experience every day, your world of control, your world of blessing. To give without limit to all life everywhere. 86. Archangel Michael speaks. And this is the expanding action and closer cooperation between the angelic host and mankind to which we have referred many times since this I am activity came forth. So beloved ones, from tonight, if you will love to live in my world of the sacred fire's love and control of all things, you will find my love in your world controlling your conditions. Then you, in turn, can use that around your loved ones and all to whom you wish to give help, and love will go forth and consume the hatred that has created the shadows. You become then legions of protection to all that is constructive. And our sacred fire comes to earth and reveals its mastery everywhere you draw it into outer action until mankind becomes aware of its almighty dominion, and understands it is the cosmic law in action that controls all systems of worlds. Therefore it will control your world, your individual world, and the world in which you abide. So my loved ones, my heart's love is a very practical assistance to you in your physical affairs, and the world of the sacred fire love of the angelic host must one day fill all on this earth for eternity. So if wherever you abide, you would draw it into action, that it may become an eternal part. Discourse 7. 87. Of this world, I assure you, you will go forward from one gigantic accomplishment to another in the greatest joy you've ever known. And freedom will have become the reality for you of which you have dreamed, but you may yet experience while yet unascended. So from tonight, I trust all of you will want your world individually, and the world itself, to now become the world of the sacred fire's love of the great angelic host, that they may come quickly and render that service which they alone can give. And may I enfold you tonight in all the victory which the love of my heart commands for you, and which now I hope becomes your world of manifestation from tonight. I enfold you in my world of sacred fire love, and I command my legions of the angelic host to blaze their sacred fire about you, to guard you, to assist you, and wherever possible, take you forward to victory without limit, and that you in turn may lead others to victory until only its perfection exists anywhere. So I commend you to the new world, the new order of this cycle, as you call this into outer, physical conditions to move forward the perfection that must manifest here, that is your. 88. Archangel Michael speaks. Destiny, and that is the freedom of the world and peace for eternity. I hope that, from tonight, your world will be so flooded with the sacred fire love of the angelic host that becomes for you the freedom and the happiness that is yours for eternity. Thank you with all my heart. May 4, 1957 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 1682. Beloved ones of my heart, let us intensify again tonight the acceptance and the call and the victory of the sacred fire of the angelic host. I am keeping my word tonight, when I promised to return to you if you did your part of what was required. So my presence with you tonight is an acknowledgement of your effort. Thank you for it. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? There's something I wish to explain to you as we move into outer conditions more of the power of the angelic host, so that you will see more often the results of your calls, your acceptance, and the use of the sacred fire they direct. Now this is why the power of the angelic host can be intensified around you in a certain cosmic action that will bless you and all mankind. 91. 92. Archangel Michael speaks. In the consciousness of the mass of the people of the world, there is within that life a certain acceptance of the angelic host because there is a race consciousness among the people of the world, that when someone is given protection in some crisis, and the individual comes out all right, Almost without exception, someone says, "Well, your guardian angel was taking good care of you." Do you not know how often that is used in the outer world? Well, that is an innate knowing within the life of the people that the angelic host are the guardians of mankind in their experiences of this world. And so when you commence to recognize a sun presence of the guarding power of the great angelic host, you do not have the resistance, as you accept that you might on many things that the outer world has not yet established as a habit of acceptance. And so we would appreciate it greatly, as you call forth the sacred fire of the protection of the angelic host's protection by the sacred fire that is at all times at hand. Because in the atmosphere in which you move there is certain action of the fire element that the angelic host produce, and no unascended being can interfere with that. So as Discourse 7. 93. You go forward, try to feel the assurance, the absolute certainty, when you accept the protecting flame from the angelic host, that it is ever about you and ready to flash on an instant around you in any set of circumstances. And it can always flash quicker than any destructive force can act. If you will enter into the continued use of the angelic host's protecting flame everywhere around all that is constructive, for of course, I assure you, the angelic host do not protect that which is not constructive. So as we move into the release of greater power, which you're going to require because we want you to accomplish greater things in a short time, and therefore, whatever needs to be done in outer, physical conditions can always have the assistance of the angelic host. If they are recognized and called to, and their protecting flame drawn into outer conditions by your own conscious will and desire and love to them. Now we are drawing more and more power every day about you all. You are drawing more power every day through your decrees. And therefore as the two streams of energy combine and are clothed in certain cosmic action of the sacred fire, legions of the angelic host will be. 94. Archangel Michael speaks. Called into the lower atmosphere of earth to hold about you, and in outer conditions, these activities of the sacred fire that control the affairs of mankind. Now as this service is given to the nation, it is automatically given to you to control your affairs. It will automatically act there. But never fail to remain humble and obedient and grateful before this great presence of life, the mighty I Am, and the cosmic sacred fire which it is constantly releasing into outer physical conditions to correct what mankind has caused to come into existence that produces confusion and destruction. Now you will notice, as you are aware more and more of the enfolding sun presence of the angelic host, you will notice a clearance of the mind. The mind becomes very much brighter, and you will have much assistance in anything to which you turn your attention so long as it be constructive. And then as you make your calls, there will always be at hand one or more of the angelic host to assist you in ways and means that may not yet be revealed for months or years ahead. You know, long ago you heard the messenger say, and as we have said many times, there must come more conscious cooperation between. Discourse 7. 95. Mankind and the angelic host. With your command that everything in your being and world be now a sun presence of the guarding flame of the angelic host, you will find the sacred fire in and around you will take care of conditions that you meet. We want you to become so invincible within this that wherever you abide that sacred fire goes ahead of you and provides the best conditions possible for your success and enjoyment. Now in the correction of conditions of the outer world that are destructive, there are legions of the angelic host who direct the activities of blue lightning as well as the violet flame as well as every activity of the sacred fire. And therefore, when you need to send forth into a national condition, or a world condition, more power to hold the victory of the light, fail not to remember that the angelic host who direct the blue ray and the blue lightning of cosmic annihilation are ever ready. And through your calls will set into action these activities of which they are master. Much of this must be done, beloved ones, before the final cleansing of the earth takes place. The angelic host never use anything but. 96. Archangel Michael speaks. The sacred fire power of the great love from the heart of creation. Now whether those who are the angelic host be ascended beings or not makes no difference, because all use the action of the sacred fire that is life's love to produce perfection. So when you call for the angelic host's guarding flame of invincible protection, you will find many times conditions around you changing suddenly for your benefit, your protection, and the protection of that which is constructive. Now you need this not only around yourselves, but you need this in the powers of nature and forces of the elements in your plant life. Wherever you choose to bring forth something lovely to bless yourselves and others, you need the guarding presence of the sacred fire from the angelic host. And the more of the legions of the angels that can come into the lower atmosphere of Earth, the cleaner that atmosphere will be. Therefore, the purification of the conditions in the atmosphere of Earth can be brought about powerfully and quickly as the angelic host are called into action to govern them. Then much of the destruction that goes on every day in outer world conditions will. Discourse 7. 97. Simply be neutralized, and that destruction does not go ahead and produce what was intended. There are many, many blessings to come out of this, and we are hoping you will all love to feel the companionship and the association of the angelic host in their closer contact, with those who will welcome them into outer conditions to more quickly purify and correct them. Thank you. Precious ones. Now another most important reason for my coming and concentrating on this in this class is because there is such a rapidly increasing activity of mankind's energy through the atmosphere of Earth that you're going to have certain concentration of the guarding flame from the angelic host in order to hold certain order and balance and control of the atmosphere over your land, or over any nation in the world. Since mankind has invented the airplane and the atomic bombs and that sort of thing, individuals are filling the atmosphere with more and more destructive rates of vibration. Many of these return upon those who sent them out, and they are paying the price right along. And anyone who comes into a stream of that destructively qualified energy is subject to. 98. Archangel Michael speaks. Unless individuals know this law and consciously command the protection that is required to avoid disaster. And that is one reason that it is so important for all of you to be aware of a sun presence of the guarding flame of the angelic host about you that forever holds protection against anything and everything that is destructive. This protects not only what you might call the physical side of yourselves, this protects the mind and the feeling in your atmosphere against intrusion of those destructive activities thrown off by the rest of mankind that are the source of tragedy and desecration and destruction. And those of you who understand this law can render tremendous assistance through your decree for this to which I have referred. And if I were you, if you want to serve the nation, ask that the atmosphere itself over the whole nation be filled with the protecting flame of the angelic host that repels and consumes anything and everything that is of destruction against that which is of God. If you enter into this, you will find it clearing the way before you, and it will also take out of the mental and feeling world about you the fear and uncertainty that are the general radiation of the masses of the people. Discourse 7. 99. This is of infinite benefit and blessing and protection to you all. It not only surrounds you as an insulation to protect you, but it carries within that flame of love the directing intelligence and illumination and power of action to keep removed from your atmosphere the destructive things under which you have struggled in the past. So blessed ones, you have no idea what this will do for you in a short time, as you remember to do it several times a day. Do it in the morning. Do it at night, and a time or two in the middle of the day when you have a few moments. Just give it recognition and ask your mighty I Am presence, and the angelic host to establish that sun presence around you and your world, of their protecting flame and hold it there for eternity. Then as you go forward, there will always be a guard about you. There will always be a presence whose directing intelligence will bless you for eternity. So as we are entering into the drawing into outer activity more of the service. Degree F the angelic host, the cooperation between you and the angelic host will become closer, more tangible, more powerful, and more victorious. This is the gift of the sacred fire of love from the angelic host, which is the miracle presence. 100 Archangel Michael speaks. That life gives you to help you accomplish the great work of cleansing the earth and attaining the final freedom, not only for yourselves, but for the masses of the people who must be helped at this time. You would be surprised if you could see into the atmosphere, as we do, around individuals. You would be surprised at the individuals who secretly within their own mental and feeling world accept the guarding presence of an angel or the angelic host. And if that were concentrated and given more attention, it would remove a great deal of fear and doubt and uncertainty, and ultimately would remove it all. Since fear is running rampant everywhere in the outer world, now is your opportunity to establish this protection around you and hold yourselves invincible against the ever-increasing invention, may I say, of mankind's discord. It seems unbelievable, but it is true, how much energy mankind uses to consciously create destruction. And so this is the action that the cosmic law provides to give you invincible protection against that destruction until the final settling of the score of the world is complete. So blessed ones, I am very grateful for your cooperation in the last few days. And now give. Discourse 7. 101. This as much recognition as you can, and if I were you, I would not mention it to outsiders at all. Just keep your own counsel. Feel the sun presence enfolding you. Invite the angelic host to abide with you and help you do whatever fulfills the heart desires of your mighty I Am Presence and the ascended host. And you will find inspiration coming. You'll find illumination. You'll find a peace that just seems to interpenetrate everything and without effort. You just will enjoy doing anything you have to do, because in that is the flow of this protection flame that helps all mankind to become purified more quickly and be raised into the attainment of the ascension. If I were you, I would also apply this to the nation. Ask for a sun presence of the guarding flame to guard everything within your government and within your land that is God's blessing to your nation and your people. And ask for this, and again I say, it will enable the legions of the angelic host to come into outer physical conditions more powerfully, and mankind give Neor cooperation with the power that helps them. Blessed ones, I could go on all night and take you into the secrets of my world of the angelic. 102 Archangel Michael speaks. Host, but I think you better not have too much at one time. But if you will use what I've explained, if you will love it in and around yourselves, if you will enjoy it, and it gives you the thrill of greater success, then every time we come, we'll expand the wave, and again you'll have more power for greater success. So blessed ones, try to feel that you are going to associate now, consciously, with those great beings in whose being and world there is naught but the love of the mighty I Am Presence unto life. To enter into the heart of love from the heart of the central sun means your mastery, means your victory, and means your freedom from interference and delay and the shadows of human distress. Your distress will fade out as the guarding flame comes in. Your strength and your power to attain your victory will grow in leaps and bounds, and you will always be accompanied by a being of the sacred fire who stands ready to give you whatever love you require to make you victorious. May you feel that enfolding flame of their love as a mantle of protection and power, and go forward and use it to the attainment of your freedom. And the victory of that sacred fire. Discourse 7. 103. Holds its dominion over everything in this world for eternity. This is what it means to acknowledge that you are the fiery heart of God. And the angelic host's guarding flame accompanies you wherever you go, and it is the power that forever sets you free. May you go forward and feel it and use it and be it, until you give it to all without limit for eternity. Thank you so much. Discourse 7. December 23, 1958 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 535. Beloved ones of our hearts, thank you for your love tonight. Thank you for your calls to the angelic host. I bear you the blessings and the love and the greetings from those who ever watch every opportunity to protect and expand that which is constructive, and to expand the light through all life everywhere possible and as rapidly as possible. Tonight, in the cosmic power that is surging throughout the system for the purification of all, there comes naturally into action a very much greater release of power from the angelic host. So in your acceptance of our presence, in your use of the power flame of the angelic host's love to life, you will find coming into your affairs and into your consciousness, just like a sun presence that releases wave after wave of. 107. 108 Archangel Michael speaks. Light, by which you can see your way ahead very much more clearly, and thus avoid conditions that make your problems. Because as you charge yourselves with our cosmic light, or the light of our cosmic consciousness, it automatically brings into your outer consciousness our ideas, our faculties, our knowledge from the greater realms of perfection. And so we can give you, from time to time, as much as you can use to release greater perfection into your daily experience, and to make you more capable of handling greater responsibility. Now since you've decreed to be rid of your problems, you must be prepared to take greater responsibility. But it doesn't mean that your greater responsibility will bring more problems. What we want to do is to free you from the limitations so you will be more capable of rendering the service that needs to be given. So your joy should become very much greater as you realize your greater opportunities, and you feel the freedom of going into greater action without strain or stress or struggle. There is plenty of energy in the universe, my dear ones, which you may have freely as the air you breathe, but your capacity to use that must be. Discourse 7. 109. Guarded and governed, and everything that you draw forth held in perfect balance. In order to charge yourselves with greater power that you may have greater accomplishment, there must come greater light within you. Therefore, whenever you call forth anything of greater manifestation, demand it be always sustained invincible against evil. Then whatever comes into existence in your world, your individual experience, becomes yours for permanent use. Then you do not have to constantly do things over and over and over again. When we see some of the conditions from which mankind could so easily be free if people understood this law, if our hearts could ache, they would. When we have the power, the cosmic law is ready to give the help. And yet individuals do not awaken and reach up and use the power that would set them free. That is due largely to much confusion that is in the atmosphere of Earth, and much discord and impurity in the energy of the feeling world. And so tonight I'm going to offer you a secret which the angelic host use constantly, because it's the secret of their power, and it is the power that brings freedom. When you realize that within the power flame to which you have called, that 110 Archangel Michael speaks. You may have a sun presence of the power flame of any special quality you require, and that your mighty I am presence, and we are ready to establish that in and around you as a part of your life stream for eternity, then you must realize, no earnest effort is ever lost. You may need to call for some time before you see the outer manifestation of the answer to your call. But that is because you must give 1/3 of the energy that produces the manifestation, because your presence gives 1/3 and we give 1/3. So that's the balance. So when you enter into the use of the power flame, remember to call forth the ascended master qualities and powers of life without any limit whatsoever. But always demand that in your use of these powers, whatever you produce is compelled to be invincible against all evil forever. Then everything you do is permanent accomplishment. Everything you do with that call becomes permanently harmonious. Then no force of evil can take it away from you. I'm giving this to you tonight in order to protect the blessings you need to hold your supply sustained. Now you know, many of you have had supply for a time, and then you don't have it for. Discourse 7. 111. A time. Of course, when you don't have it, then you get down in a depression, so to speak. I want you to go forward with boundless supply, ever expanding, so you're capable of rendering greater service, and in the greater service you will experience greater happiness. So the gift we bring is eternal, and if you will call forth, and do your part in demanding that everything constructive be made invincible against all evil, the hordes of evil can no longer be permitted to desecrate what's in your world. And that's very important at this time. Thank you so much, precious ones. Now the great angelic host have so much to give, and when you use ascended master consciousness, do not forget that contains the pictures of the divine plan that always brings you happiness. The divine plan cannot contain discord. It cannot contain failure. The divine plan of the mighty I am presence, either your own individual life flame or that of the great central sun, cannot and never did contain any imperfection. Therefore it cannot produce suffering for anybody or anything. So let's skip this hypnotic suggestion to the people of the world that in order to go on the spiritual path you have to go through all kinds of. 112 Archangel Michael speaks. Suffering and torture. That's ridiculous. How would a God being of eternal power and perfection and beauty and love design a divine plan that would produce suffering for its creation? You would make the God presence of life dependent on evil. And while we're on that subject, let's get rid of the idea of an original sin. It's nonsense, no intelligence in it. Everything is purified in the beginning. And when the great God presence of life has created a planet, and placed upon it the blessings of the powers of nature, and given mankind the creative ability, then if something is thrown out of balance, it's not the fault of the great source that gives all. And that original divine plan contains happiness for you, happiness for all, mastery over evil, mastery over life and substance and energy. I want you to feel freedom tonight, for we shall take up one quality after another of the powers of freedom, and as you dwell upon the use of these powers and you demand a sun presence of the power flame of each quality, you will find your problems no longer appear. And I am just as practical as your beloved Saint Germain. Thank you so much. Discourse 7. 113. Precious ones. The ascended masters and cosmic beings are the only really practical beings in the universe. Mankind is not very practical, else they would never have turned away from the light. You know, I think I'll get modern. I'm going to be very realistic. You know, that's a very popular word right now. You must be realistic. You bet I'm realistic. I'm as real as reality is, and I am reality. And the power of love I bring is reality, and the divine plan is reality. So let's get rid of the unreal for a change. Mankind's discord is the unreal, never was the original divine plan. And I think it's time suffering stopped. I think you agree with me. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Now as we move into outer conditions, certain activities of the sacred fire to reorder some of mankind's experiences, we want you to be at peace. You keep demanding your invincible purity to hold control of everything in you and your world, and wherever you can, bring encouragement to the people of the outer world. The masses of the people are struggling under confusion as well as discord that is almost more than they can bear. So you are a magnet. You are. 114 Archangel Michael speaks. Like the great central sun magnet wherever you go, to pull upon the attention of the people and give them the encouragement and the picture of the power that draws them out of their distress and shows them the goal of attainment. And all the people who have professed to follow beloved Jesus and completely forget the ascension, they did not get much of his message. And except for the love which he constantly pours to answer every call, they would still be in the chains of the dark ages. Now we have come to bring the light. Mankind must awaken, human beings must be purified, the powers of nature must be released from mankind's discord. And so we depend upon you. And if you're going to correct conditions here, you're going to need power to correct them. So when you have to handle conditions of the outer world that are discordant, call forth your invincible protection first around your outer self and your affairs. And then call the power flame of any ascended master quality, the sun presence, a cosmic sun presence, and that means a sun presence that enfolds the world, a cosmic sun presence of the power flame of ASCENDED master control. When you call that into a Discourse 7. 115. Condition, you make the call, and you're a presence, and we project the flame, and you go on your way. So wherever you go, you can call that into outer world conditions, and set into action the constant purifying, raising power to life wherever you abide. And if you begin to purify and set into divine order the conditions around you as you pass through them, automatically you call in and around yourselves a world of that same perfection. You cannot give perfection without having perfection come back to you. So the angelic host are awaiting your use and call of their power flame, their revealing power flame that not only reveals to you what you need to know, but reveals their presence to life everywhere. Now you may wonder why, with all our magnificent powers in existence, why mankind doesn't know more about us, why individuals doubt the reality of the angelic host. Answer me this question: how much time out of a day does the average person think about the angels? You go downtown to your office or your employment. And you give your employer 8 hours a day of your energy, of your time, and the use. Degree F your mind and your body to do the service for. 116 Archangel Michael speaks. Which you are employed. And when your attention is on the things of the outer world, you forget completely that the divine beings exist. So during those hours you are not living in their world. They do not exist for you during the time that you forget them. And yet they are ever radiating their love into the atmosphere of earth, and God help the world if they did not. What think you would be the condition of the atmosphere of earth? What think you would be the condition of the powers of nature and the forces of the elements if the angelic host did not constantly pour the purifying love of the sacred fire to consume mankind's frightful evil? How great do you think has been the discord in the past that could make the distorted conditions of the outer world? Do you not see then, that unless mankind's attention is returned again and again to the remembrance of these beings, to the remembrance OFTHEASCENDEDHOST, to THEACKNOWLEDGMENT in remembrance of the blessings of the angelic host, the healing angels, the protecting angels, the illumining angels, unless mankind's attention is called to these great beings again and again and again, the door is open very little for their Discourse 7. 117. Assistance to come and be why conscious recognition. And if individuals were 1,000th part as much concerned about receiving the angelic host and letting their blessings fill the physical world as individuals today are concerned with the radio and the TV, you'd have a world of masters instead of a world of trouble. Just notice how many hours of a day the humanity of this world keep their attention on the things that enslave and destroy them and desecrate the blessings they desire. Now you must have some kind of an idea how much mankind's attention needs to be called to the angelic host. Just imagine what would be your experience if you contemplated the angelic host for 1 whole hour. What do you think we could do for you? Most of the time, mankind only thinks of us when individuals are in trouble, and then we're immediately forgotten as soon as the pathway is easy again. We'd like to reverse a little of that and be with you when the path is easy. It's more enjoyable for you and us both. So now if you want to prove the truth of my words, contemplate us in the midst of your daily work. You don't need to go wool gathering or sit in the corner or anything of the kind, but in the 118 Archangel Michael speaks. Midst of your activity, for just the fraction of a second you can send your flame of love from your heart, the feeling of love from your heart to the angelic host, and thank them for their love to this world. And if you recognize their love, more will come into you. One day you will be like them, and then you'll understand how much mankind needs their love. So precious ones, when you begin to use the cosmic sun presence of the power flame of the angelic host's mighty love to life, you will learn what love is. The supreme power of the universe, the source that gives all, the great treasure house that contains all, is the supreme miracle love of the universe. And so when you want to use the power flame of the great miracle activities of the angelic host's love, illumination will come, and many, many, many things will be revealed to you that are self-explanatory. And now, because of a service we wish to give, we would appreciate it greatly if you would call forth the cosmic sun presence of the power flame of the angelic host's mighty healing activity to the people of this land or to any nation from whence you come. The reason for that is, the healing activities must be purified. Discourse 7. 119. And new activities come forth to release mankind from the hypnotic suggestion that is constantly destroying the temple of life. We want to increase healing to the people, but the healing angels must be given recognition. The call must come forth to us before the cosmic law permits us to release the greater power that will heal the minds and bodies of the people more quickly. To some degree there has been a general acceptance, at least a partial acceptance, of the angelic host as the guardian angel. Now many times the protection individuals have had has been the direct presence and help of the higher mental body. But there are those legions of the angelic host whose special service of love is to guard all that is constructive for individuals wherever the way is kept open. So since we want to bring about the greater illumination for the incoming healing powers that must come to help individuals to greater freedom, this recognition must come, because the enfolding presence of the sacred fire's purifying love from the angelic host enfolds every sincere doctor and nurse and individual who is concerned with giving mankind help. So many times we have been nearer than breathing and closer than hands and feet, and but. 120 Archangel Michael speaks. For that help to the masses of the people, they would not survive. As the mighty Saint Germain said, if a certain proportion of the impurity were not constantly being removed by the ascended masters and cosmic beings and the angelic host, mankind would not grow to be over 12 years of age. The physical body would not last that long because it is being smothered in its own discord. So if you will help us purify the atmosphere, give us recognition, and call the cosmic sun presence of the power flame of the angelic host to do for mankind what needs to be done the most, then we can set into action and establish certain streams of the sacred fire at various points in the nation. Or the world, that will forever expand, until the whole world has once again become purified. The responsibility that lies ahead seems great, but the accomplishment and the blessing to life will be so tremendous, and it will give us such mighty assistance, that you can but be greatly blessed by your effort to help the rest of life. And my dear ones, in your willingness to help the rest of life, you automatically lose your own problems. Isn't it wonderful, that when you turn away from the things that have been your struggle, they auto. Discourse 7. 121. Magically dissolve and disappear because your attention is drawing power from our world into your world. And as you protect the world ahead of you, you automatically leave the limitations of your own behind, and we consume them. Now that's a fair bargain. Thank you so much. Now I'm not a politician, but we will set into action the law of reciprocity, and if you'll do this for me, I'll do that for you. So beloved ones, if you'll help us purify and awaken and help set the rest of mankind free, we'll automatically render that same service to you, and the freedom you give shall come back to bless you forever. We have the power, and you must have the use of our power in your octave to overcome the things that must be annihilated from the universe. So unless you understand that you must use the power flame of the angelic host's mastery of life, well, you're only using part of the power that you could so freely have the blessings not only for yourself, but the blessings that you may bestow upon others. So blessed ones, in all the marvelous blessings and advance of modern civilization, the outer, mechanical activity has become so rapid that it is swallowing mankind's attention until it. 122 Archangel Michael speaks. Is keeping out of balance the activities of the individual. And we must correct that. The great cosmic law does not permit the individual's growth to be interfered with by the mass production of anything. The individual has a right to grow. The individual has a right to expand the light within each life stream, and not all the political accumulation on the earth can take the cosmic law out of existence. Mankind but create more confusion, and then being bound by that, must have our assistance to be free to try again. So in freeing yourselves from your own problems, we hope you will call into all physical conditions in and around yourselves wherever you abide a cosmic sun presence of the power flame of the ascended masters and angelic hosts' control of life. I'm coming to a secret of tremendous power. When you call for the ascended masters and angelic hosts' control of life, you have no hypnotic force in use. You have no dictatorship, you have no tyrants, you have no traitors. And the world will welcome the release from them all. When you call the ascended master's power flame, the angelic host's power flame into outer physical conditions to control life, all life. 127 Discourse 7. Then our love purifies and frees, illumines and raises all life wherever that power flows, and the shadows of human limitation are consumed forever. This is why I am pleading with you tonight to use the power flame of the ascended masters and angelic hosts' control of life by that great miracle love from the central sun that is all freedom. Blessed ones, the door stands wide open before you. The hands of the angelic host are stretched to offer you their blessings, and to guide you forward into the most wondrous experiences you've ever known, and there lies only happiness and freedom ahead if you will do this with us from tonight. And I am sure your own experiences, as you just try this out a little bit, will thrill you with such joy that it will hold your attention, will set the habit, and you will go forward to the victorious accomplishment you have always desired. And ahead of you lies only the sunshine presence of our world, our happiness, our mastery of life. And it all depends on the power flame of the love from the heart of creation, and the use of that sacred fire love in physical conditions, for it purifies all and frees all and gives all for. 124 Archangel Michael speaks. Eternity. May we abide with you, and wherever you go, be aware of our presence, that you and we may rescue weary mankind from the slaughter and the filth and the destruction intended. This is what we want to avoid. And with your love to us and our love to you, you call this power into action, and we will accomplish the victory. And we thank you for your presence with us. May the fullness of all that love can bestow teach you of itself, be your illumination, stand your guard, and give you the strength and the power to produce this victory that lifts your fellow man out of the clutches of the evil of human creation. May you go forward and know we are closer to you than we've ever been before. And this time, may you keep aware of us, that your power may grow greater every hour from tonight. Thank you with all my heart. Discourse 8 130. April 2, 1959 Santa Fe, New Mexico Record CD 569, B, Cassette 60105-2. Beloved ones of my heart, as the angelic host are drawing greater and greater power of the sacred fire into outer, physical conditions for the correction of the affairs of mankind, I wish to offer assistance to you all, if you care to accept that which we want to bring into physical conditions for your protection and victory, and for the relief of mankind from distress. The masses of the people intuitively feel there is such a thing as a guardian angel because they feel the necessity of protection against destructive forces. But individuals know so little about the angelic host, and they could have so much more help if they understood what they could do to cooperate with the great cosmic law in the way it releases that help through the angelic host. 127. 128 Archangel Michael speaks. So therefore, tonight I'm going to give you a secret of power, a power that can never bring you discord of any kind, that you may use without limit, and is always at hand for this reason, when you individualized from the great central sun. The cosmic law provided an angel to guard your life stream until either you were ascended or met the second death. The angel of the presence that guards each embodiment, that has guarded your life stream since you left the great central sun, is ever ready to pour you the power of its love. It has poured you that power and love, or you would not be in the light today. It is the being that comes with you into individualization that keeps drawing the magnetic power of the great central sun magnet around you for the fulfillment of the great divine plan. And since that is your divine birthright and original heritage, you have the right to use this decree which I shall give you now, to draw more power into the outer, physical world for your greater protection, freedom, and assistance to others. There is no excuse for being set up about this acknowledgement, so try to remain very humble in your love and gratitude to the angel of the presence for all the good you have. Discourse 8. 129. Received, and pour that love and gratitude to the great ascended host who have been your guarding presence also, until you have come thus far in the light. But tonight, because of the need that you're going to face in the outer world, I think you will be very much delighted and very happy if you will use this decree. I am the power flame of the great angelic host. Now our power flame is the power of our love. It also contains the wisdom of that love and power. And remember this, anything that comes from the angelic host is always held in perfect balance. There is never at any time anything can flow or come through any of the angelic host but the perfect balance of love, wisdom, and power. Therefore it always produces perfection. Now you might say to the outer self, well, I don't look much like the power flame of the angelic host. Perhaps you don't from the outer, but you don't know what you look like from the inner. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. If you hadn't looked very wonderful tonight, I would not have been able to give you this at this particular time. I'm telling you this not to feed your ego for any reason at all, but to give you the 130 Archangel Michael speaks. Encouragement and the use of a greater power of our love which the world needs, not just you individually. The ground you tread upon needs our power flame of love. Weary mankind, in its struggle against human creation, needs the power of our love. And you, the more you reach up to draw forth the powers of your presence into your outer use, will need the power of our love also. For our love is always a protecting power, and the wisdom of that power brings much illumination that all can use with very great benefit. So blessed ones, I'm going to watch with very great interest your feeling world when you begin to use this decree. I am the power flame of the angelic host. Now I wouldn't go out and brag about this, discuss it. If you are wise, you will keep it locked within the silence of your own heart, and talk not about it to people of the outer world. Just let the power be drawn in and around you, and reveal itself and its blessings to life wherever you abide by the deeds you do, by the works you perform, by the blessings you give, and by the perfection you express. And therefore, if you keep it in the silence of your own heart's love. Discourse 8. 131. You will find it act very much more quickly. Your concentration of the power will be more rapid, more powerful, and bring you its blessings in a very, very delightful way. You see, if mankind understood the sacredness of the great, divine trusts which life gives to each one, as you might call it, a confidence from God to you, the confidence of your presence or the ascended host to you as a sacred trust, and love it in the silence, you would find its powers releasing through you very much more rapidly. And your mastery would come very much more easily. And you would find an invincible protection that you do not have unless those powers and trust from your presence and from us are considered a sacred, wondrous gift of love upon which no impudent force of the outer world should be allowed to intrude. And if I were you, and people who are brazen try to question you about some of these sacred trusts from the presence, I would not hesitate an instant in saying, what my God has given me is God's trust and love to me, and is none. Degree F your business. I would settle that thing, because the impudence of the sinister force is unbridled, and you're not obligated at any time. 132 Archangel Michael speaks. To answer impudent questions. I would not give quarter for an instant to that sinister thing that wants to either cast dishonor and discredit upon that which is of God that is helping you, or to try to make you refuse to acknowledge the great miracles and blessings that love so wondrously bestows upon the people of earth. You are coming to a time, beloved, I am, students of beloved Saint Germain's family of freedom, you are coming to a time when your power will be increased, and the angelic host will be the outpouring of that sacred fire love which increases your power. But it will take your acknowledgement also, from within, as your desire to be this power flame. It takes your action from within, and ours from around you and through you, to bring this power into your outer use in a much more tangible way than you've ever had it thus far. And as you do this you will be able to teach mankind more about the angelic host, which individuals need to learn, that they may have freedom more quickly now there are infinite legions of the angelic host. You have angels of the violet flame whose purifying love consumes mankind's frightful creations. You have the angels of protection. You. Discourse 8. 133. Have the angels of healing. You have legions of angels of illumination. You have angels of music, angels of inspiration, angels of such love as no words can ever convey, angels of light whose light is so bright, that which is of the sinister force can never even look in its direction. These are the magnificent realms of the God power of perfection of life, the great you God presence of the mighty I Am. Mankind needs to learn about the angelic host, needs to know the reality and power which the angelic host wield. And it would be well if more individuals understood the reality and the purpose of the angelic host's existence throughout infinity. Part of the illumination which is to come to the masses of the people can come through you if you begin to give us this acknowledgement, I am the power flame of the great angelic host. That carries illumination within it, carries wisdom, carries love and power, carries many, many gifts that the angelic host bestow. Your power flame can become the healing of the nations. Or your acknowledgement of the power flame of the angelic host can become the healing presence wherever you abide to help life be free from distress. 134 Archangel Michael speaks. So this one acknowledgement will open a vast vista to you of the powers of life, the powers of the angelic host, and the great opportunities that lie before you to exert your mastery, and become the presence that controls conditions wherever you abide. And raises all you contact into greater and greater perfection by a love that mankind needs to understand, but as yet of which it is totally ignorant. So from tonight, blessed ones, in the midst of the chaos of the outer world's frightful impurity, we would deeply appreciate your acknowledgement of the power flame of the angelic host, because the angelic host are invincible, eternal purity. And as you ask this flame, or acknowledge its presence, it will grow and grow and grow in and around you, and shed its blessing and its raising activity to all you contact. And you become a sun presence in the darkness of mankind's hate, and that hate will be consumed by the light of the sacred fire power of our love. So blessed ones, the hour is approaching when mankind is going to have to be awakened. It is going to have to be purified. It is going to have to give obedience if it is to be free. But you who have come this far in the light. Discourse 8. 135. Can have many powers to use from now on as you acknowledge the power of the angelic host. And now one more thing, I will not keep you very long. There is another activity you may have, and I'm sure will be very easy for you to use and will bring some amazing results. The messenger has constantly reminded you of the power of holding a picture, the visualizing of that which you desire. Now since the great creative word of the universe, I Am, contains such power of the energy of life, God in action, God energy in action, every time you speak it. If you will hold the picture of it as living flame, gold and violet and blue and pink, ever enfolding whatever you wish to see controlled. The habit set in the consciousness as you hold this picture will draw to you very much more rapid fulfillment of your calls. And the more you see it in living flame, the more you will learn what the sacred fire is, and the power of life that it is your privilege to use. So I trust you may go forward. Just experiment with this in the greatest joy and happiness and relaxation of quietly contemplating it, and let it do its perfect work for you in yourselves and in and around all where you call it forth until 136 Archangel Michael speaks. Day that living, flaming presence of the word, I Am, stands in the atmosphere of earth. And its sacred fire power, revealed to the sight of mankind, will burn within the memory of life its eternal privilege of attaining perfection, manifesting freedom, and revealing the mastery that love has designed from the beginning of manifestation, and will continue unto infinity, unto eternity. Unto all. Great Presence, the beloved mighty I Am, shed thy radiance to these, the beloved of the light. Reveal that word, I Am, in living flame, and let the power flame of the love of the angelic host clothe these, the beloved of the light, and all under this radiation, with the power of our realm of life, with its great revealing presence. And raise and raise and raise all into that greater perfection that forever brings joy everywhere for eternity. Thank you. May the angelic host attend you, and you remember you are one with us, and our realm of life forever pours to you its boundless blessings. May you forever and forever and forever be the mastery of our love to life and the victory of our freedom from the realms of eternal perfection. Thank you with all my heart. Discourse of VI 142. April 5, 1961, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Record CD 733. Beloved ones of my heart, tonight as we are drawing into the lower atmosphere of Earth more of the sacred fire power from the great realm of the angelic host, we ask you to be aware more frequently of not only the service of the angels to unascended mankind, but try to recognize that every ascended master is an angel, and in that capacity is at all times a revealing sun presence, to reveal to consciousness everywhere the perfection that the great sacred fire love has created, that it gives into outer action, that it expects to manifest everywhere to fulfill the great divine plan. You are not always aware of the service of the angelic host to unascended mankind to the degree that you open the way to let the angelic host's power come into your outer affairs. 139. 140 Archangel Michael speaks. Control conditions around you so that you prevent the discord occurring that otherwise whirls everywhere in outer world activities. If you could see how by just the radiation of one of the angelic host into a condition that is destructive, and sometimes just passing by the condition the radiation of the sacred fire love goes forth from the angel into the condition. And there may not be any great sensational change, but evil just is not able to focus into the destruction that otherwise would have taken place if the angel's love had not passed by. Now we are moving constantly in the atmosphere of Earth, and there are legions who bring help to mankind, but if unascended beings are not aware of our presence, they do not cooperate with us consciously enough to let us release the greatest power which otherwise they could have. Now the outer world might have some comments about this. But if you could understand what the service of the angels of the blue flame and blue lightning and cosmic illumination can do in the government of a nation and in outer world conditions that are bringing greater perfection and greater civilization into manifestation, you would be utterly amazed. Discourse 7. 141. If you could see at the inner level what can take place when a call to the angelic host goes forth. You have had instances through the centuries of nations and groups of individuals deadlocked in their own ideas, unable to agree with each other, and constantly creating more and more problems. And yet do you know, even some of your world conferences in which there seems to be no agreement, that lasts any length of time, I could walk simply through the atmosphere of the city and make it impossible for the evil in those conferences to function. Now that's the power we are ready to give. That power is in the universe. It's part of life. Life is one, energy is one, consciousness is one, substance is one, space is one. And since we are the authority of perfection, and more than that, we are the manifestation of protection, if you want perfection manifest in this world, it's going to have to come by the assistance of the angelic host. Your beloved I Am presence has for centuries been pouring it through, and mankind has misused it and desecrated it. But the angelic host are the guarding presence of the sacred fire that are provided by the cosmic law, too. 142 Archangel Michael speaks. Protect and sustain whatever constructive activity your mighty I Am presence wishes to manifest in the physical world to fulfill and outpicture the divine plan. While the presence is creating and manifesting its perfection, there is always a group of the angelic host that stand between the manifestation and the vibratory action of the energy around it, until it is complete. And even then, sometimes for centuries, legions of angels sustain the constructive activities that have been brought into existence in this world to bless mankind. Now don't let your intellect say, well, I thought that mighty I Am presence was all-powerful. Certainly it is. Otherwise it couldn't create perfection. But the divine plan is that the angelic host are in existence, and their service to life is to keep the energy around a manifestation controlled until the creation is perfected and is moved into outer action to build a civilization, to build a nation, or to go forward and produce certain manifestation throughout the world. And the angelic host are the messengers, the ambassadors, and the carriers of the great central sun's sacred fire love into any locality. Discourse 7. 143. To surround any manifestation that is constructive, and to sustain it until it renders its service and its blessing to the universe around it or to mankind. This is the divine plan of life. And there are uncountable legions of the angelic host who govern manifestation, who create manifestation, who sustain it, who use it, and through which the lesser life is raised into the greater realms of life's glorifying perfection. Therefore, if you can remember what the service of the angelic host is more frequently, and if you care for my company, I shall be glad to call upon you on occasion. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so? I will not hold you long, but this is what I hope you will remember, and will bring the angelic host's service to mankind into greater recognition as you move among the outer world and explain some of this law. And this is the obligation you degree we to the angelic host. When a flame individualizes from the great central sun, the angel of the presence accompanies that life stream in every embodiment, until either the ascension is complete, or the individual meets the second death. There is no time when the 144 Archangel Michael speaks. Angel of the presence is not accompanying the life stream. So that's what you owe to the angelic host. How often you see a certain amount of awareness of this really is within some of mankind, for you often hear this expression when someone is protected, escapes danger or something, you often hear the expression, well, his guardian angel must have been around. You know how often that is said, because that guardian angel is there. The higher mental body, in cases of danger, often builds up instantly a body and catches the outer self and controls it so it is saved from destructive forces. The angelic host accompanies the life stream from the time it leaves the central sun until it becomes an ascended being or otherwise. So children should be taught this from babyhood, and it certainly won't hurt full-grown human beings to become aware of the great power that life has used, and the great blessings that have been provided to help every life stream become an ascended being and then a cosmic being. And then a creator of a world or a system of worlds. Such is the great plan of infinite creation that ever goes on in infinite space, of Discourse 7. 145. Which you can become aware, and which someday, surely, you should become aware. So the more you can ask or charge yourselves with the ascended master's illumining consciousness of all that the angelic host means to life, the more the outer intellect would become aware of the service of the angelic host. And your love to the angelic host would automatically draw them to you. They are beings of love alone. They never use any other force. It is the sacred fire, and if you want victory over the manifestations of this world, you're going to have to use the sacred fire love of the angelic host in order to manifest that victory. So they are quite necessary for your freedom, for the protection of all that is constructive, for the creation of all that is constructive, and for the management of manifestation. You didn't know you had some partners, did you, in the invisible? And they are not so invisible. Excuse me for saying this, but they are only invisible because mankind wears blinders, that's all. They are visible to the other realms of life. They are visible to each other. And so we would appreciate this call, if you will make the demand upon the cosmic law that all mankind is forced to know. 146 Archangel Michael speaks. Of, understand, feel, see, and experience the reality of the ascended host whether individuals want to or not. You demand the cosmic law's action of that, and there can come many surprises in this world the sinister force never thought about. And we might be some of them, not only might be, we will be. Now another service that the angelic host renders, where there has been a focus of great destruction over, perhaps centuries in certain localities, there's always a guard set up around those who are honest, sincere, and try to hold to the constructive way of life. To either keep those people out of that destructive vortex, or if the individual is caught in it, the angelic host give the protection to keep that which is constructive from being completely annihilated by the vortex of destructive activity of former creation. Now you know I am represented a good deal of the time with a sword of blue flame. The legions of the angels of the sword of blue flame to the destructive forces of mankind's creation, the angelic host are terrific in the power of the sacred fire which they wield and the manifestations which they draw into outer conditions when it is necessary to consume evil. Discourse 7. 147. But when you see what the love of the angelic host can do in transmuting conditions of distress into the perfection and joy of eternity, your love for the angelic host will grow in leaps and bounds. And I want to bring to your attention tonight the fact that they many times accompany you, protect you, and bring to you things that bless you that you think just come through ordinary physical channels. Many, many, many gifts are the love and the blessing of the angelic host that come to help mankind in everything that is constructive. There will always be one or more of the angelic host in attendance upon that which is constructive until it becomes a thing manifested to fulfill the divine plan. And it is the way and means the cosmic law has established to create that which is constructive, sustain it, expand it, protect it, and let it act to glorify the universe with its almighty love and ever-expanding perfection. The way and means by which that perfection is manifested is the service and the action and the love and the gift of the angelic host. So when you see a magnificent civilization built, you will never know until you are ascended how limitless are the legions of the angelic host. 148 Archangel Michael speaks. That were the inspiring ideas and love and beauty that enabled that civilization to come into existence. Don't think for one moment, beloved ones, that the magnificent blessings of a civilization are just the intellectual handiwork of mankind. That's ridiculous. Everything that is of greater good is lowered into this octave by the assistance of the angelic host. So it's just about time mankind is awakened and compelled to realize the great beings that have assisted life in this world throughout the ages past and are here now to help dissolve and consume some of mankind's frightful generation of evil. What do you think the healing angels do? There isn't a focus of healing power anywhere in existence, that at the inner level there is not some one or more of the healing angels that pour the sacred fire of their love, the streams of their life energy, their purifying power of the sacred fire to bring about that healing. Over every hospital there are groups of the healing angels. And therefore, when mankind's sincere call goes to God for help, that help is given by the angelic host. I could talk indefinitely upon the activities of the angelic host, and we hope, with this. Discourse 7. 149. Messengers cooperation, we may reveal some of this in your pageants and the productions that are to come. We hope to bring the illumination to the rest of the world that is certainly needed. It is time the door was opened by conscious understanding of the law, that the help might come, and some love and gratitude rise from mankind to those great legions who have assisted throughout the centuries the embodiments of those in this world. So dear ones, now let us take this up concerning your loved ones and all that you hold near and dear. When you ask for that protection, how do you think that is given? The force sent forth, the love sent forth, the energy and the protection are all, each one, a flame of the love from your mighty I am presence own heart, and the love from the heart flame of someone or more of the angelic host, depending upon that which is needed. While I am recognized in many channels of the outer world, yet people do not understand me. They do not understand the service I render. They are aware of so little of how the great blessings and help of God come to the people of earth. But now it is time for the education of 150 Archangel Michael speaks. The world to be increased. And the illumination of the intellect of man, and the purification of the emotional bodies of the people must take place now by the sacred fire the angelic host wield. And the fulfillment of the divine plan given a chance to manifest in this world its blessings that raise all, even the earth itself into the ascended Master's octave. So blessed ones, at any time you are aware of our presence, or want to be aware of our presence, call to your beloved I am presence, and to us to make you feel ourselves and let you understand what service we can render, what blessings we can bestow, what perfection we can manifest, and what assistance we can give to all in the attainment of the ascension. May you, the I Am student body, come closer and closer into conscious recognition of the angelic host, and have the blessings we are so ready to give you and which I assure you, you can easily use in the outer world. May my love prove itself to you and bear witness through the fulfillment of my words tonight by your own experiences, as you care to experiment with your calls for closer cooperation between mankind and the angelic host. And may our love ever reveal to you the Discourse 7. 151. Greater glories that the angelic host bring to this world and the infinite universe around you. Thank you with all my heart. Discourse of EI 155. August 22, 1961, Shasta Springs, California. Record CD 778, Cassette 60090. Beloved ones of the mighty Saint Germain's family, as we enter into the release of the greater power from the angelic host, and I am speaking now in the mass outpouring of the great power and terrific love of the angelic host to the people of Earth at this time, we want you to feel, wherever possible, the nearness, the love, and the power of the angelic host to come into outer world conditions and assist in the protection of what is constructive, to strengthen everything that is constructive, and to be present with you as often as possible. The nearness of our presence depends something upon the recognition you give us, when, and where, and as often as you have time, or take time, to send your consciousness to us, with your conscious recognition and desire for our 155. 156. Archangel Michael speaks. Presence. Now within your life there is always the desire for our presence. We recognize that. But under the action of the cosmic law that affects the whole planet and affects this nation, it takes the conscious command, the conscious call, the conscious acceptance that our life has answered your call. That is why it is necessary for this conscious knowledge of the angelic host to be brought to the intellectual consciousness of mankind. There must come some intelligent understanding of who the angels are, what is the service they render to the people of Earth, and how all may have the greatest blessing possible through the call to an acceptance of the presence of the angelic host in the lower atmosphere of Earth. Most of mankind feel the angels are way off here somewhere. It's true, we are in either the octave of light or the ascended master's octave, but the feeling world of the mass of the people must be purified and charged with our ascended master feeling and nearness of our presence. It is to the degree that individuals feel our presence that they provide the condition by which we may come, because we may not under any circumstance intrude upon the free will of anyone. Discourse 7. 157. When it comes to the handling of frightful destructive forces, that's quite another thing. We handle the creation by conscious command, and in that we give no quarter at all to human creation. But so far as the individual's life stream is concerned, the acceptance of our presence must come in the feeling world of individuals. Their desire world must allow the light within the life stream to expand and desire our presence with them before the cosmic law permits us to come into more powerful association in the outer world's affairs, and into the conditions that affect individuals. To some degree there is general acceptance of our presence in the universe, but the moment you pin individuals down to the acceptance and the reality of our power, the uncertainty is the thing that shuts the door against mankind having the greater power of the angelic host. The concentration of the sun presence, the revealing sun presence of what the angelic host can do for mankind, must come into the physical atmosphere of Earth. Within that is the awareness of what mankind requires. Within that sun presence is the sacred fire mastery of our life. So if this world is to have help, and the greater good. 158. Archangel Michael speaks. Come to fulfill the divine plan, then the sacred fire mastery must come to consume the evil, purify conditions, and provide the way and means for our perfection to be lowered from the ascended master's octave and brought into the physical conditions of Earth by those who are authority over the whole world and the system of worlds. There must come the fiery truth of our existence, both to the intellect and the feeling of human beings. There must come some understanding of how we serve life, what we can give, why we are required in the physical octave of Earth to fulfill the divine plan. Mankind also needs to be made to understand the service the angelic host render when individuals pass from the body into the octave of light between embodiments, and when the individual is able to attain the ascension. There is scarcely an activity raising activity of life anywhere in this world that is not assisted by some of the angelic host. When it comes to the use of the angels of the violet flame, their presence, I assure you, passes through the atmosphere of Earth whenever and wherever an intensification of the violet consuming flame is drawn into the Discourse 7. 159. Conditions of the physical world, to handle them and hold the victory for that which is constructive. In every effort mankind makes to hold to the constructive way of life, and within every constructive desire within the individual, there is an expanding action of the light within each one's life stream. When that light expands, we see it in the atmosphere around an individual, and we cultivate that like you would cultivate a very rare plant in your garden. When there is the slightest upreaching and desire for greater God activity of life, we will give every possible assistance. We enfold that expanding light in the sacred fire of our love, and fan it as you would a spark, until it bursts into a flame that holds dominion within the life stream of the individual. This is how we help the heart desires of the individual to come into outer activities and control the affairs around the individual, and produce as much constructive activity as possible, and guard that wherever we may. When you understand that every constructive thing mankind does is guarded and assisted and enfolded in the radiation of the sacred fire love of the angelic host, you will realize how much. 160 Archangel Michael speaks. Our life is one with your own, beloved I am presence, with each life stream, and is the raising, strengthening, expanding blessing of our life within your life, to enable it to go forth and fulfill its great divine plan, both for the purification of the earth, the redeeming of the earth, and to the accomplishment of the ascension of the earth as well as mankind. There is not a constructive activity of life anywhere in this world that is not guarded and helped to expand by one or more of the angelic host. So I think it's time that enough intelligent understanding of who the angels are, what they do for mankind, and when and how they can come to assist the people of this world. And it's time mankind have the illumination that the angels can give. Now tonight, if you choose to call for the fiery truth of the Ascended Master's consciousness and understanding of who and what the angelic host do, and how mankind can have more power and assistance from the angelic host, you will be able to open the door to many blessings that we want to give, that you need, the world requires, and that do fulfill the great divine plan. I trust from tonight you will never feel that the Discourse 7. 161. Angelic host, and occasionally an angel comes here or there, and that's about all you remember about us. If you are aware of what we do, and understand what we can do, and since everything we do is to help you, I hope we may bring ourselves to your remembrance. And if you don't remember us, only in times of disaster can we make ourselves felt powerfully enough to gain your attention while we give the protection. And since protection is very much needed by that which is constructive in the world, the angelic host must be recognized, accepted, and called into the lower physical atmosphere of Earth if we are to release greater power for your freedom and your protection. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated please, and just remain so. Tonight I trust one may give you some assistance in your call to us by which we can answer you more quickly, and make you aware of all that we may bestow. If you will call sometime each day to your beloved I am presence, and to us the great angelic host to charge into your life streams, and through you and around you, what we know you need the most to give your beloved I am presence the greatest possible. 162 Archangel Michael speaks. Opportunity for the outpouring of what your presence wants to do for your nation, and what we want to do for your nation. That which is of God within your borders, that which is the God government and God freedom of your land and your people, I assure you, came from the Ascended Master's octave. The guarding presence you have had thus far has come from the angelic host. And now there must come the fiery truth of our existence, our assistance, our protection, and the angelic host's authority and power to compel mankind's awakening first of all within this nation, and then throughout the world. If you will call to us to charge you with what your nation is going to require next that can be done through you, you may be assured, it would only produce harmony, purity, and perfection for you. There is nothing we will do through you or for you that would not bless you and hold harmony in every way, because the law of the angelic host, I assure you, is sacred fire harmony, which is our love. And that is our life. So we cannot give you anything that would not produce harmony for you, even though you asked us to pour through you what the nation needs most. Discourse 7. 163. Sometimes that might be through your decrees. Sometimes it might be through your music. Sometimes it might be just through your radiation to those among whom you move, or to the place where you go from time to time. The way and means that the angelic host pour help, God's help, to the people of this world, our ways and means are infinite and all-powerful. And if you care to build a momentum of this just quietly within yourself, as an acceptance of all the power of the sacred fire that the angelic host knows you require in outer physical conditions, give us the opening, and we will release the sacred fire of our love. Make the call to your beloved I Am Presence, and the great central sun's cosmic law and cosmic concentration of the fiery truth about the angelic host to be compelled into mankind's consciousness until individuals awaken to the acceptance of our reality. Through your I Am Come pageant, we will pour every possible assistance to those who become aware of the angelic host, as the attention is held upon those in the cast. From the inner level, the great cosmic law of life never ceases pouring forth infinite ways and means of bringing the greater perfection and manifestations. 164 Archangel Michael speaks of the universe into the lesser, always with that revealing consciousness that is the intelligence and fiery truth that is self-evident within life. Therefore the angelic host, as you call forth their fiery intelligence within yourselves, will explain within you what our service is, and what we can give you, first in your feeling, then in the intellect. Your call will go forth by conscious command, which is an intellectual determination. But the awareness of our presence will be felt within your feeling world before your intellect makes the decision as to how to send forth the command. And if the world only knew enough to put the heart flame first in adoration to the mighty I Am Presence, and then to the angelic host before any physical thing was planned or brought into existence, you would find the ascended master's perfection manifesting through individuals who would do that. The outer world is so prone to think everything in the physical world is more important than the inner world that is greater than the physical. Physical things are only as important as they reveal the perfection, authority, and reality of the beloved I Am Presence, the great angelic host, and the great cosmic beings and cosmic. Discourse 7. 165. Plan of Creation. But you who are aware of our presence, you can call into yourselves and into your nation that which we alone can do for your nation, because we can do for your nation what all of mankind put together cannot do. So when we ask you to charge yourselves, or ask us to charge you with the fiery truth of the angelic host's sacred fire mastery in you, and sacred fire mastery in the nation that protects it, this becomes the strength of the light in everyone within your borders. To hold to constructive action and render constructive service within the nation knowingly or unknowingly, to the human intellect. Now if you do not strengthen the nation from within by the ascended master's consciousness, which is also the consciousness of the angelic host into the life of the people, they are not strong enough within themselves to stand against the mass assimilation of the discord of the past and present throughout the world. So what I am here for tonight is to bring strength to the nation through those within the nation who will accept our presence. Thank you so much. Now we are coming closer to mankind because we are coming into the lower atmosphere of Earth more frequently. 166 Archangel Michael speaks more powerfully, more tangibly, and at a certain point, more visibly. Those of you who come close to us, or feel our presence and associate with us and cooperate with us, will automatically be the first ones to whom we come. But in the meantime, call the fiery truth and sacred fire power of mastery of the entire angelic host into the American people to make them strong enough to take their stand against the evil that wants to destroy them. There are protecting angels who will concentrate the cosmic powers of the sacred fire in concentrated protective action. There are the illumining angels whose radiation of the sacred fire goes into the brain structure of mankind, and charges the ascended master's intelligence into the consciousness of the outer intellect of individuals. Then there are the healing angels. There are the angels of peace. You have legions of angels of practically every quality, and those qualities are always an action of the sacred fire. Therefore when you call forth the cosmic sacred fire sun presence of the revealing flame of the great angelic host, mankind is going to learn something about the truth of our existence, and accept the reality of our presence. And if Discourse 7. 167. You'll help us, you'll be strengthened and protected and made victorious, regardless of mankind's human creation. Those of you who take your stand to bring the knowledge of our reality to human beings, must of necessity, be held within the world of the sacred fire of our life, and thus you cannot fail. It is to prevent your failure that we are pleading and pleading and pleading with mankind to turn Godward and accept the sacred fire help that is everywhere being offered for the purification and the raising of the people of this world. And it's time someone woke up and stood for the reality of that which can only bring assistance to all. Thank you so much. Now you were, long ago, offered the opportunity to have a violet flame angel ever willing to fulfill your calls whenever you accepted the presence of that being with you. We have mentioned this before, and I bring it to your attention again. When you individualized from the great central sun, an angel of the presence accompanied your life stream into embodiment, and has stood guard over your life stream and will stand guard over the life stream in embodiment, and between embodiments, until the life stream either ascends or passes through. 168 Archangel Michael speaks. The second death. This is how much life provides protection for the individual who has free will. In addition to that angel that never leaves you, unless you become wholly destructive. In addition to that, anything that you wish to bring into manifestation, any service you wish to render to life, can always be brought into existence, protected, expanded, and carried forth to victorious fulfillment by legions of the angelic host whom the ascended masters send to surround the activity, to hold it protected until you bring it to its victorious accomplishment. This is the continual service the great cosmic law sets into action to help every individual who will make conscious effort to hold to the highest, maintain the harmony and the purity within, and stand the guard over all that is constructive. These magnificent activities of life are perfect beyond any of your words to describe. And so we want you, when there seems a lack of understanding in those you contact in the outer world as to who the angels are, and what they can do to help mankind illumine individuals as much as they can accept from time to time by our explanation of the law. Use the Ascended Master's words to explain the activity of the angelic host, and you. Discourse 7. 169. Will find they contain a radiation that is the comprehending consciousness that frees the individual. From tonight, if you care to pour forth not only your desire, but your call and your command that the people of the United States of America, and every other country from whence you come, can and must understand the fiery truth of the reality, the assistance, the protection, and the sacred fire presence of the angelic host in the physical world at this Tomedo do that which only the angelic host can do, and which is the God power brought here to keep the hordes of evil from accomplishing their destruction of that which is within your land, or that which is constructive anywhere in the world. You dare to make that call, and we will prove our presence by the blessing we give and the conditions that we will control. This world was not created to be desecrated and destroyed by mankind's unfortunate human creation. These magnificent activities of life's perfection are power without limit. And now is the time when you need power in the physical octave to be the authority over that which will not serve the constructive way of life at this time. And the 170 Archangel Michael speaks. Angelic host are the power provided, and I am here to release it. Thank you so much, precious ones. As we move into outer physical conditions, releasing greater power of the sacred fire for the protection of all that is constructive, command the outer self to feel the nearness of our presence. Call to us for our legions of sacred fire mastery to reveal the fiery truth of our reality, and let the events of life in the future speak for themselves, and bear witness to that which I have offered tonight. The messenger will put this into a decree, and then as you use it and give conscious recognition, it's just as if you threw one door open after another, and our legions can come to abide in and around you to help you in every way possible, so long as it be constructive. Now I have one more thing to say. With all that the outer world brings to mankind's attention in a call for peace, there are limitless platitudes about peace and divine love. But you precious ones, you, as a group of, I am, students and individuals otherwise, are the only people who are demanding the invincible purity, and demanding invincible harmony maintained enough to let our help come through. Discourse 7. 171. The masses of the people are preparing for war. Then they don't want our presence. And you are the only group we have to work through who understand this law. And harmonized individuals are the only open door through which our help can come. We cannot work through discordant individuals. We will not give them protection, and therefore, all we have are those who understand this law, use the violet consuming flame, and call into action the sacred fire from our octave to be the strength of the light in the people to hold to the constructive way of life at this time. It is because of the need of the hour that we come again and again and again, and do everything possible we can to strengthen and lift, illumine, and expand our light in and around you, to enable you to do everything possible at this time to hold the harmony northwest matter what takes place around you. And I assure you, people who can't hold the harmony, we simply cannot charge through our greater power. When the purity and harmony are maintained, there is no limit to what we can do through you. So our help from above is determined entirely by the harmony you maintain, your demand for. 172 Archangel Michael speaks. Purity, and your acceptance and call for our sacred fire presence to come into this nation and control that which mankind cannot control, and principally that's their own human desire, human beings' desire. The day your feeling does not want anything except just to do whatever the presence wants, and will produce harmony, purity, perfection out here, the door will swing wide open, the angelic host will offer every power at their command. And there will be only the manifestations in your world of the love you have given to life. The love you give to your presence, the love you give to the powers of nature and forces of the elements, the love you give to all life that is struggling to reach into something higher, the love you give of your life is light, and that light, given to life everywhere, becomes the sacred fire of your mastery. And without that giving, mankind would stay in discord indefinitely. When people don't care what happens to somebody else, the individual might just as well say he or she does not care what happens to himself or herself. With the angelic host ready to give every assistance to purify the outer self, hold the 174 Discourse 7. Harmony and expand perfection. There is no excuse for the human not reaching up and cooperating with that which only wants to give perfection and help and happiness to the universe. The angels of music pour the most magnificent happiness, sound that is so beautiful, so transcendent, you couldn't help but feel the happiness within it. The angels that create supply know only happiness and constructive activity, and they are offering supply all the time to unascended beings. And so these blessings are infinite. They are present. They are eternal. They are wonderful beyond words to explain, and I bring them to you tonight for your acceptance by your conscious command. And the revealing sun presence of the fiery truth and reality of the great angelic host is power to make mankind understand the master presence of the universe that has come to put an end to human creation. Legions uncountable are ready to come to your assistance, and we want to take away everything that is a struggle in your life streams. Therefore our freedom and our security is yours whenever you recognize our presence with you, the nearness of our sacred fire power. 175 Archangel Michael speaks. And the invincible victory which we bring because we never bring anything else. The victory of the angelic host must come, and now mankind must awaken and stand with us until that victory is manifested in the fullness of its cosmic action to control the earth and all upon it. May our sacred fire presence abide with you, make you feel our power every moment in outer action. Call our legions to assist you, and we will not be found wanting. I commend you to your victory. Discourse of EI 177. September 18, 1961 Shasta Springs, California Record CD 758. Beloved ones of my heart, tonight I bring you assistance which I trust will make you very happy, give you more power, and I hope you will watch with very great interest. We have offered our love, our gratitude, our power, our sacred fire for your use. Beloved ones, that of which I wish to speak tonight is, if you will call for the sacred fire presence, the luminous sacred fire presence of any one of the angelic host or the ascended masters, who are the angelic host, to be anchored within every position of trust, authority, and influence in your land, you will find, if you'll ask us to establish this as an eternal part of the portion of the earth wherever these activities take place, if you will request it, the cosmic law will fulfill your request if you demand it in the name of the beloved. 178 Archangel Michael speaks. I am presence, and in the name of the purification and freedom of all life in this world forever. Every ascended master, my dear ones, can create a replica of himself in the substance from the ascended master's octave, and the sacred fire of his love, his life, and his qualities. Or a special command that the ascended masters who are willing to give this assistance draw in and around every activity of mankind's governing the controlling presence of outer world conditions. This will be just as powerful a way to hold control in those activities, and protect and make victorious what is constructive, as well as to consume that which is not constructive. And you will find it is just as powerful an activity within the nation as you have within this room when you turn on these electric lights, and they flood their light into the room, and that light enables those within the room to do that which is constructive. The same thing is true in every activity of the outer world where control is needed over the people and the conditions in which mankind abides. We have not brought this to your attention before because a similar thing has been done everywhere people have accepted a constructive. Discourse 7. 179. Activity as a mass thought form, to which they give attention, and recognize as present. This has taken place in all your healing shrines of the world. Where those shrines are dedicated to one or more of the divine beings whose healing power assists the people of Earth, these activities have been drawn and concentrated and projected to be established to give that special service to life for which mankind has called, and which mankind requires, and which mankind has received, and therefore has become a blessing to the life in this world. Now you, as part of the people of the United States of America, therefore part of the authority of government, can make the call for the sacred fire presence of whatever ascended master and cosmic control is necessary to come in, through, and around every office and position of trust, authority, and influence of control of any kind in the government, in business, in education, everywhere within the nation. And if you will call this forth in, through, and around those who are the guardians of the safety of the public, and I mean your police force or your firemen or any channel that is guarding the safety of the people. You can do this around every school teacher in 180 Archangel Michael speaks. The nation. And if you will do it and demand it with the power of cosmic sacred fire annihilation of everything in those channels that is of the hordes of evil, you will find your communistic activity, the activity of the sinister force that has sought to establish itself within the United States of America, you will find those conditions dissolving and fading out and losing power to affect the people. So blessed ones, it is a very practical service to life. You have long accepted the luminous presence of beloved Jesus, and if you will call this into the conditions of the government that control, or try to control the conditions in which you live, you will find that which will not do right to the people will be consumed or removed. And you can do the same thing around every human being in the national and civil defense. When you hear the messenger speak of the cosmic Christ blue lightning legions of eternal purity, every one of those cosmic beings can send forth a sun presence of the sacred fire of that being's power of eternal purity, and anchor that around those in the national and civil defense to prevent the hordes of evil and filth controlling them, or making them do that. Discourse 7. 181. Which is wrong. And it will prevent the approach of the destructive forces in the rest of the world. If you demand the establishment into every office and every position of trust, authority, influence, and control within your government and within your land, and demand the ascended master's sacred fire government, sacred fire presence, sacred fire possession and control of everything in those activities that will forever prevent evil affecting the people, or being allowed to control the outer activities of mankind, if you demand the establishment of this as an eternal thing within your borders, the cosmic law will have to give a dispensation and permit it to come within your borders to produce that effect. Thank you so much, precious ones. Now I am part of the cosmic law that can do that, and can call others of the angelic host to do it also, so you will have boundless help. Thank you, and won't you be seated? I have placed within this nation, at certain spots, the concentration of the sacred fire of victory, sacred fire mastery by the angelic host off certain physical manifestations. In certain other places I have placed a crystal sword of authority and power and control. And since that was done, 182 Archangel Michael speaks. By my authority and control, I took the responsibility. I shall see it is fulfilled and carried through to its completion. These things have been done within the borders of this nation. More can be done if you will send forth the call for the cosmic law's release of all the dispensations that permit this to come into the physical conditions of this land, into the government and the activity of the people. To take the power out of the clutches of the hordes of evil that have woven themselves into the activities of the people, and tried to bring the people under their destructive control. Now if you care to take this up, and ask for the establishment of the cosmic Christ blue lightning annihilation everywhere within the borders that communism has tried to control the people and carry on its devilish activities, we know where that is. We know where it is far more than the people do. And if you demand this, demand the cosmic dispensation that establishes for eternity within your borders the ascended masters and cosmic beings' sacred fire presence everywhere communism tries to influence the people, you will find they will run into considerable opposition. And their sustaining power will soon be withdrawn. Discourse 7. 183. And this needs to be done wherever possible within your land, in your schools, in your churches, in your business, and every activity of the people. Now one more thing, if you will also call this cosmic sun presence of the cosmic flame of cosmic victory, your victory is assured before you start of the cosmic Christ blue lightning annihilation of all intended violence against the people within your borders. We know where that is planned. We know the weaklings that can be used to impose that violence. And therefore, when you make the call, we take the responsibility of establishing those activities of the sacred fire in the localities where these things are planned. And where the sinister force thinks it's going to bring forth the destruction that makes the people slaves to the communistic regime. The communists depend on a certain amount of slaughter, until they've taken out the majority of people in the nation, and then the minority that are left are whipped into slavery. Now we can prevent this by your calls, the call for the dispensations that forever establish for eternity the cosmic sacred fire sun presence of the cosmic flame of cosmic victory of our cosmic. 184 Archangel Michael speaks. Sacred fire mastery in everything that is the trust, authority, influence, and control of any activity that affects the people, the nation, or the powers of nature within your borders. And we'll see whether anybody is going to be master over our sacred fire presence. Now when you ask for this sun presence, remember, it contains within it the focus of the flame of the being whose likeness it is within that sun. Just the same as the flame from the seven mighty Elohim, the sevenfold flame, is within the brain structure of individuals, we can place within the physical structure of Earth. And within these activities of government and business, the control of the people, we can establish exactly a similar focus of our sacred fire from our octave of life. And I assure you, since mankind must know more of the activity of the angelic host, and mankind must face the annihilation of the hordes of evil, then to call this into outer physical conditions will, I assure you, bring illumination to the minds of the people quite as well as the annihilation of the hordes of evil from within the activity of the people. We are ready to give it. The cosmic law will permit it if you demand that it be established. Discourse 7. 185. As an eternal part of the government of this nation, an eternal part of the activity of its people, an eternal part of the ground structure of the powers of nature within your borders. We know of many places where this can be brought forth and its power set into action, and no one knows it's there until the victory is attained. So there are many, many, many powers of life of which the sinister force knows nothing, and we are much of that. We are the powers of life of which the sinister force knows very little. They know we exist, but they do not know our methods of operation, and they certainly are not master over us. Thank you so much. Now you have been accustomed in the past in knowing that one nation, sending some of its inhabitants to some far-off land to colonize, and it holds possession of that land and operates it by its own people at a distance. Well, we aren't sending our life flames in here to colonize this world, not at all. But we can certainly establish an individual focus of a sun presence of our cosmic flame of cosmic victory, which is our sacred fire mastery over all evil, and over the control of all manifestation. We can just as easily. 186 Archangel Michael speaks. Project that at a distance as you can throw a ball into the air and send it to your objective. But the ball simply drops and stays there, but it doesn't change its qualities at all. When we project a flame from our temples of the sacred fire, that can go forth on a light beam, be placed anywhere in the world that we choose to place it. We can make it visible or invisible. It can be an eternal part of the earth. It can control the atmosphere. And more than that, the force field around the sacred fire that we project can control everything that comes within the radius of it. And the radius is determined by us when we send it forth. So we can change everything in this world by the projection of the sacred fire. But what we need is your call to have this established permanently as an eternal part of the world, an eternal part of your government. This is what brings the government from the ascended master's octave into this world to be the perfection of the incoming cycle, and to eventually give the earth its ascension. The nation first, and then the earth. The angelic host have tremendous service to give to the people of this world. The new cycle and its blessings, all of its blessings will be. Discourse 13. 187. Created and established here by those of the angelic host who have taken the responsibility of creating and sustaining the new cycle until its illumination has brought perfection here for eternity. Therefore you are privileged to be the vanguard, in making this call, to start the creation of ascended master authority in the channels of government and business that have been heretofore held under the control of human authority, human control by the sinister force. Now there is no battle between them and us. When our sacred fire moves in, they dissolve and cease to be, so this isn't a battle of authority, anything of the kind. And the sacred fire, which is our life, our consciousness, our power, our authority, our perfection of manifestation and action when we establish that within certain activities of your government, your business, the outer activities of the people. When the cosmic law gives us the dispensation to establish this control, sacred fire control of conditions in this world, then we move into action. And we can set that into action in the outer world conditions in some of the most amazing manifestations of which mankind has never yet even dreamed. This, to me, is far better than destroying a civilization and 188 Archangel Michael speaks. Letting millions of people go out of embodiment and desecrating the powers of nature, and then trying to build over again. This is the divine way and prevention of taking out of the clutches of the sinister force its way and means of controlling the action of mankind. And this is the only way that it can be done harmoniously and eternally. We need your calls. And if you demand the cosmic, now remember this, the cosmic sun presence, sacred fire sun presence of the cosmic flame of cosmic victory of our mastery established in every position everywhere. Do not omit anything. But in every position of trust, authority, influence, and control within your government, within your land, within your people, within your outer activities. And if you care to establish this in those channels of labor and capital that have the idea that nobody is going to change their minds, you can see many things take place that prevent the evil they intend against the people, against the nation, and against life everywhere. We are the prevention flame. We are the prevention legions. We are the prevention authority to move in anywhere and everywhere if mankind will call for the establishment of our eternal sacred fire mastery everywhere in the Discourse 13. 189. Physical world, and leave the details of that to us until certain things are accomplished, and then we will reveal them to you. But you will see the fulfillment of your calls very much more rapidly as you set this demand into operation. Mankind does not understand why the cosmic law demands mankind's conscious effort and use of the authority of life to call this greater perfection into this world. So long people have been taught through the centuries to lean on something outside of themselves, that they have forgotten their own divine authority to use the divine powers of life to produce divine perfection, make it invincible against change and discord, and let their life reveal its mastery. And I hope with all my heart you'll give me the opening so the angelic host, in cosmic action, will come into physical conditions of this world and establish the sacred fire's control of mankind's outer activities. Then will we fulfill the statement that has so long been given to the people, that there must come more conscious cooperation between mankind and the angelic host. And this is the beginning of its cosmic action in this world, with your assistance. Thank you so much. 190 Archangel Michael speaks. Now one more thing, if you care to call forth legions of the angelic host's cosmic Christ blue lightning possession and control of every office and position of trust, authority, influence and control in your government, in your land, in your business, in your homes. In every activity of the American people, there are countless legions of that sacred fire that can come, be established in those buildings, be established in mankind's outer activities. And if mankind begins to see fireballs and a few other things of manifestation, they won't know at first what they are, and they'll admit they don't know. But later on when they are purified, they'll become illumined and understand. So you might just as well have this now, as to have communism impose upon you its frightful desecration and degradation and slaughter and savage viciousness. This will prevent it. We are ready to give the help. We are explaining to you the way and means of calling this into physical conditions, and as certainly as you make the call will we move into action and establish here the sacred fire's mastery over mankind's evil. And I hope your hearts want to set mankind free from these conditions enough to move into. Discourse 13. 191. Action with this, with a fierce determination that the manifestations of the sacred fire will come forth rapidly enough to put the hordes of evil, not only to flight, but send them into annihilation. Thank you so much. Now you use your authority to demand the angelic host's cosmic authority take its dominion, its sacred fire dominion, in the governments of the world, in the activities of the people, in the control of the powers of nature. And in all activities that affect you the angelic host's cosmic sacred fire control of mankind's activities in this world. And you will find evil does die. And the victory of that which is right will blaze and take its dominion and awaken mankind into the cooperation with the constructive forces that put an end to this constant desecration of what the great cosmic beings have placed here for mankind's ascension. You can also call into action the establishment of the cosmic sacred fire sun presence of whatever cosmic flame of cosmic victory is necessary to compel mankind's ascension in this world, and to compel the purification that enables it to come about the original divine way. You, as part of the humanity of Earth, can use the 192 Archangel Michael speaks. Authority of your own life streams, and you can command this into existence just as certainly as you can command your feet to walk across the floor. You ordinarily think you don't command your feet. But you use them. You are the authority inside. You are the action that makes them go where you want them. It is your authority from your beloved I am presence that needs to be set into action, to demand the cosmic sun presence of the cosmic flame of cosmic victory established as an eternal part of your government, of the civilization, of the nation, of your homes, of your business, and of every activity of mankind in this world until all are ascended and free. People have used their authority of conscious command and conscious control and conscious direction of the energy of life to the creation of evil. Here we are, in the Ascended Master's octave, uncountable legions of the angels of the sacred fire, with power unlimited to wipe out all mankind's evil everywhere in the world. And mankind has but to reach up, use the authority of the beloved I am presence, and demand the manifestations of the cosmic flame of cosmic victory that reveal the authority and the control and the Discourse 13. 193. Power of the angelic host's presence in this world to put an end to mankind's frightful experiment with evil. So, beloved ones, the angelic host are your friends. They are almighty. They are invincible. They are all authority of perfection, and their love is indescribable in the power and the beauty. Their love and their mercy are certainly the heart of God, the mighty I am presence, and the ascended host, to lift life out of these conditions in which mankind has struggled age after age. And now the end of the age is here, and the cycle of the angelic host's assistance to mankind, and the power of the sacred fire love and mastery in this world must come and take its dominion, reveal its blessing, and give to life the perfection that raises all in this world into our ascended master octave of freedom. And there will never be freedom except it comes this way. No part of life can have freedom without the assistance of that part that is greater than itself. So we offer this tonight. I'm not giving you anything that is not practical. We are real. This power is in the universe. It is the perfection of our octave and our life, and this world needs it, so if you will demand the cosmic 194 Archangel Michael speaks. Sun presence of the angelic host's cosmic flame of cosmic victory that reveals their sacred fire mastery over everything that is of evil here, and you demand that sacred fire be established in these positions of trust, authority, and influence and control in the physical octave. You will find very little delay in our answering your calls. And that delay won't be from our side of life. If you gain a momentum of this quickly enough, it will save no end of suffering by those in the outer world that are trying to hold to the constructive way of life but do not know how to protect themselves. So let us go forward. And if you want to be part of the legions of the angelic host's control of this world, give this call, and we will never be away from you. Thank you so much. And while you are standing just a moment, I want to say one more thing. Call this into action, and establish this sun presence in every school in your land, with the demand the cosmic flame of cosmic victory puts an end to communist teaching and infiltration, and anything and everything that is of the hordes of evil that acts through those. Discourse 13. 195. And you will find a change taking place that will bless everyone for eternity. Thank you, and won't you be seated? One more thing, demand that every human being on this earth be compelled to be made aware of the reality of the angelic host and forced to see an angel of the sacred fire stand in eternal authority and control. And behold the mastery of the angelic host's sacred fire over the evil everywhere that has enslaved the people of earth. And you will find the manifestations and the miracles of our presence a very practical help in time of trouble. Give us this opportunity, and come forward with us, and you shall have all the manifestations you desire, of the proof of our presence, the reality of our power, and the victory which we command made manifest to bless you, and through you become eternal to the earth. So I commend you to the mightiest victory of eternity. And the sacred fire of the angelic host's assistance to life can blaze forever its cosmic activity of illumination, and the intelligence mankind requires to turn Godward, and put an end to the distress through which human beings have passed in this world. And let us have the victory for which you have called made manifest. 196 Archangel Michael speaks. By the sacred fire of the angelic host as soon as possible, established in this world for eternity. And thank you with all my heart. August 14, 1963 Shasta Springs, California Record CD 979. Beloved of my heart, I wish to bring you an explanation of the angelic host tonight, which I trust will remain with you forever, to render its service and give you the assistance to expand your own power of the sacred fire's love to cooperate with the angelic host as powerfully as possible. You must remember that the authority of mankind's embodiment in this world is controlled, and is entirely that of the ascended masters and cosmic beings, all of whom are the angelic host. So regardless of mankind's forgetfulness of the source from whence human beings have come, there must come again into the consciousness of life and the people of this world the full conscious awareness, illumination, comprehension, and understanding of what the angelic host mean to. 199. 200 Archangel Michael speaks. Life, what they do in this world, and in all worlds, and what they do to control manifestation. Since they are some of the beings who have created this world, whose life and love sustain it, who control it, and who guard it, then the hour is at hand when mankind is going to be compelled to understand the reality and the presence of the angelic host, and the service which their life gives to the manifested universe in the manifested activities of this world and everywhere in the universe surrounding this system of worlds. The cosmic beings who are the angelic host to the earth are not only magnificent beyond description, but wield power which mankind's comprehension at the present time cannot understand. When you know what it means to draw forth the sacred fire in concentrated action of supreme love, to command to come into existence the blessings and powers of nature that cover a planet, you must surely realize that those same great beings are not only the guardians, but are the governing presence of the life streams that embody in this world. The legions of the angels of the purifying sacred fire who direct the violet consuming. Discourse 13. 201. Flame to the earth draw the focus of their cosmic action in and around the whole planet. And therefore at any moment the atmosphere can be parted, the flame rush into the physical octave and take its dominion. The sacred fire of the purifying love of the angelic host never did and never can and never will produce discord. So whatever power is required to come into the physical octave to compel purification, try to remember, no discord is ever directed by those great beings. If mankind suffers, it is because of the feeling generated in the emotional body of resistance against the onrushing light and the cosmic sacred fire's authority and power to produce perfection. Therefore, when you call the limitless legions of the angelic host presence, the sacred fire presence of the angelic host, to enfold a locality or enfold yourselves or enfold your homes, enfold anything in manifestation, rest assured the sacred fire is going to go into action to produce purification whether mankind wants it or not. Where the angelic host appear, the sacred fire must purify. Where purification takes place, the angelic host's love must hold command. 202 Archangel Michael speaks. When human authority is set aside and consumed, the almighty controlling power of the fire element, the sacred fire from the ascended master's octave, takes command and controls conditions mankind cannot control here nor anywhere else. I trust one am making clear to you tonight the terrific power which the angelic host wield, which can come into the physical lower atmosphere of earth, which can come in, through, and around mankind, and the powers of nature, which can control the forces of the elements. So as you remember the statement that the mighty Saint Germain gave you in the very beginning of this instruction, where he said, I am, is the full activity of God, try to remember that the legions of the angelic host sacred fire love is the full activity of God. And those I am legions are the powerhouse for this ascended master instruction of the mighty I am presence, as the mighty Saint Germain has given it to you, and to all. This comprehension from the angelic host must come into the consciousness and life of the beings of this world. Whether individuals want it or not has nothing to do with it. When this sacred fire begins to move through the physical bodies. Discourse 13. 203. Of mankind, no one's going to oppose nor argue with this law. So I come to bring you the assurance of the fulfillment of the mighty Saint Germain's statement when he said, you have friends of mighty power. Tonight I trust one may make clear to you some of the power that the angelic host direct to this world and to this system of worlds, and which can come on an instant's notice into the atmosphere of earth to control all things, without any permission from mankind. The angelic host are not subject to the creation of the humanity of this world. So if you care to feel your oneness with us, acknowledge our sacred fire presence with you. Call our legions of the sacred fire's love in and around you, and into all conditions with which you are concerned. We can and we will produce mighty miracles of manifestation that will change conditions in the outer world in which you must move. So I hope we may have your association as we draw this sacred fire nearer into the physical structure of earth to render that service which the angelic host alone can give. And I hope you will become our partners. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. 204 Archangel Michael speaks. Sometimes it's quite amusing to see mankind's human creation try so hard to deny our existence, and yet all the time knowing that we are masters over manifestation that interferes with the destructive forces when the momentum reaches a certain point. I hope you will have the same joy that we do in awakening people's consciousness to the reality of the angelic host. There is a knowledge within life, there's a feeling, there is an absolute awareness, an absolute certainty within life everywhere of the existence of the angelic host. But the human creation and the intellect, filled with the discord of human feeling that continually tries to refute the truth of our reality, is soon coming to the point where the manifestations of the sacred fire will not only reveal our presence, but will reveal the consuming of the human creation. So there is much education coming to the consciousness of the human beings in this world as the time approaches when the human creation must, by cosmic law and cosmic command, cease existence. You can have tremendous assistance from the angelic host in your homes, your business, your associations with people of the outer world, with anything and everything. Discourse 13. 205. You do in this world, because the ascended masters are master authority over all in this world, and they are the angels, or they are something. The sacred fire is master over all manifestation. And the angelic host of the sacred fire who have never yet embodied, I assure you, are masters of the sacred fire. I am offering you an association tonight for eternity with the master presence of the angelic host's sacred fire, purity of immortal love that never did and never can and never will create anything but perfection, sustain it, expand it, and forever blaze the joy of the great central sun's perfection of eternity. So when you accept our sacred fire presence with you in daily association, you will open the door and let us do for you many things that none others can do, because none others but the ascended masters are the authority for its manifestation in this world. When you call the legions of the angelic host, who are the music angels, to come into the physical octave of earth, enfold you in their sacred fire presence, and enable you to do that which their music can do through you, and will do to purify and help perfect this world, you will just begin to know what joy is. You have never. 206 Archangel Michael speaks. Yet touch the fragment of the happiness that life contains when the angelic host's music of the spheres releases the I am perfection of all of God's manifestation into this world, into individuals, into the universe around you, and into everybody and everything wherever you abide. If you care to charge your world with the angelic host's sacred fire presence that always supplies whatever you require from day to day or age to age, you will have some delightful experiences. And as you maintain purity and harmony and obedience to your beloved I am presence and the ascended host, there will be no lack of any good thing in you or your world, for I assure you, wherever the angelic host enfold you in their sacred fire presence. That sacred fire presence contains everything you could ever use, no matter what you want to create in outer existence to fulfill the great divine plan, to bless the rest of life, to expand your own life stream's complete mastery, and to take you forward in the victory of the ascension. Therefore the angelic host, their association is imperative if you are to attain the ascension. Therefore the angelic host must be given recognition if the ascension is to be attained. And Discourse 13. 207. There never was an ascension attained in this world that there was not one or more of the angelic host in attendance to help the life stream rise into the oneness with the higher mental body until the completion of the ascension took place. So the angelic host constantly render their tremendous service to life. Please consider my legions of the sacred fire as your eternal friends, ever abiding with you in the sacred fire love which they can and will project around you if you will so accept it, if you will ask for it, if you will cooperate with it. Many times miracles indescribable and unbelievable take place simply because some of the angelic host, just passing by a condition, have poured the sacred fire of their love, and commanded it established there until its blessing has become eternal to life. This service goes on everywhere. Otherwise you would not have had constructive activities sustained on the planet throughout the centuries in the midst of the discord and destruction mankind has created by the misuse of the great energy of life, and the misuse of life's consciousness. All the good that has been sustained down through the centuries has been sustained by the 208 Archangel Michael speaks. Sacred fire love of the angelic host. And tonight I shall make that clear to you, and if you care to acknowledge every day that I am enfolded in the sacred fire presence of the angelic host's victory of purifying love that supplies all good things, and I go on my way clothed in their power of victorious accomplishment. You shall have blessings, my dear ones, because we love you beyond any words to describe, because you have responded to the beloved Saint Germain in the acceptance of this instruction of the beloved I am presence and the ascended host. In your acceptance of the use of the sacred fire you have responded while the rest of mankind is still asleep. So I'm sure you will realize why we love you, because we want to use you to help the rest of mankind awaken. And I assure you, our motive is not selfish. We want to use every one of you in the fullest capacity possible to bring the sacred fire of our purifying love into the physical octave to undo mankind's human creation. And therefore the more we can enfold you in our sacred fire presence of the angelic host's almighty authority and power over all manifestation, the more you will feel our presence near you, the more power of our Discourse 13. 209. Sacred fire can you use, and the more will you feel untouched by the discord in the world around you. So I hope you will experiment with this and have the joy which it will bring, because I assure you, it is the completion of your mastery over all in this world. All who have become master over the physical conditions of this world have always been enfolded in the sacred fire presence of the angelic host. They have used our master power of life of the sacred fire's purifying love to be that mastery, and release the power that puts an end to human creation. So may you go forward clothed in the blazing sacred fire presence of the angelic host's complete control of anything and everything in this world. And if you remember my words tonight, if you use this in your daily experience, do not be surprised if you see us occasionally, for one day we must step through and abide with you as you abide with each other. And to that moment shall we give you every assistance until the shadows of the ages past have passed, and the sunlight of our love becomes the authority and the illumining presence about you all wherever you abide, in this world or any other. 210 Archangel Michael speaks. You will never forget nor be without the sacred fire purifying love of the angelic host. So I trust you will begin to feel what the mastery of the angelic host means to you. And as you use its power, it will bring to the rest of life the same great perfection to which we have attained. And we just want to fill you and your world then through you, the world around you with the same supplying presence of the great love from the heart of creation that beautifies, perfects, and supplies all things to produce only the happiness that is the divine plan fulfilled. May you feel not only our radiance. May you feel the sacred fire presence of the angelic host clothing you in the sacred fire's love and almighty power to hold control of all conditions in this world, so discord cannot longer touch you, your loved ones or your world, or anything where you abide. We offer you our protecting presence as well as the raising, illumining presence of the angelic host's enfolding heart flame of purifying love. And may it become for you your world of manifestation. And then there are no more veils between, and wherever you abide, we abide with you. May you go forward and help us to bring. Discourse 13. 211. This to the consciousness of the rest of mankind until the shadows of human creation are forever removed by the sacred fire. Thank you with all my heart. Discourse 13. September 14, 1963 Shasta Springs, California Record CD 968, Cassette 60083. Beloved ones of our hearts, beloved ones of the heart of the world, beloved ones of the sacred fire's heart of the supreme love from the heart of creation, the beloved I am presence, and the ascended host that must come into this world, take its dominion, expand its sacred fire love, and forever close the door on the existence of anything else. In the awareness of our presence as you move among outer world conditions, will you find many times, people of the outer world becoming aware of the angelic host. And you need not be surprised if you hear those of the outer world mention the presence of the angels, or an angel, as the consciousness of the people is turned to the great divine beings who draw the sacred fire to this earth for its purification. 215. 216. Archangel Michael speaks. And freedom. The angelic host are those who are the cosmic law's action, presence, and power of the sacred fire's love to bring it into existence everywhere in the physical world, everywhere in infinite space. The whole service and outpouring of the life of the angelic host is at all times, not only the radiation, but the conscious projection of the sacred fire of our love. I want to make clear to you tonight the condition that we have to handle from the inner standpoint, and of which mankind knows almost nothing. Many times the battle in the feeling of individuals, the battle of each other against each other, through the feeling of resistance, or discord of any kind, even when the intellect knows that the sacred fire love is necessary to handle conditions in order that you may survive. Still the feeling will not give way. The feeling has been charged so long with the energy of resistance and battle and irritation and discord, that when one feels intensely the discord others have generated, and there is so much destruction charged into the lower atmosphere of Earth, the outer self feels helpless about calling forth the sacred fire's divine love to solve the situation. Discourse 13. 217. To prevent wrong, or to correct wrong, to dissolve limitation, and to prevent struggle. But tonight I bring you a secret, and I trust you will understand the wisdom of it, so it will be easier for you to use the sacred fire's purifying love from the Ascended Master's octave to handle conditions in the physical world. Now many times, when your intellect knows that you want to handle a condition by your calls for the sacred fire love to purify and handle them, your feeling world doesn't want to do it. Your intellect may know it's correct, and that you ought to do it, but your feelings rebel like fury against even calling the sacred fire love into a condition to burn up what's wrong. So this is the assistance we are offering tonight. When your own feeling is, as yet, not purified from the resistance, and opposition many times surges everywhere in the outer world, try to call to us to release whatever sacred fire love is necessary to purify the condition that is torturing you. Now this will handle conditions between individuals when they don't agree. And I'm quite sure that there is plenty of time for you to practice this in the outer world as you move among conditions that you contact every day. 218. Archangel Michael speaks. Sometimes the feeling of resistance or dislike is so terrific in the emotional body that it will not let what the intellect directs the outer self to do. The feeling won't let the outer self do it. Now this is our assistance to you, when that condition exists in which you feel so out of patience with people who won't do the right thing that you just, sometimes, don't care whether you do anything for them or not. That's not the way to handle it. If you feel the opposition in the feeling world of others who will not do what's right, or will not cooperate with you, or even others, and you find this in the governments of the world, you find it in business. Whenever you find that condition that is so heavily charged with energy that it just won't cooperate with what's right, turn to the angelic host, first to your beloved I Am Presence. To the I Am Presence of every human being connected with whatever the problem is, then call to the angelic host to blaze whatever cosmic Christ blue lightning purifying love is necessary into the energy of the condition, or the individuals connected with it, with whatever power is necessary to consume the human. Now you are not consuming bodies, you're consuming the human feeling, or rate of vibration. Discourse 13. 219. That is the quality of resistance that will not do what's right. If you understand me tonight and will begin to use this, you will find it will be like magic to help you cooperate, and help others to cooperate with things that you have to do in the outer world, so long as they be constructive. When you cannot handle your own energy, and I mean by that, feel kindly enough to call the law into action to consume what is wrong, when the personal feeling of bad is so heavily charged with energy that it's difficult for you to make the right application. Turn to your beloved I Am Presence, and to us, and ask that the legions of the angels of cosmic Christ blue lightning purity, and the violet flame love that is necessary to consume all human feeling. As you are willing to call this into a condition, or in and around other people to consume what's wrong, your own beloved I Am Presence will pour the same thing into the energy of your emotional body. And that will help you to let go of the feeling of resistance or battle against the other person's feeling. This is an amazing secret, and if you will learn to use it, it will enable you to get along with people, and always draw the best out of them to cooperate with you. And it will also 220. Archangel Michael speaks. Enable you to hold certain protection around yourself that will not have to deal with the qualities in the individual that are, as yet, not constructive. You have no idea what the great cosmic law of sacred fire love can do. It's the miracle presence of the sacred fire. It's the miracle presence of perfection. It's the miracle presence of unlimited power. This is the way the ascended host handle the frightful conditions mankind has generated in the past, where we have to deal with individuals who are determined to destroy, and yet we are trying to prevent them going through the second death. We call forth the sacred fire's blue lightning purity and violet flame love to block the expansion of their evil, and hold it in abeyance until the higher mental body can awaken the intellect to the understanding of something that the individual can do to consume the wrong. Or at least turn away from it until it can be withdrawn, and the individual taught the mastery over it. So when you don't get along with people too easily, don't hesitate to call the angels of cosmic Christ blue lightning purity and violet flame love to pour into everybody and everything that. Discourse 13. 221. You don't agree with. Now I am speaking of your home, or your business, or activities of the outer in which you meet daily opposition to that which is right. If you will call this into the energy of those conditions, your very willingness to consume what is wrong, there will automatically be the action of the cosmic law that enables your own, beloved I am presence, to fill you with its cosmic Christ blue lightning purifying love and violet flame mercy to life to your life. Inside of you that consumes the resistance and the feeling in you that you don't want to use the cosmic law that consumes the evil in the other condition. So your very willingness to correct the condition by the sacred fire's blue lightning purity and violet flame love will automatically set that into action by your, beloved I am presence, inside of you, to release that feeling of resistance that tortures you. Now this has a tremendous effect upon your health. We are driving tonight right at the very root of all disease, because all ill health, all diseased conditions of mind and body are always located and generated in the emotional body. And while the intellect might make the call to forgive a condition, the feeling can be like steel. 222. Archangel Michael speaks. Against any kindness going forth, or willingness to use the sacred fire to consume the condition. Many times, you walk off, and you're just not concerned, you won't have anything to do with it. That's all right to walk off so you can get out of the radiation of the condition, but don't fail, whenever you have the opportunity, to call the great central sun's overwhelming cosmic Christ blue lightning purity and violet consuming flames love and mercy. Not only to the individual or the condition or the nation, but to the very consciousness within the energy that has been generated by mankind that produces discord. As you call this forth, it is the mercy that consumes the consciousness that has produced evil. And if you do not consume the human consciousness, well, it will continue to produce evil until you do consume it. But when there is battle in the feeling, turn to your, beloved I am presence, and ask the angelic host's great central sun's cosmic Christ blue lightning purity into the condition, or into the human beings that generate the condition. And the violet consuming flames purifying love and mercy to life, and ask the angels of blue lightning purity to take care of that energy. Discourse 13. 223. And your willingness to draw this into outer conditions to consume what's wrong will automatically draw into you the same great blessing, and half as much again. Now you've been told that everything you send forth, 60% of it stays in you. Well, when you call for the angels of the cosmic Christ blue lightning purity to move into a condition and purify it, and the violet consuming flames purifying love to consume the consciousness that has generated discord, your, beloved I am presence, under the action of the cosmic law, will draw the same amount into you, and half as much again. So you cannot give this assistance to life without being blessed as much as you give out, and half as much again. So beloved ones, after all, as you practice the law of forgiveness by calling the angelic host's blue lightning purifying love into a condition, and the violet consuming flames purifying forgiveness and mercy, as you are willing to free the earth from the discord generated by mankind, the cosmic law sets into action the sacred fire's love and mercy to make everything else easier for you. And that is the service the angelic hosts stand ready to give. When mankind cannot help itself, then the angels. 224. Archangel Michael speaks. Of the sacred fire come to help the individuals be free from the discord that has been generated. And surely that is the great supreme master presence of the eternal perfection of the use of life and the sacred fire. You can have just as much of this to come into you and free you as rapidly as possible, if you use it in conditions of the outer world to free your cities, your nation, or the government. Or individuals or activities of the outer world from the conditions that are wrong that have been generated by mankind's discord. This is one of the most marvelous ways and means of healing, of harmonizing, of purifying, of illumining and of balancing, not only your karmic debt to life, but balancing the conditions of the outer world in which you move and with which you are connected. Beloved ones, you have no idea the blessings that will come to you if you set this into action from this night. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now this has another freeing activity in its effect upon you when individuals have deliberately wronged you, and you certainly don't feel like forgiving them. And the feelings rarely do. The Discourse 13. 225. Feeling of the outer self doesn't want to forgive the situation but wants to go on and battle. If you will seize that desire to battle, command silence. Not allow yourselves to say one word, but keep the silence. And then make your call for the angelic host to use the great central sun's cosmic Christ blue lightning purity and violet flame for giving love and mercy, and do in the condition, take care of that which is an injury to you. Do you know what will happen? Almost without exception, before the situation is finished, there will come about conditions in which there will come restitution to you for the injury. So it's a scepter of very great power. And I tell you, it is the magic of the sacred fire to handle conditions that are discordant in this physical world as long as you remain here. When you cannot forgive a thing yourself because of injury and because of the feeling generated in the emotional body, when you can't do things yourself in the outer, turn back to your beloved I Am Presence, and the angelic host and the sacred fire, and I assure you, we can do what you cannot. But if you call the great central sun's cosmic Christ blue lightning purity that the angels of blue lightning direct into a condition. 226. Archangel Michael speaks. Your very willingness to make that call and correct the condition, the divine way of the angelic host will automatically bring back the blessings that will free you from the injustice. It will help you to hold the harmony within yourselves, and you will find, as you set this habit, and will no longer allow yourself to be connected with wrong conditions in the outer world, you will find it will improve your health. It will eventually close the door against anything that would impose ill health upon you, and it will keep the energy of your emotional body purified and quiet, so that the higher mental body can have its unobstructed control of the outer self. And then only its constructive consciousness and its purifying love can come into your feeling world. And it is what keeps you disconnected from the radiation or the condition that before had injured you. This is a marvelous secret, my loved ones, and if you only recognize the angelic host to call forth the angels of cosmic Christ blue lightning purity to take charge of conditions in the outer world that are so vicious and so terribly, just make your call. As time goes on, your own beloved mighty I Am Presence and Discourse 13. 227. Higher mental body would keep you free from, disconnected from those conditions in your outer world affairs and activities. And therefore it becomes an insulation around you and your world to help you be free from the discord generated by mankind, past and present. So often, beloved ones, we use the sword of blue flame in these conditions, and I assure you, the angels of the flaming sword know no such thing as failure or opposition. So when you call the angels of the flaming sword to draw the great central sun's cosmic Christ blue lightning purity into a condition, and the violet consuming flames purifying love, forgiveness, and mercy to life that moves into outer physical conditions, the annihilation of the hordes of evil. If you are willing to make that call, and you recognize the reality of our presence, and call to us to render the service, your own beloved I Am Presence can at all times pour forth through you whatever sacred fire keeps you disconnected from that which is generated in the outer world to destroy anybody or anything that is seeking or trying to hold to the constructive way of life. The legions of the angels of the flaming sword are no figment of anybody's imagination. 228. Archangel Michael speaks. And if you want to know the reality of their presence, ask for their revealment. Ask that mankind be forced to see them in action in the control of outer world physical conditions, because of the filth that has been imposed upon your nation, and that which is intended to desecrate that which is of the Christ within your borders. You are in the hour of need tonight, when the legions of the angels of the flaming sword, who project the great central sun's cosmic Christ blue lightning purity into a condition to prevent what the hordes of evil intend, not only will leash the destructive forces in the outer world and prevent the damage they would do otherwise, but you automatically draw protection in and around yourselves, because every call that you send forth to the angelic host for the use of the sacred fire in the physical octave to correct conditions here will be answered. Just as certainly as that call goes forth, because that is why we are in the lower atmosphere of Earth, and we are here tonight. Thank you so much. And the whole nation needs our presence tonight and needs the sacred fire which we direct. And therefore, those of you who understand that our presence is here, who understand how to. Discourse 13. 229. Make this call, can have unlimited answers to your calls, as you set into action the sacred fire that must come to compel purification, because purification can only come through the use of the fire element. There are uncountable legions of the angels of the sacred fire in the upper atmosphere of Earth that can, in one mighty flash, silence the nation, compel silence to everything within your borders. And that's what I mean by the power of the blue lightning Christ and its immortal purity to rule conditions here. And in the face of what is planned against the decent people within your borders, this needs to be drawn into the physical octave as soon as possible. And in calling this forth to protect what is constructive within your land, you automatically will be enfolded in the angelic host's sacred fire protection also. So when you begin to use the angelic host's miracle mantle of cosmic Christ blue lightning control and immortal purity, you will have it. You will see it manifest. You will control conditions by it, and you will be protected, because the very call itself brings protection to all that is constructive. Blessed ones, you are not without help. The great cosmic law is opening 1. 230. Archangel Michael speaks. Channel after another to bring unlimited activities of the sacred fire into the physical octave to do what mankind cannot do for itself. And so this must come. The cosmic law demands it, and the evil mankind has generated must be consumed, one way or the other. And the more that is consumed this way, the less the physical disturbance will be. So I hope tonight that you realize the opportunity that you have to forbid what the hordes of evil intend against this nation, to forbid the generation of any more destruction. And as you make the call and ask the legions, the limitless legions of the angels of the flaming sword, to move into the physical conditions of mankind's daily life, and forbid evil in manifestation. Try me out. I ask you to call the angelic host to come into these conditions and forbid the existence any longer of the beast of desecration. I have been portrayed with the sword of blue flame down through the ages. And there are countless legions of the angels of the flaming sword, the angels of blue lightning, and as certainly as they are called into the physical conditions to annihilate that which otherwise will annihilate constructive activities, there isn't one. Discourse 13. 231. Call that would be either delayed nor refuse to be answered. There isn't one call that wouldn't be answered, and as quickly as possible. So beloved ones, if you set to work with this, will set to work with the swords of blue flame from the ascended Master's octave. And just as certainly as you exist, will you see the fulfillment of your calls in ways and means that you are not even connected with. So I assure you, it is the part of wisdom. It's the master control of the conditions that mankind has generated. It's the open door to freedom. And it's the only safety there is, to blaze throughout the nation tonight that which will help everything constructive, and will leash the desecration intended. And we want you to make the call as soon as possible, because every hour counts. And that's exactly why we're here. It's exactly why we have brought the activity of the angelic host to your attention. It is why we are asking for your calls, because the cosmic law demands that those who are unascended must draw into the conditions of which they have been a part. Cosmic law's sacred fire of immortal purity, and the authority of the angelic host over mankind, and over mankind's creation. 232. Archangel Michael speaks. So beloved ones, when the authority of the outer activities of mankind in the human law of your land have, when that outer world human authority has sought to desecrate everything because of its viciousness, then I say to you, use our authority of the angels of the flaming sword. When you say to your beloved I am presence, and to us, blaze the immortal sacred fire authority of the angels of blue lightning purity into the brain and body of every human being within these borders that wants to do wrong, and you send forth the decree, and you will see manifestations take place that reveal to you the fulfillment of your call. And you, yourselves, will not be connected in any way with the destructive activities that the hordes of evil wish to impose upon your homes and the decent people within your land. Use our authority of the angels of the flaming sword. Use the Ascended Master's authority of cosmic Christ blue lightning purity. Use the Ascended Master's will of the cosmic law's command for evil to cease to be, and release whatever power from the angelic host is necessary into physical conditions that force the hordes of evil to either be taken off the earth or. Discourse 13. 233. Consumed. And in any event, you, personally, will not be connected with them. So I do bring you an infallible source of protection. And we have protected mankind down through the ages uncountable times by the use of the sacred fire of which most human beings know nothing. So the sacred fire is still in the universe. We are in the universe. The cosmic law is master. The need is now, and your nation must be saved by the call of those who are constructive within its borders. Blessed ones, from tonight I hope you call the unlimited legions of the sword of the blue flame, the unlimited power of the cosmic Christ blue lightning purity, the unlimited presence of the sacred fire that can sweep over the nation and compel evil to be driven back into its own cause, and forced into annihilation by the sacred fire that is forever its master. So from tonight we will await your call. And I hope with every atom of my being you will send every call you can possibly make to draw into the physical lower atmosphere of Earth, into the physical structure of Earth itself, the angelic host's great central sun's cosmic Christ blue lightning purity, the violet consuming flames. 234. Archangel Michael speaks. Mercy and love that sets all life and substance and energy free from the filth imposed upon them by the hordes of the shadows. So from tonight your power can be unlimited. And I have a feeling within me, you won't have to be coaxed to use it. Thank you so much. We have depended upon you before, and you have not been found wanting. We are going to depend on you now, and you will not want for any good thing if you will use this decree to handle the conditions within your nation that are indescribable, and I will not even put them into your consciousness by a description. The need is very great. The power is unlimited. The opportunity is yours, and victory is assured as you join with us and reveal the mastery of life over the conditions that have sought to desecrate anything and everything that is decent. So from tonight, please remember, we are your friends of eternity. We are all authority. Your nation needs your call, and there isn't one in this room who will make the call that can't be answered almost instantly, in even outer physical conditions, as you remember we are near. We are masters by the use of the sacred fire. We are. Discourse 13. 235. Waiting an opportunity to use this power in the physical octave, and we must protect that which is constructive within your borders. So call our legions of cosmic Christ immortal protection in and around all that is constructive, and your willingness to protect everything else constructive within your land, automatically draws to you the same protection by the sacred fire from your presence, from us, and from the great central Sunday. And the limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire have power the world needs to see in action, and must face and obey. And from this hour, with your assistance and your calls, so shall it be manifested in the physical octave until we have rendered our service, and the purification takes place that does bring freedom and peace to the earth for eternity. Thank you with all my heart. Discourse 13. June 24, 1964, Chicago, Illinois. Record CD 1054. Beloved of my heart, as the angelic host comes closer and closer into the outer affairs of mankind, those of you who have given us acceptance and sent us your calls, we want you to feel the visible, tangible presence of those who are ministering in the lower atmosphere of Earth. Those of the angelic host who are drawing their sacred fire protection around all that is constructive, and who will not leave you if you remember to give them acceptance, and call forth their sacred fire presence into outer physical conditions. This is to let the angelic host have authority through unascended beings to draw into physical manifestation the sacred fire miracle manifestations that must come in, through, and around you all in order to protect you, because 239. 240 Archangel Michael speaks. The sacred fire miracles are the ascended master's way of life to produce manifestation without the interference of human discord. I'm quite sure you want that. We want it for you, and it is obedience to the great divine law. Therefore it is necessary for unascended beings who understand this law to make the call for the angelic host's sacred fire presence with you sometime each day. To come closer into your physical affairs and release more of the cosmic pressure of the various activities of the sacred fire that will more easily control your physical conditions. You sometimes think that you are controlling physical conditions sometimes and sometimes not. When discord enters, I grant you, the outer human self is controlling some of the energy in the physical octave, but if you were to see what the great angelic host does every day in, through, and around individuals who are constructive, and are trying to hold to the right way of life in the midst of outer world conditions, you would be amazed to see how many miracles are produced by the presence of one or more of the angelic host in that condition, pouring forth the heart flame of the Discourse 13. 241. Love from the being that compels constructive activities to bring about the satisfactory result. Mankind has a certain acceptance in the feeling world, in the awareness within life, of the presence of the angelic host. Whenever tremendous protection is given, mankind automatically gives certain recognition. But if you will form the habit, every day, of calling whatever legions of the sacred fire's immortal protection and help is necessary to make you victorious over everything human each day, we can establish legions, groups and legions of certain ones of the angelic host. Some of those who direct the sacred fire, to abide with you regardless of where you go. They can abide with you or above you or around you. Some of these are not ascended beings. Some of the angels of which we speak are the beings of the sacred love of the sacred fire that have never touched discord. So wherever their sacred fire presence enfolds your physical bodies or your affairs, try to remember, nothing can come in, through, and around you, or into your conditions except the sacred fire love of their immortal purity. This is the master power that produces perfect manifestation. It is the Almighty. 242 Archangel Michael speaks. Mastery that gives invincible protection to those who are trying to give obedience to the cosmic law at this time and are trying to do that which is constructive for the rest of mankind. Mankind must have some more conscious understanding of what tremendous service the angelic host render to unascended beings. The cosmic law of this cycle, some time ago, set into action the cosmic command that there must come more cosmic concentration and cosmic cooperation between mankind and the angelic host in order to bring into the physical octave enough of the sustaining power of eternal purity to enable constructive activities to survive through the coming discord. Therefore the legions of the angels of the sacred fire are the protecting presence to all that is constructive within your nation. They are the protecting presence around everything that is constructive that will recognize them, that will call them into association in your outer world conditions, and will let them pour their sacred fire love in, through, and around you. Because whatever they accomplish for you must be accomplished through you. They can hold the sacred fire miracle manifestations around your Discourse 13. 243. Physical body or around your physical affairs. But when it comes to actually creating and producing the perfection that fulfills the divine plan, then their heart flame of sacred fire love has to pour forth through your physical bodies. And it has to pour forth through your feeling, has to pour forth through the energy of your own life. It has to pour forth through the pictures in your own mind. It has to pour forth through your own intellectual concepts. And therefore the enfolding presence, the sacred fire presence of the angelic host, is a mighty reality that belongs in this world, and will always accompany those who give them recognition, acceptance, give them obedience and cooperation. And will make the call for their presence to come into the lower atmosphere of earth. And God knows you need it. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now at various points on the surface of the earth there have been temples or localities dedicated to one or more of the angelic host. Wherever that dedication is sincere, wherever it has been continued in recognition by unascended. 244 Archangel Michael speaks. Beings, wherever it is given attention, one or more of the ascended host has been established there, or have established the focus of the sacred fire there to be the fulfillment of the constructive calls the individuals in that location or that temple have sent forth to life. The angelic host are the activities of perfection the cosmic law has provided. The cosmic law is embodied in the great cosmic beings who have created this system of worlds. Therefore those cosmic beings have created certain ones of the angelic host who have never yet been in physical embodiment. But don't let anybody under this radiation ever accept there's any such a thing as a fallen angel. There isn't, regardless of all the literature on the earth. In the first place, most of the angelic host are ascended beings. Those who have been created by the cosmic beings to be a focus of and direct the sacred love of the sacred fire's immortal purity, have never come into physical embodiment, so they couldn't fall. This misinformation that has gone forth to mankind through the centuries is a misunderstanding and a misconception of what has occurred in the past. So please remember, the angelic host are either ascended. Discourse 13. 245. Beings or are the great divine beings of the sacred love of the sacred fire's almighty purity that have never touched discord, so they can't create anything but perfection. I hope to clear this concept, at least in your minds. And if you will, then there is no limit to what the ascended beings, the angelic host, can draw in, through, and around you, if you would associate with them as consistently and as determinately as you do every day with each other. Won't you accept my legions of the angelic host? Thank you so much, precious ones. Now in times of great disaster, epidemics, plagues, distress of various kinds, where the call to God has gone forth for relief from the condition, the beings of the sacred fire who came have been the angelic host. The angelic host are the ones who draw the sacred love of the sacred fire's immortal purity, and an individual focus of that sacred fire, into certain conditions to consume what is wrong, to strengthen and protect everything that is constructive, and to be the illumining consciousness to unascended beings to show the intellect the right thing to do. 246 Archangel Michael speaks. And very often when people have received great illumination and understanding that was the truth, it is because one of the angelic host, or sometimes more, has drawn around the individual the heart flame of sacred fire love that has shut off all vibratory action for the time being. Until the true concepts of the ascended master's consciousness could fill the intellect, and pour the purifying love into the energy of the emotional body, the feeling world, until the individual's concept was clarified, and the individual received the full idea of perfection, and the love to make it manifest in the physical octave. This has gone on millions of times throughout the world. There is not one constructive call that goes forth to the beloved I am presence, and the ascended host, or even to the great acknowledgement of the sacred love of the sacred fire, that life does not answer. Every call that is constructive can be answered, and will be released by the beloved I am presence, and the ascended host wherever that call goes forth sincerely and with determination that the outer self must stand its discord, impurity, aside while the answer to the call is given. Discourse 13. 247. And if those of you who want miracle manifestations, before you ask for those manifestations, command yourselves, turn back to your beloved I am presence, and demand that it fill you with whatever violet consuming flames eternal purity forces everything human in you to stand aside. Go into the violet flame and be consumed. And then call your beloved I am presence, and the angelic host to blaze in, through, and around you that which we know will help you the most at that time, and at the same time hold the protection around whatever you need. Whatever you are calling into existence, call for it to come automatically protected. Mankind has not done this, not even the student body. You've asked for things. You've asked for help, but how often have you called to your beloved I am presence, and the ascended host to call for whatever fulfills your call to make it eternally the prevention of all wrong, eternally free from all wrong? If mankind had done this, the constructive things that have been built in this world would not have been dissolved by the destructive forces. Therefore the sinister force cannot use the sacred love of the sacred fire. The sinister force. 248 Archangel Michael speaks. Cannot interfere with any service the angelic host choose to give. The sinister force cannot prevent the almighty authority of sacred fire love and purity for the purification of this earth from coming to this world and fulfilling the divine plan. So don't give the sinister force any more power. Thank you so much. We are here to clothe you in the angelic host's miracle mantle of love's mastery, and the angelic host's miracle mantle of love's miracle perfection, miracle manifestations, and miracle victory of invincible protection that keeps you eternally untouched by human creation. I am going to continue to bring this to your attention and charge it in, through, and around you and through you until you get the concept intellectually. And then my heart's flame shall blaze it through you by love you cannot resist, until you are free. Thank you so much. Now you do not understand how tremendously the Ascended Host are working with all of you at this time, what tremendous effort is being made to bring in, through, and around you every conceivable assistance from our Ascended Master Octave that is invincibly victorious over all in this world. You have no idea how much concentrated. Discourse 13. 249. Energy and power has been poured to the student body, and through you, because of the decrees you have given for the purification and freedom of your nation and the world. Therefore we have worked incessantly, and we will continue to work incessantly and continually to pour forth in, through, and around into you all the ever-increasing concentration of the miracle manifestation that only the sacred fire's love can produce, because we want you insulated in it. We want you made strong enough to hold the victory. We want to keep you untouched by outer world destructive conditions. And the only thing in heaven or earth, or anywhere else that will ever do it, is the sacred love of the sacred fire of the mighty I Am Presence, and the Ascended Host. And the angelic host are our messengers to produce that manifestation in the physical octave around you all, and to you all, and around your loved ones. When you call for the protection of your loved ones, a flame of our heart's love of immortal power and protection can go like a streak of lightning to enfold your loved ones, no matter what the condition is around that one. Our sacred fire love can cut through every condition. 250 Archangel Michael speaks of human creation until it has no more power than a feather in a gust of wind. I want you to feel the power of the angelic host tonight, and I shall make you feel it until you're free. Thank you so much. Now the angels of the sacred fire have healed and healed and healed mankind, and how do you suppose the healing has gone forth? By the purifying action of their sacred fire love. Every bit of healing that's ever taken place on the earth has been the radiation of some activity of the sacred fire's love from both the mighty I Am Presence and the Ascended Host. The angelic host. One of the main activities of the angelic host is to render that service of healing to mankind until there is enough purity manifested for the individual to draw forth the power of eternal healing from each one's own beloved I Am Presence and the Ascended Master's octave. So the healing angels are no figment of anyone's imagination. The protecting angels are legions who wield the sword of blue flame, and that's no figment of anybody's imagination. When an ascended being or a cosmic being of the angelic host choose to direct the sword of blue flame into a destructive force, or focus of. Discourse 13. 251. Destructively qualified energy mankind has created, perhaps maintained for centuries, the blue flame goes forth and enters into that condition, and forces into annihilation every destructive vibration of energy within it, consumes the substance, and compels the end of that which defies the perfection of life. It has not been decided yet, but it is just possible that the cosmic law will give a dispensation for the angelic host to produce certain manifestations of the sacred love of the sacred fire's immortal purity before every atheist on the earth. Thank you so much. And I can assure you, the angels and the archangels who wield that cosmic sword of blue flame can stiffen anybody in their tracks, stiffen the human body in its tracks until that consciousness obeys. Until that consciousness acknowledges the authority and the power of the cosmic beings who direct the sacred fire's immortal purity and love to the earth. Not all the atheists in existence can any longer oppose the onrushing fulfillment of the divine plan, the eternal fiat of the cosmic law that mankind shall awaken from the sleep of the senses, from the denial of the great perfection of. 252 Archangel Michael speaks life, and be compelled to be purified and give obedience, and then be compelled to make restitution to the life that it has defied. Don't think for 1 minute the sinister force, or the benighted human beings who are the slaves to its lies and its destruction, are masters of either the planet nor infinite space around the planet. They're not masters of the Ascended Host. And it isn't a matter of faith to draw the power or acknowledge the Ascended Host. It just happens to be the law of electronics, the law of creation, the law of perfection, the law of manifestation. And one that is not bound by the darkness of his or her own selfishness automatically accepts, and where individuals don't accept the reality of cosmic beings who have created the perfection upon this earth is in a shell of darkness of his or her own mental concepts and destructive feeling. But even that darkness can be shattered and annihilated by the cosmic sword of blue flame in the hands of any of the Ascended Host. Mankind's ignorance and darkness and destruction and degradation is to be consumed, and everybody might just as well get used to the idea as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Discourse 13. 253. When you consider the mass accumulation of mankind's discord of the centuries that is producing its destruction in the outer world today, don't fight it. Don't get into controversy about it. Turn your attention to your beloved I Am presence, and the ascended host, and call to the cosmic angels of fiery Christ blue lightning sword of complete annihilation and prevention of all wrong. And let there flash into those conditions, just like lightning in a storm, whatever power from the ascended master's octave is necessary to compel the consuming of the accumulated discord of mankind's frightful hatred and selfishness and impurity that is generated everywhere in the world every day. The mighty beloved Ares, who is ruler of the air, controls the atmosphere of this world. Us uncountable legions of the angels of the flaming sword, uncountable legions that control the activities of the air. And some of mankind are going to learn there's a master hand that is greater than what the human intellect understands thus far. So, beloved ones, I commend you to the security, to the love, to the protection, to the supply, to the illumination, to the peace, to the 254. Archangel Michael speaks. Mastery of the sacred love of the sacred fire of the angelic host. May they be your daily companions. May you call to them for everything of assistance that you need to make your best effort in the physical world, to hold protection for all that is constructive, to purify everything wherever you abide, and to hold control of manifestation by the miracle power of the sacred fire's love of the angelic host. And you will have legions come to your assistance if you care to make the call that mankind be forced to see the legions of the angelic host with the physical sight everywhere, as quickly as possible. The cosmic law can give the dispensation by which the atmosphere of Earth is made rarefied enough to force mankind to behold the angelic host. And you might just as well have it as not. Thank you so much, precious ones. So now the purification of the earth and all upon it has to take place by the release of the sacred fire's purifying, almighty power drawn into the physical octave to consume what mankind has imposed upon life and upon the powers of nature and forces of the elements. The angelic host are those who will purify the earth and all upon it, the powers of nature and forces. Discourse 13. 255. Of the elements, but they can be your daily associates. They can give you daily assistance. Their love is boundless. Their power is invincible and eternal. They can make you victorious over every destructive thing on this earth, and they offer you their enfolding miracle mantle of their sacred fire presence. And to that victory and happiness and cooperation do I commend you, until your own experiences with the angelic host will reveal to you the great cosmic truth of the law, and give you the glorifying experiences that will enable you to help others to understand the great cosmic blessings that life has provided to raise mankind out of its distress, and into the ascended Master's octave. And every bit of help you give through your calls to the angelic host will come back to you 1,000-fold with greater and greater and greater love by the sacred fire's almighty, eternal, protecting perfection. So your victory is possible here and now with the assistance of the ascended host who are the angelic host, and the assistance of others of the angelic host who come only at the direction of the great cosmic beings who are their source of life. 256. Archangel Michael speaks. So I commend you to your freedom this hour, and the close association with the angelic host, so you, ahead of the rest of mankind, can become aware of all the effort life is making to bring to you the greater perfection and blessings and happiness that are the manifestation of the divine plan fulfilled. I commend you to your victory, to your eternal happiness, and now, to the fulfillment of the great divine plan for your nation, that as you live for the purification and freedom of the nation, automatically it must come to the rest of the world. And you, being a part of that, must automatically be free. So I enfold you in the angelic host's heart flame of sacred fire love of invincible, eternal, purifying freedom to the earth, and such protection by the sacred fire as only the angelic host can bestow. May they abide with you. May their power without limit be released to assist you, and may you have the privilege of seeing them release that power that forces the hordes of evil to cease existence everywhere. I commend you to your eternal victory. Thank you with all my heart. Discourse XVI 251. August 13, 1964, Shasta Springs, California. Record CD 1067. Beloved ones of the mighty Saint Germain's family, we come to make you feel the nearness of the sacred fire's mastery over the physical conditions of this world. The presence of the angelic host, as they pour forth more of the sacred fire in and around each of you, will clear the atmosphere about you and make it more tangible, so far as you are concerned. It will make the presence of the angelic host more tangible to you. It is one thing to just see an ascended being or an angel, and it's another thing to feel the fullness of the power of the sacred fire, not only which they direct, but which they are. Therefore, as we come nearer and nearer into the physical octave of Earth, it is to consume as much as possible of the human creation of individuals to whom we 259. 260 Archangel Michael speaks. Come, that they may more readily see us, feel us, and cooperate with us, so that the sacred fire that we bring produces the miracles and the victories in their worlds for which they call. The angelic host has rendered tremendous service down through the ages and always will. But mankind needs to know not only their reality, but must understand something of the way the angelic host serve life by bringing into the physical conditions the eternal perfection from the ascended master's octave. Now let me assure you that when the cosmic law permits one or more of the angelic host to come into your physical octave to render service, it is because a certain amount of sacred fire is drawn there permanently. Whatever gifts the angelic host bring into the physical octave, those gifts are the manifestations of the sacred fire, and they are established either in, through, and around the individual who is being helped, or the locality or the condition that is to be changed by their sacred fire love to perfection. It is sometimes almost unbelievable that mankind can sleep in the shadows and the suffering and the limitation of discord, and forget the great cosmic beings that are waiting to help. Discourse 18. 261. Them. Down through the ages all of mankind has been taught, call unto me and I will answer thee. The angelic host is the way and means that life provides to bring that answer into the physical octave of this world. Therefore those of you who accept the reality of the angelic host, who hold the outer self purified and quiet, can have as much of the power of our sacred fire love as you can possibly use from time to time. When the mighty Saint Germain and others of the ascended host have said to you, spread the violet consuming flame over a condition, pour your love to it, and call for its invincible victory and perfection to manifest. The way that victory and perfection do manifest is because an angel, one or more of the violet consuming flame, comes immediately when you give recognition, and will draw whatever sacred fire is necessary to fulfill your call, so long as it be constructive, so long as it is the work of the Christ. So long as it is the manifestation of the Christ, so long as it is the fulfillment of the great divine plan. There is not one thing of mankind's human creation, or all put together, can stand against the sacred fire power of the angelic host. And I. 262 Archangel Michael speaks. Wish to assure you of that tonight, so you will not only feel closer to us, but you will feel the power which we wield, projected into destructive conditions to force their annihilation from existence. You must give recognition to the love and the service the angelic host are giving if there is to come into your own being and world the freedom which the sacred fire love of the angelic host is to life everywhere. When the angels come, they come to bring freedom. When they come and pour their love and their purity, it is that unascended beings may be free from problems and limitations. When the protecting angels come and blaze the sacred fire around an individual or a condition, that sacred fire is established there for eternity. I want you to accept tonight the fulfillment of every word I tell you, because it's the truth, and only the truth will ever set you free, and when the angelic host project the sacred fire of immortal truth, you've got to have freedom. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, and please just remain so. How would you feel if someone you loved and who needed your assistance, needed your Discourse 18. 263. Love, and you had the capacity to give it, and then the individual wouldn't turn around to receive it. How would you feel? Well, now you have a slight idea of what the angelic host have to wait to give, because mankind either does not accept the presence of the angelic host, or does not make the call, or does not believe we are real and can give the help. Tonight I wish to bring our ascended master feeling and assurance to you of our presence with you, and of the power of the sacred fire which is our realm of existence, to come in and around you and render the service which only the angelic host can give. We have gifts unbelievable to unascended mankind. We have invincible, immortal cosmic power to wield, and I assure you, the love of the angelic host is not understood by mankind in this world. Very little comprehension is in the human intellect or in the feeling of how intense is the sacred fire love of the angelic host. Therefore tonight we are taking away a certain vibratory action in the atmosphere about you and in your emotional bodies. We are taking it away because it is a veil between your physical sight and our visible, tangible presence. Now it becomes your 264 Archangel Michael speaks. Privilege to call our visible, tangible presence and our miracle manifestations of the sacred fire in and around yourselves, and into conditions in the physical world, to produce ascended master victory, to produce the angelic host's almighty protection, and to hold the divine plan made manifest. Fulfilled in the physical octave, and protected against any human creation. If you wish to acknowledge our presence, if you wish to accept the love and the help we give, if you wish to have your world filled with our miracles, then say so. Were you to ask that everything in your being and world be kept forever filled full to overflowing with the invincible miracles and manifestations of the angelic host's control of physical conditions, and the sacred fire's love that is the fulfillment of the divine plan, you will have it manifest. So now it's entirely a matter of your own choice as to how close we come. There are conditions in the atmosphere of earth from which we wish to protect you. There are creations of mankind which are wholly confusing, and they are all but the sinister forces creation to affect the emotional bodies of the people, to confuse them and make them doubt the reality, the power, the Discourse 18. 265. Magnificent perfection of the Ascended Master's existence and octave of manifestation in the universe. Anything and everything that does not want to accept the reality of the mighty I Am Presence, and the Ascended Host, the Angelic Host, or the activities of the sacred fire and cosmic light, whatever opposes or refuses to accept that is nothing on earth but the darkness of human discord. And it is generated by discord in the feeling. Discord in the feeling becomes a barrier to anything and everything that is from the Angelic Host's great octave of life. There is no barrier in the Ascended Master's octave. All resistance and obstruction to the visible, tangible presence of the angelic host is entirely in the emotional bodies of unascended beings, because when the emotional body is purified and the feeling is held quiet, it is no trouble at all almost with a breath to open your sight and let you see the angelic host. But we're not going to open your sight to see anything but the angelic host and the ascended host, which are one. Mankind has seen many things, and continues to see many things in and out of the physical body, 90% of which 266 Archangel Michael speaks. Is not constructive. Beloved ones, I am here to help you realize what the power of the angelic host is to blaze the sacred fire control of physical conditions in and around you to form the protection that repels the discord of human creation. Now the angelic host project the sacred fire love in and around a condition to hold the victory and perfection there. And please do not forget, when we draw that sacred fire around an individual or a condition, the powers of nature cannot act any way except harmoniously to the sacred fire which we bring. This is protection against the destructive activities of the powers of nature that mankind has imposed upon the beings of the elements to produce destruction. When there is charged into the atmosphere of earth mankind's continuous hatred and destruction and violence of war, surely you must understand that if you want the constructive way of life somewhere, you must have protection. The sinister force won't give it to you. Human creation won't give it to you. Mankind's intellect can't give it to you. Then your protection depends entirely upon the sacred fire's love which the ascended masters and the angelic host direct. Discourse 18. 267. Every ascended master is an angel, but there are other angels, angels of the sacred fire that have never yet embodied. And they know only the concentration of the power of their love. And let me disabuse your minds tonight of the idea that there is any such thing as a fallen angel. The ascended masters can't fall, and the angels who have never embodied can't fall, because they haven't entered into the physical world of physical embodiment. The misunderstanding and misinterpretation of events that have happened down through the centuries is the thing that has confused mankind. And mankind has imposed upon the divine beings and the divine assistance provided by life, God knows how much mankind has imposed distortion and untruth upon that which was only given and only produced perfection. I wish you to understand that from tonight, if you control your feeling and you command your feeling to be filled with ascended master's feeling that sees and accepts and cooperates with the angelic host, you will have it just as certain as you make the call, for we are able to give it. We are able to come through the physical atmosphere of Earth and cut through mankind's human. 268 Archangel Michael speaks. Creation, when the light within the heart of the individual reaches up, and wants our visible, tangible presence in the physical octave to fulfill the divine plan. Whenever you want the divine plan fulfilled, call the angelic host to blaze whatever sacred fire love fulfills the divine plan in and around you, or whatever you are trying to raise to perfection. But call the angelic host to stand the guard, so you have protection to what you create, you have protection to the help you give, and therefore destructive forces cannot reach in and undo the service you've rendered. Much of the angelic host's protection is by the violet consuming flame and the sword of blue flame. When that sword of blue flame raises and flashes, human discord is consumed completely on the instant. This is a conscious concentration of the blue ray from the great central sun which is drawn into destructive conditions to consume them. I want you to feel that our desire to help you, and if we arouse the expansion of the light within you to reach up and accept the help we offer, we can do many more things for your nation. Now you can call forth the cosmic legions of the angels of the sacred fire that are the guarding. Discourse 18. 269. Presence of everything that is of the Christ within the nation. They are the guarding presence of the nation. There are legions of the angelic host who are the guarding presence of the freedom of this nation, and this is why I am bringing it to your attention tonight, that you may accept their presence with you, call their presence into the physical conditions to help purify the nation, and forbid what the sinister force intends. There are the forbidding angels, and when they issue a fiat, not all mankind's destruction put together can act. It is stiffened instantly and consumed. The power of the angelic host is unbelievable to unascended beings. It is invincible, it is cosmic, and it is always victorious. And you can just as well have the cosmic legions of the angels of immortal purity to come in and around you as to put up with the impurity that mankind has generated in outer world conditions. If I were you, I would not miss the day of making the call to the beloved I am presence and all the angelic host to keep you surrounded by whatever immortal purity of the sacred fire angels that forever keeps you disconnected from human creation. This can be an invincible guard to your emotional body so the discord of other. 270 Archangel Michael speaks. People's feeling cannot come in and connect with your life stream. This can be a protection to your mind to keep thoughts, destructive pictures, from holding the attention of your intellect until the disturbance can reach into your feeling and take the energy of your emotional body and sustain destructive activities. Please believe me tonight, precious ones. Just believe me long enough to try it, and let me show you what the angels of the sacred fire can do between 2 seconds when it comes to the controlling of human creation. There isn't one sitting in this room tonight who can't have the individual protection and power drawn about you by the angelic host that forbids human creation to connect with you. Therefore, as we unfold more of the power and perfection from the Ascended Master's octave, we ask you to use the power until you become aware of just what it can do for you, until you understand how great it is, and until you understand how you can direct it to assist others. One of the mightiest avenues of service you can give is to call the cosmic angels of fiery Christ blue lightning power and immortal purity. Discourse 18. 271. To strike in and around every one of your loved ones in the national defense. And issue the fiat, regardless of what goes on in war, issue the fiat that the sinister force shall not approach. The beloved Saint Germain once told you that when you use the word, stop, it is a cosmic command and can shatter into annihilation approaching destruction. And when you call for the great angelic host sacred fire power that stops all human creation ever approaching you or your loved ones, you will find it fulfills your call. And I am offering it to you that you may have the protection. You need not go through distressing conditions if you will remember this. And if I were you, I would call it forth for everybody and everything under this radiation, to keep whatever human creation is generated in the physical octave from even looking in your direction. You can have just as much protection as you want. You can have just as much health and supply as you want, because there are legions of angels whose special service is to give you each one of these activities, and it all is concentrated and projected by the sacred fire love from the heart flame of the ascended beings and the angelic host. 272 Archangel Michael speaks. Those who are ascended are automatically angels. But there are those limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire whose power is the most terrific thing, more than words can convey. And if you ask the great central sun's sacred fire angels of such terrific force that they forever establish immortal purity to come into your nation and enfold all that is constructive, you will find that which is constructive will survive, be protected and saved, to you. If you ask it to enfold your loved ones, it will enfold your loved ones. And the sacred fire love which the angelic host direct to the people of this earth is the most magnificent power you could possibly imagine. You can't realize what it means until you see it in action. Once to see a divine being, an angel, stand, and with the flame from the heart, the flame from the hands, and then the flame from the whole body pour forth love that consumes everything of imperfection. When you see it once you will understand it for eternity. It is this I am offering you for your protection, for the protection of your nation, the protection of your loved ones, because human desire will not protect you. The intellect cannot protect you. Discourse 18. 273. Except as you hold the picture of that which is the master presence over all in this world to control manifestation. Unless you hold the picture of that which comes from the ascended master's octave, the human intellect cannot protect you. The protection we offer is immortal. What the human intellect does is here today and gone tomorrow unless it is filled with the immortal pictures from the ascended master's octave, and from the mighty I am presence of the sacred fire and the cosmic light, and the love that is master over all. So blessed ones, when you call forth the legions, the great central sun legions of the protecting angels to blaze all the sacred fire protection necessary around all that is constructive, the call from the hearts of unascended beings will be heard to the heart of creation. And the beings who direct the sacred fire love will send forth those angels to establish for eternity the protection that only sacred fire love can give. So I commend you to the use of this. And we can only wait and see if you experiment with it enough to let us draw closer and closer into your physical conditions, until we can remove as much as the cosmic law will permit at this time, of the 274 Archangel Michael speaks. Limitations and the impurity that the sinister force has imposed upon you, imposed upon the nation, and imposed upon the powers of nature and forces of the elements. There are legions of the angelic host whose purifying sacred fire love would make you worship the very air they breathe. That's the love I am talking about. The human intellect doesn't understand. Only as the feeling in the heart illumines the intellect, and allows the sevenfold flame of the seven mighty Elohim to fill the brain structure with the pictures from the angelic host and the ascended master's octave, only then does the intellect know the truth of mastery. When you call forth the master flame of the great angelic host's sacred fire love, experiment with it, prove me, if you will. Call it in and around yourselves to protect you wherever you abide, and use it, and use it, and use it. And you will find it is master over everything in existence, master flame of the great angelic host's sacred fire love. Call it in and around yourselves, and ask it to produce the perfection you desire, and you cannot be refused under the cosmic law, for the law of love is the master hand of. Discourse 18. 275. Creation and the angelic host are those who bear that blessing to the people of this world. If you care to clothe yourselves in the miracle mantle of the angelic host's heart flame of immortal perfection, try me out and see whether your conditions reveal that which I can give, and all the angels can give, and which we are waiting to give, which you need, which the nation needs, and which must be given at this time. So I leave you with the reminder that you have all authority and power to draw this into the physical octave to overcome these conditions that are seeking only to cause distress to life. And we are the immortal authority to command peace and love of the sacred fire that is eternal, and perfection manifests to bless the earth and all life with the victory of eternity. Go forward, and see what it means to call my heart flame of the sacred fire love of the angelic host and the momentum of the master flame which I offer, and let me fill your world with that which gives you the power to help others as you pass this way until the victory of your ascension. Thank you with all my heart. Discourse XVI 268. September 15, 1965, Shasta Springs, California. Record CD 1162. Beloved of my heart, tonight let us enter into the use of all activities of the sacred fire from the heart of creation, the heart flame of the great central sun, the heart of the great silence, whatever is required in this world to put an end to mankind's discord, and as quickly as possible. I trust as we offer to you again the assistance from the angelic host, you will try to understand what tremendous effort life goes to, what tremendous effort the cosmic law is releasing into the physical atmosphere of Earth at this time. For the angels of the sacred fire, and the cosmic beings, who direct it to this whole system, are concentrating upon this earth. And I plead with you as you value your lives, please don't let one breath of discord exist between you. Please. Because the safety of your 279. 280 Archangel Michael speaks. Nation is at stake. Therefore tonight I offer the angelic escort to those under this radiation who will accept what I say and give the obedience by which the cosmic law can help us to blaze through you what purifies the nation to the place of safety. And I trust we shall make our presence very tangible and very powerful and unmistakably here, if you will give us this assistance. Thank you so much. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now tonight I am tipping you off, as they say, because I am going to ask you to make the call for the visible, tangible presence of the angelic host and the cosmic being's sacred fire presence in the lower atmosphere of Earth anywhere and everywhere within this nation that is necessary to hold it protected. And is necessary to hold a certain amount of purity invincibly in control of what is within your borders. The mass of the people are filled with fear and doubt, all of which is blackness. Discord is blackness. And so tonight as we offer you the visible, tangible presence of the activities of the sacred fire from the great silence, the angelic host and the cosmic being's visible, tangible presence and activities manifestations. Discourse 18. 281. Of the sacred fire from the great silent seal of which are needed to produce enough purity within your borders to fire the people awake. Because one of the easiest ways that we have to awaken mankind is to shock the people awake by manifestations of the divine being's direction of the sacred fire. And it can come in infinite ways to awaken every human being within your borders. So if you care to join us in the awakening of all that lives within your borders, to the acceptance and the visible, tangible presence of the sacred fire control of conditions within your land, it will offset and prevent the riots, the violence, the desecration, and that which the hordes of evil intend to impose for nothing on earth except destruction. When you call forth the invincible, limitless legions of the angels and the cosmic beings of the sacred fire to come everywhere into this nation, and to possess it and rule it and save it, free it from that which is of discord, there are many within your borders who are not, I am, students, but who will accept the reality and the presence of the ascended host and those activities of the sacred fire that come for purification. So this call sent forth by you will bless all who will be receptive at this time, will awaken all. 282 Archangel Michael speaks. Who understand and know the reality of the angelic host and the cosmic beings. This is power which we hope to awaken within the masses of enough of the people to be the control of conditions within your land that will prevent that which the sinister force wants to produce in the way of desecration. Now call this forth, especially into Washington, D.C. and Chicago. Washington, D.C. can be so filled with all activities of the sacred fire that it absolutely holds bound, helpless, and inactive everything the sinister force has created or focused there. This will hold certain control of the conditions in the atmosphere over the cities in this nation that is the feeding energy to much of the destruction that is intended. There are unlimited legions of all activities of the sacred fire, and so if you will give us this assistance, if you will call it into the physical conditions of this world, then the cosmic law, when enough people call, will automatically answer with the manifestations of the sacred fire in the conditions around you, by which control is maintained and violence prevented. If people don't accept our reality or don't believe we are here, that's got nothing to do with our visible, tangible presence, because if there are those who. Discourse 18. 283. Accept us, call to us, and are answered by us, they will benefit by their acceptance of our reality and their cooperation with our request. Mankind is coming to the hour of complete awareness of the reality of the ascended masters, the cosmic beings and the angelic host, and this is part of the way we open the door. Thank you so much. If you, through your use of our ascended master consciousness, call the cosmic law into action to reveal our visible, tangible presence, there will be the descent of certain activities of the sacred fire that will not only answer your call, but will purify the atmosphere, at least where we appear. Now there's no such thing as failure to the sacred fire, and if people are afraid to call the sacred fire into action, then God help them, because the sacred fire is the supreme power of the purifying love from the great central sun, from every ascended master, from all the angelic host, from all activities of the great silence, and every action in the cosmic scheme of creation that produces perfection. And it can never produce anything else. So don't let there be the slightest feeling within you of being afraid to call all activities of the 284 Archangel Michael speaks. Sacred fire everywhere throughout the nation that reveal the presence of the ascended masters and the cosmic beings. This must come in order to force mankind to let go of that which the sinister force has imposed upon individuals. Sacred fire everywhere throughout the nation that reveal the presence of the ascended 284 Archangel from all activities of the great silence, and every action in the cosmic scheme of creation that produces perfection. And it can never produce anything else. So don't let there be the slightest feeling within you of being afraid to call all activities of the 284 Archangel Michael speak. Sacred fire everywhere throughout the nation that reveal the presence of the ascended masters and the cosmic beings. This must come in order to force mankind to let go of that which the sinister force has imposed upon individuals through hypnotic control. The sinister force only holds its control of conditions in a nation or the world by the hypnotic control of individuals, and if you call forth whatever sacred fire from the great silence is necessary to force mankind to behold the manifestations of the ascended host, there will be certain things accomplished. I grant you, there will be a great deal of fear and a great deal of doubt, all of which the sacred fire in the end will consume. So when there are those that lie about our existence or our reality, or those that lie about the reality of the sacred fire, the hour is coming when they're going to swallow every lie they've told, and they're going to be purified or removed from the earth. And this is part of the great command by which it will be accomplished. But you do not need to fear anything that the angelic host or the cosmic beings could ever do in the physical world, when you have acknowledged your beloved I Am presence. Discourse 18. 285. And the ascended host in the calling forth of the fulfillment of the great divine plan. The mighty Saint Germain long ago gave you in the beginning of this work the statement to use, I am the visible, tangible presence of those beloved ascended masters whom I desire to have come to me. Now that decree was given you in Volume 3. So if you want our sacred fire presence, use it. If you want the sacred fire to prevent the third episode of Washington's vision, then call it into action. Use it, and we will project it, and there is nothing else going to handle that situation but the sacred fire. Physical violence is not the solution of any problem, and physical violence could absolutely be controlled by the sacred fire. The hordes of evil do not argue with the lightning. I am speaking of physical, what you call physical lightning, and I can assure you, the activities of the sacred fire at the inner level are so much more powerful than what you know as physical lightning in outer world manifestations, there is no comparison. Tonight we hope to concentrate in and around you if there is no doubt within you, or no criticism. 286 Archangel Michael speaks. Or condemnation of those around you. So I hope I may take that human creation away and consume it by the sacred fire that we want to put in its place to save the nation. I trust you will give it to me tonight, and I will do the disposing if you will accept the sacred fire which I offer in return. Thank you so much. Beloved ones, century after century after century I have taken away and consumed mankind's frightful creations, and I assure you, the angelic host who direct the activities of the sacred fire have rendered that service throughout the ages, ever since mankind turned from the light. Now it must come in full force, the cosmic concentration of it into this nation, and quickly, to consume enough of the evil intended to prevent the concentration of the energy into the mass feeling of the people to make them do that which will but destroy everything. So blessed ones, we are using you tonight to the fullest possible extent. But we will give you in return, if you will give us this cooperation and assistance, we will give you in return the activities of the sacred fire for eternity. And the blessings that will bring to you before your ascension will be sustained, continuous, and Discourse 18. 287. Forever expanding. And there isn't anything it can't accomplish. There isn't anything on this earth that can't be controlled by the sacred fire from the great silence, projected by the ascended masters, the cosmic beings, and the angelic host who are the authority and are the law of its use in this physical world. We want you to have every possible assistance at this time. So it doesn't make any difference what anybody does or doesn't do. Be unconcerned, and don't let one bit of discord be created to endanger your land. I plead with you tonight, for I will give you a gift that will strengthen you, protect you against the misuse of anything in the physical world, if you will but give me this cooperation. And I assure you, the crisis is at hand, is the reason I am asking it. And I come to offer that in its place which will free all for eternity, and it's the only thing that will. Thank you so much. The beloved Master Jesus came and gave the tremendous sacred fire of his love. He rendered that tremendous service. He's been rendering it continuously since, and mankind will not stop the discord. So now we must draw its cosmic concentration and consume the discord. To those 288 Archangel Michael speaks, who are constructive, give obedience to this law, and set it into action. There isn't a thing of discord that will touch you. And to those who defy it, must of necessity be bound by their own creation. And it will take them out of the world. Beloved ones, if you ask for the visible, tangible manifestations of the sacred fire into the physical octave of earth that we know are necessary to come here now, and consume one focus after another of destructive activities that sustain the sinister force, that will give us another opening by which we can establish at certain places, from the inner activity, whatever sacred fire purification is necessary to consume the destructive etheric records, to consume the accumulated energy that destructive forces have gathered. This is very important in the control of the emotional bodies of those within your borders who are determined to release violence. And the sacred fire manifestations can shock and surprise many, many, many of those people. And I assure you, sometimes, if it were not so serious, you couldn't help but smile at the fear it produces in those who are determined not to do right. So if we have to use some within the borders, in Discourse 18. 289. Order to control the violence, it's all possible under the action of the cosmic law, and I assure you, it will get results. Thank you so much. I assure you, the mental and feeling world of every individual can be changed by the manifestations of the sacred fire, and there isn't an exception on the earth anywhere. So tonight I give you unlimited opportunity to cooperate with us. And after the centuries we have spent consuming mankind's frightful creation, you have no idea how grateful we are for this many people, even just in this room, who understand this law, and whom we can use in this way, and at the same time free you as you render this service for the nation. So there is no such thing as ingratitude in the cosmic law. That does not exist. You are privileged to be enfolded if you will do this, in the unlimited power of the sacred fire manifestations that forever change mankind's attention and determination to serve evil. It is all-powerful. It is everywhere in existence. It doesn't have to come from here or there or somewhere else. We can send it forth from great central sources, but it is already in the atmosphere of Earth, and we. 290 Archangel Michael speaks, can concentrate that in a moment. As our visible, tangible presence steps through, we are the sacred fire. So when you call forth the sacred fire manifestations that shock mankind awake and out of the clutches of the sinister force, there are going to be some surprises, and I hope they come soon enough to prevent the hordes of evil doing any more damage to life anywhere. To have watched mankind, beloved ones, down through the ages, misuse the great gifts of life that have been placed on this earth by cosmic beings for mankind's harmonious use in the experiences of attaining the ascension, to watch mankind misuse the gifts that are placed here for freedom is. Sometimes, if we could be impatient, it would sometimes be very, very near the point where we would put a stop to it, even before the cosmic law of the cycle permits. But the cyclic law is master, and we are obedient to that law throughout infinite space. But I assure you, one day, when you become master of the sacred fire, you will be the most grateful individuals in existence. And if you will become aware of it now, its powers will come to bless you, its angel legions will hold it around. Discourse 18. 291. Its power will enfold you. It will go forth to protect conditions around you, and it will control manifestation. The sacred fire will control all the powers of nature and forces of the elements. And they are not only through the powers of nature, they are in you. The powers of nature and the forces of the elements are in you. So if you care to fill yourselves with, and clothe yourselves with, and armor yourselves with all the sacred fire of the angelic host and the visible, tangible presence of its manifestations in and around you, we can fulfill your call, because it's all constructive. It is obedience to the cosmic law. It is in existence and can manifest in and around you on an instant. Your own, beloved mighty I Am presence, and higher mental body can send forth its heart flame right around you, and it can be made visible to the physical sight of mankind. So these are many, many, many activities of the sacred fire to which we refer, but this which we want to call forth for the protection of the nation, the purification that frees the nation from the hordes of evil, these activities are cosmic. And they are concentrated by the cosmic beings in the great central sun, the physical sun, the 292 Archangel Michael speaks. Ascended Master's octave, and the great temples of the sacred fire everywhere in this system of worlds. So blessed ones, I hope tonight you will become very much aware of, desire, and call forth whatever manifestations of the sacred fire make you invincibly victorious over everything in this world. And call it forth to purify the nation, and make the nation victorious over all the hordes of evil in or out of the people. Whether they be in the atmosphere of earth or in other nations of the world matters not. Call forth all the great central sun's miracle manifestations of the sacred fire that make mankind awaken and take the people of this nation out of the clutches of that which seeks only to destroy. I could call you part of the legions of our own heart's sacred fire manifestations, provided you do not become set up because of it. Thank you so much. If you feel your responsibility tonight, if you will respond to my request, if you will answer my love will come back to you, and I assure you, it produces manifestations of the sacred fire that nothing else can give. Only the love from the angelic host and the cosmic. Discourse 18. 293. Beings and the ascended masters, only the love of that sacred fire is master over all in this world. And therefore we are offering you again the use of our ascended master consciousness, our use of it. And our use of it, I assure you, means the manifestations of the sacred fire to fill you, enfold you, control conditions around you, clear the pathway ahead of you, and give you powers to accomplish without limit anything and everything that is constructive, so long as you maintain the harmony. And this will help you to hold it within, because it is our love supreme. It's our love for you. It's our love for life. It's our love for perfection. So blessed ones, there is no such thing as failure. But call it into outer existence. Call it into yourselves. Call forth all the sacred fire manifestations of the great silence or the ascended masters' temples of the sacred fire. Call the sacred fire manifestations of all activities of the angelic host, and you can have the protection within and around you that keeps you from connecting with the discord of the outer world. So I hope we may help you to experience the fulfillment of that decree, your blessed master. 294 Archangel Michael speaks. Saint Germain gave you in the beginning of this work to reveal to you our visible, tangible presence of the ascended host. And we will begin with the manifestations of the sacred fire that clear the atmosphere about you, hold you protected, clear the pathway ahead of you, then give you the power to accomplish what you will, so long as it be constructive. So long as it fulfills the great divine plan of the mighty Saint Germain and others of the ascended host whose gigantic task of purifying this world and all upon it is, I assure you, a cosmic responsibility indescribable to your intellect. You cannot realize what mankind has done with the energy of life unless you had to observe it from the ascended master's octave. And when we have observed it century after century after century, my dear ones, sometimes our hearts want so much to put an end to mankind's constant experiment with human desire. So from this hour you can call forth within yourselves whatever great central sun's sacred fire manifestations free you from human desire. That will be the violet consuming flame fiery Christ blue lightning protection. It will be the unfed flame of perfect balance love, wisdom. Discourse 18. 295. And power. It will be invincible protection of the armor of fiery Christ blue lightning. You have been given all of these things individually, and now, collectively, when you call forth all the manifestations of the sacred fire necessary to awaken the people of this nation as quickly as possible, and take them out of the clutches of the sinister force, until that too, one day, is annihilated by the sacred fire. I introduce you to the powerhouse of creation. I offer you the gifts of eternity, and then you become, as you use this, you become the law of the manifestation of perfection. So as we go forward to help purify and save this nation, it automatically becomes the purification and freeing of you, individually, from the human creation you have experienced, or that which still remains as a limitation. If we were absolutely certain that the whole student body would hold absolute harmony and absolute purity, we could clothe you in a moment in such power of the sacred fire that we could remove in a very short time most of the destructive force within the nation. There isn't anything we couldn't do through you if we were absolutely certain that you would hold the purity in the 296 Archangel Michael speaks. Harmony into which we could charge the greater powers of the sacred fire to more quickly purify conditions of the outer world. So if you begin to dwell upon the angelic host's cosmic armor, or miracle monde of all the sacred fire that sets you free, or all the sacred fire that purifies and sets the nation free, you cannot help but have the manifestations. That's all it takes. But the fundamental requirement is indestructible harmony. So blessed ones, I hope you will wear the cosmic miracle mantle of the angelic host's sacred fire victory over all in this world. You can have it, I offer it, I am privileged to offer it, and there are others, every ascended master can offer it. And you will find it is a very tangible reality, and in a moment of crisis, it can become instantly a precipitated garment. This is what the higher mental body does when the individual, calling to the mighty I Am presence, in an hour of crisis or accident, when the call goes forth for protection, the higher mental body can precipitate that body or that garment instantly, and catch the physical body and carry it back to safety. It has been done millions of times on this earth. It can be done again. Thank you so much. Discourse 18. 297. I will not hold you longer, but just learn to live in the Ascended Master's world of the miracle manifestations of the sacred fire that will never again allow human creation to touch you. You can have it if you decree it, you can have it if you call it forth. You can have it if you love it, but you can't have it if you doubt it. When you doubt that which is greater than yourselves, you lock the door of your own world against the fulfillment of your own call. So to those who will accept us, and will accept the use of this, I assure you, your blessings will be without limit for eternity. They will forever set you free, and they will clothe you with the power to set others free. So it is well worth every effort that you make to come into the use of every activity of the sacred fire that sets your nation free. Tonight may this nation be filled with the angels of the sacred fire, their miracle manifestations pour forth with such power that the hordes of evil cannot move, and they are dissolved and consumed, or removed as quickly as possible by the cosmic law. Blessed ones, just experiment with 2 or 3 days, calling forth around yourselves the angelic host's miracle. 298 Archangel Michael speaks. Mantle of sacred fire manifestations of the indestructible perfection and protection and victory that is the angelic host's control of everything in this manifested world, and see for yourselves its control of physical conditions around you. And if you pour your love to those conditions, the sacred fire's love will as surely transmute them into perfection as you make the call. So just go forward, become aware of it by using it, and then as you become the fulfillment of the cosmic law, your power becomes part of your life stream for eternity, and your world then becomes our world of the sacred fire's loving control of manifestation. So blessed ones, you can live in our world of the sacred fire. And we knew that when we gave you the use of our ascended master consciousness. Now we give you the use of our sacred fire manifestations that only our love can produce. So if you clothe yourselves in the angelic host's miracle mantle of the sacred fire manifestations, the answers to your calls will not only come more quickly, but our visible, tangible presence will come more quickly. Discourse 18. 299. And when we come to render a certain service. So as you move forward into outer physical conditions to correct them, you will need this to which I refer, because its indestructible protection is absolutely imperative around you if you are to enter into outer world activities and consume that which the sinister force has generated. And until the sinister force is completely consumed, your protection is absolutely necessary when you move in the outer world. So we commend you to the use of those powers from the Ascended Master's octave that have made us master over all in manifestation. And now you need our mastery to stand against the conditions of the outer world until they are purified for eternity. So we clothe you in whatever sacred fire miracle manifestations will help you to gain your freedom and keep you indestructibly protected until the cosmic law has raised you into the freedom and the mastery of the angelic host's almighty power of victory over all in this world. I commend you to that mighty attainment which is, I assure you, part of your attainment of the ascension. Our love will ever abide with you. The sacred fire will ever control conditions. 300 Archangel Michael speaks. In and around you. And your freedom depends on the amount of it you call forth in and around yourselves, and that which you use to free your nation, because as your nation becomes free by the sacred fire, you, being a part of it, must automatically become free also, in the victory of the ascension. So the angelic host's sacred fire forever abides with you to raise you to eternal freedom. Thank you with all my heart. Discourse XVI 291. June 26, 1969, Chicago, Illinois. Record CD 1529. Beloved of the light, as we enter into the release of more of the all-controlling power of the great angelic host into the lower physical atmosphere of Earth, we want you to become aware of how that is accomplished as much as possible. And to keep in your outer consciousness the memory of the fact that we are drawing uncountable, limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire from the higher realms of this system of worlds into the physical atmosphere of Earth in order to guard that which is constructive as much as possible. And as much as mankind will permit by cooperation with us. Every constructive thing on this earth that is protected and sustained is protected and sustained by the sacred fire love. And the angels of that sacred fire love that come under my direction. 303. 304 Archangel Michael speaks. Have power without limit to concentrate into all physical conditions whatever sacred fire purity is enough to protect what is constructive, and to repel or dissolve that which is not constructive. Therefore everything that is constructive in this world is dependent upon the sacred fire love of the mighty I Am Presence, the ascended masters, and the angelic host, to be sustained and protected by the immortality of the universe. Because the sacred fire love is the only immortal activity of life. And that is flowing constantly from the great central sun, through the physical sun, and down into the physical structure of Earth. If that sacred fire love were withdrawn from the substance of the planet or the powers of nature and forces of the elements, everything would return to the universal. The same thing is true in your own individual affairs. Unless there is the conscious command of the mighty I Am Presence, through the free will of the individual for manifestation of that which fulfills the divine plan to come into existence, it doesn't come otherwise. If the ascended masters didn't use the free will, and consciously command substance to be concentrated and set into action to produce. Discourse 18. 305. Certain manifestation could not be. But when manifestation has been allowed to come into outer existence, and the angelic host have been the ones who have drawn the sacred fire love that is the magnet to draw energy and substance and consciousness into manifestation, the sustaining power of everything that is constructive is that sacred fire love. Without that you do not have sustained constructive action. Therefore everything in your world that is constructive in your modern civilization, everything you use, everything that blesses you, everything that is the constructive activity carried over from one civilization to another, is always sustained by that sacred fire love of the great angelic host. Now we want you to understand this for many reasons, because in dealing with conditions of the outer world when mankind is using the command of the spoken word, using the free will to deliberately create destruction, then you must have a protecting power that is sustained and forever expanding. Therefore we have asked you to call to the angelic host, the angels of sacred fire protection, and the angels of sacred fire control of physical manifestation. These. 306 Archangel Michael speaks. Come under my direction, and the direction of all ascended masters and cosmic beings. You can have them without limit. But it takes your own conscious command and your own free will, your choice, to ask that sacred fire love come into existence in the outer world to manifest or protect that which is constructive, that mankind may have the use of it so the divine plan can be fulfilled. Through the fulfilling of that divine plan, then mankind is raised into the greater and greater concentration of that sacred fire until the ascension takes place. And when you have to explain this I am instruction to people of the outer world who many times do not quite understand what happens when you say the word I am, remind them always that they have been using it constantly down through the ages to say to the rest of the life around them what they are going to manifest. The people of the outer world have used the word I am, and have acknowledged manifestation, some good, some not good, and all the time not understanding what happens when they use the word I am. When you say, I am, you are that heart flame from the great central sun at your point. Discourse 18. 307. In the universe, announcing manifestation that is to come and be sustained. Mankind does it every day, but does not realize what the cause and effect are that are produced when that command goes forth. When you awaken in the morning you say, well, I'm going downtown. Well, you're not moving downtown that moment. You are announcing what manifestation you, as the God flame from the great central sun, want to produce an outer action that fulfills your divine plan. And until mankind understands it and stops using it followed by negative conditions, the creation goes on, because thoughts are things, words are things, and feelings are things. And the angelic host are cosmic beings of the sacred fire love, just as much of a being as you are a being. And they handle unlimited power of the sacred fire love's almighty control of manifestation. They are the protection of that which is constructive, and they are power without limit. They also are the protecting power to the powers of nature and forces of the elements. If there were not this protecting power of the sacred fire love, you wouldn't have anything manifested in this world even for a temporary manifestation. 308 Archangel Michael speaks. So now I want to make you acquainted with the angelic host of the sacred fire angels that come under my direction that can release power without limit if mankind will but awaken, and make the call, and accept the presence, and cooperate with those beings. That the divine plan may be fulfilled, and manifest its greater blessings to take mankind forward into the fullness of perfection for eternity, which the ascension is. Now there are limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire in the lower physical atmosphere of earth, and they guard everything that is constructive, even for a temporary manifestation. And if this were not true, you would not have constructive action in this world. So it is not only my desire, but my prerogative and my responsibility to make this clear to the understanding of mankind, that the human beings of this world may awaken to the privilege that life has given each individual to understand about these beings, cooperate with them, and have their blessing and their service to help control conditions in this world, that the divine plan may be fulfilled, that mastery may be expanded through the individual, and the attainment reached. Discourse 18. 309. Into the outer conditions of the physical world, so mankind understands the purpose of embodiment here. The masses of the people are asleep as to why they are here, and what is the responsibility that they must carry and face. I am privileged to direct limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire's cosmic illumination and fiery Christ truth that, I can assure you, will teach anybody and anything the ascended Master's truth of eternity by experience that none can avoid. This is why there are actions and reactions of energy, consciousness, and substance that mankind handles all the time. Therefore, if you care to call forth the love which the sacred fire angels can give, to bring cosmic illumination to your outer intellectual consciousness of what the angels do to help mankind, you not only will understand what they do, but you will cooperate with them so they may render greater service to you, and clothe you in some of their power of sacred fire love that enables you to do what the rest of mankind cannot do. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. 310 Archangel Michael speaks. It is absolutely imperative that mankind comes to the place of illumination, and consciously, of its own free will, decides to stop creating destruction. The angelic host have consumed and consumed and consumed mankind's filth, civilization after civilization. Some of mankind have seen the angels, some have not. Some have accepted them without seeing. But just as certainly as you exist will there come the time, when as they stand in the atmosphere of earth, everything that lives will be compelled to behold them and more than that, obey the sacred fire which they direct. And this is what you can have. Thank you so much, precious ones. Now when you call to your beloved I am presence, or the ascended masters or the cosmic beings or the great cosmic law, as you refer to the great central sun to give you help, or correct conditions down here, or help you create something constructive, there's a way and means by which life accomplishes that. These beings are in the universe because they are the way and means provided by the great cosmic law of life and the great central sun, by which manifestation comes into existence, is sustained, fulfills its divine plan, and forever expands. Discourse 18. 311. There's a way and means by which your calls are fulfilled. And sometimes when you think a light ray comes, or a flame is flashed, that comes from the beings who are that flame. And those beings are the angels of the sacred fire from the great central Sunday. They do not have any destructive force within them. They have never known anything but the perfection of sacred fire love. Now I come to the point where you may have assistance, if you ask for the angels of the sacred fire's control of conditions in and around you, and their invincible, blazing perfection and purity which you want manifested in constructive action to fulfill the divine plan. If you ask for the angels of the sacred fire to blaze everywhere into physical conditions whatever immortal purity and immortal harmony, which means indestructible harmony to control physical manifestation, you will find it will be controlled. It is your obligation, when you know this law, to call these countless legions of the angels of the sacred fire's control of physical manifestation to come into all physical conditions, purify and hold absolute balance in the powers of nature and forces of the elements. This is a very practical. 3:12 Archangel Michael speaks. Thing. And if you want to prove me right because you can't prove me wrong. I am the law of constructive action. So if you want to prove me, sometimes when you have cloudbursts or tornadoes or the destructive activities of the powers of nature and forces of the elements, if you will call for the angels of the sacred fire's love to stop that action of nature and hold perfect balance, there can flash on an instant in and around you that which, I assure you, will hold the balanced control of the powers of nature and forces of the elements. And if I were you, I would practice that for your protection. Whenever you know of the destructive activities of the powers of nature and forces of the elements, instead of just ignoring it, or passing it by as a remark, don't miss the opportunity to call the great central sun's limitless, invincible legions of the angels of the sacred fire's indestructible purity to sweep into those powers of nature, purify them, and hold everything in balanced control, and protect what is constructive. This you will find, is a very, very constructive activity, and will give you protection, not only yourselves, but it will enable protection to come. Discourse 18. 313. To the physical things of this world that you use many times, and which you have to fulfill the divine plan. These are the guarding angels. These are the guarding legions by which the ascended masters and cosmic beings can protect a nation, individuals, a world or a system of worlds by which all manifestation is controlled. We want you to become our partners in the controlling of all conditions by the sacred fire love and purity that is manifested always by the angels of the sacred fire. There are uncountable billions of legions of these angels of the sacred fire of eternal healing, of eternal purity, of eternal control, and of manifestations that lower the miracles and perfection from the ascended master's octave into the physical things of this world, until this world becomes filled with the perfection that does fulfill the divine plan. And when mankind wants to understand the purpose of physical embodiment, wants to understand how to bring ascended master perfection here, wants to understand how to purify conditions of the physical world, and replace everything that is destructive by the divine plan fulfilled that raises all into the victory of the 3:14 Archangel Michael speaks. Ascension including the earth itself and the powers of nature and forces of the elements. When mankind wants to understand that, it will not be long until the answer comes. Because the hour must strike when there must come manifestations of the sacred fire into the physical octave that mankind cannot control. And those manifestations come only by the beings whose sacred fire love is immortal. That means your beloved I Am presence, the ascended masters, and the cosmic beings. But the great angelic host that fill interstellar space are at all times, on the instant, able to come into outer physical conditions and stop what is wrong, consume it, and replace it by that which is constructive and, to be sustained. Your mighty Saint Germain, when he gave you the use of the violet consuming flame, has reminded you several times of the angels of the violet consuming flame. And when one of those beings comes swiftly into the physical atmosphere of earth, as it passes by, it consumes everything unlike its own love and its own purity and its own freedom from discord. If mankind would learn to associate with these beings as much as the intellect is filled with the destructive pictures. Discourse 18. 315. Of outer world manifestation, mankind could not stay in destructive conditions another hour. So if you decide that you don't want to stay any longer in mankind's destructive conditions, come and associate with us. Become acquainted with the angelic host. Let them come and abide with you. Invite them to stay with you. Ask them to purify all things, and protect everything that is constructive, and help you to fulfill the ascended master's divine plan that frees all from discord forever. And you will find them very real, tangible, all-powerful beings that will never desert you, and never cause you a problem or limitation of any kind. And that's more than the people of this world can promise you. Thank you so much. So when conditions of the outer world become disturbing, call as frequently as you can for the angels of the sacred fire of indestructible purity and invincible, unconquerable power, to come into destructive conditions and compel the evil to cease to be. This is the way and means the beloved mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host fulfill your call. But you must hold the picture in the mind and realize these are real, living, tangible, eternal beings who direct. 3:16 Archangel Michael speaks. A power mankind cannot direct until it is purified for eternity and clothed in the ascended Master's consciousness that is immortal perfection. Therefore whatever is wrong in the outer world can be changed, can be consumed, can be stopped, if enough of mankind will awaken to the truth of this law, and call it into action to do what the physical body of unascended beings cannot do. That's why the call is imperative, and that's why mankind has been told since the first embodiments on this planet, in every civilization mankind has been reminded again and again and again, call unto me and I will answer thee. Ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. Now when people of the outer world say, well, we don't know why this or that or something else is manifesting, when people of the outer world want to know the fiery Christ truth about the ascended masters and the angelic host, when mankind wants to know the truth of the perfection that manifests the universe and fills it with limitless, eternal manifestations of worlds, and systems of worlds, and suns, and systems of suns, when the outer intellect of man wants to understand that, and asks for. Discourse 18. 317. The fiery Christ truth of the law that manifests the universe, that individual will receive the illumination and the truth, because no part of life can ask for that and not receive it through love. But you can't ask that in defiance of the feeling of love and peace and harmony and blessing to the rest of the life in infinite space. Everything depends on the purity of your own feeling, the sacred fire love within yourselves which is in your heart, and the sacred fire love of the seven mighty Elohim within your brain structure. And this is the source of everything constructive that has ever come into your outer self. And your mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host have poured forth their sacred fire love constantly through these flames within your own flesh body. Now the average person may accept this intellectually, and accept that it's the truth. But beloved ones, every one of you can have the experience of seeing these flames within yourselves, and observing, and being taught by your beloved I Am Presence, and the ascended host of the eternal, divine way of perfection, of the manifestation of the life from the great. 3:18 Archangel Michael speaks. Central Sun into the outer self and reveal the master control of the physical body and the mind. This begins with your feeling more than in the intellect. And that feeling is the stillness, the purity, the harmony, and the peace. And when the energy in the feeling world is kept quiet and under balanced control, the intellect can be illumined on the instant by the mighty I Am Presence, higher mental body, or by the radiation of an assisting master, an ascended being. So mankind is not left without help. There is a God correction of every mistake. There is a God solution of every problem. There is a God control of everything in manifestation. And there is a God intelligence that knows all, and will give all that is perfection for eternity. So the angelic host are your friends of mighty power, and of mighty importance beyond anything mankind understands. Become acquainted with them by asking them to blaze their sacred fire love's control of everything in you and your world, and hold protection of everything that you do that is constructive. And more than that, ask the legions of the angels of the sacred fire to keep destructive forces away from you. There. Discourse 18. 319. Are those guarding angels. There are limitless legions of those who direct the blue flame and the blue lightning, and to the destructive forces, they would seem terrifying, yes. Because they are masters over destruction. But they never use a destructive force. When they consume something that is destructive, there is no pain to that which is being consumed, because it is the sacred love of the sacred fire. And the violet consuming flame is that. The unfed flame is that. The sevenfold flame of the seven mighty Elohim. All these activities of the sacred fire are eternally harmonious, invincibly, indestructibly, eternally pure, absolutely balanced. And there is nothing that can ever result from anyone's use of them except perfection forever expanding. So blessed ones, I want you to become very close friends with the angels of the sacred fire love's control of everything in manifestation that comes under my direction, and that means practically everything on earth. I am master of it. I can come, and I can precede anything and everything that is a manifestation of that which is constructive. And if destructive forces want to interfere with that, they must be dissolved by the 320. Archangel Michael speaks. Sacred fire which the angels of blue flame and blue lightning love, and its indestructible purity, are able to consume without any opposition. There is no resistance to our use of the sacred fire. There is no opposition to the legions of the angels of fiery Christ blue lightning and victory, as mighty victory told you last night. There is no opposition to us. We offer these things, but if mankind covers them over with the discord and the substance of destruction, that doesn't mean that that discord has entered into that thing any more than the clouds can enter into the sun presence. If sometimes the sunlight is shut off because there are clouds underneath it, the clouds don't enter into the sun. Mankind's evil cannot enter into the sacred fire control of the angels of the sacred fire, whose almighty love and power without limit of electronic force from the great central sun, can be concentrated into any intensity whatsoever to dissolve and consume anything that is of discord. So beloved ones, if you care to have these legions as your friends, they are friends of mighty power. And if you care to associate with them, you will be surprised at the blessings that Discourse 18. 321. Will fill you and your world, and you will begin to feel that you do have a power of mastery over destructive conditions or in the fulfillment of the divine plan that prevents delay and takes you forward victorious everywhere. And you have to have their assistance at the moment of the ascension, and before the ascension. You can't have the ascension except by the assistance of the angels of the sacred fire, whose love is indestructible purity and power without limit for eternity. Every ascension that ever takes place comes into our octave in the midst of limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire whose love surrounds that one ascending, and draws it by the magnetic power of that love into the ascended master's octave of perfection for eternity. So this is your eternal destiny. These are friends of yours for eternity, and this is the master power that you can have as the assistance you need while yet unascended. But you must remember them. You must see them. You must pour love to them. You must call them into outer, physical conditions. And practice calling their sacred fire love's indestructible purity into every condition that exists in order to consume. 322. Archangel Michael speaks. What is wrong? Draw forth and produce what is the fulfillment of the divine plan, and protects it until you are completely ascended. Now this can be drawn into outer action to help your nation just as well as you individually, or in business associations, or in any condition of the outer world. There isn't a place where it can't be called into existence, and there is no such thing as failure, because the sacred fire love which the angelic host from the great central sun draw into this world is immortal mastery, and as free as the air you breathe. So blessed ones, sometimes when you think of me when I've been portrayed with a sword of blue flame, that's no figment of anyone's imagination. We do use the sword that draws forth from the great central sun many times, a concentration of electronic force of indestructible purity. But it is love's purity, and as it comes, it consumes everything unlike its own love. And that is the part of wisdom. That is love, wisdom, and power in perfect balance. That is the only divine justice there is in creation. You can have this power to use without any limit whatsoever. It is free. You can have it without money, without price. It only takes. Discourse 18. 323. Your love to the angelic host, your love to your mighty I am presence, first your love to the ascended host, to ask for the limitless, unconquerable legions of the angels of the sacred fire to come in and control conditions that you physically cannot control. So we give you a scepter of power if you care to cooperate with these beings by whom systems of worlds are created, and sustained, and systems of suns created and sustained for eternity throughout infinite space. This is what the love of God's heart contains. That love, the beloved mighty I am presence, in the great central sun, gives of itself without limit, and its individual heart flame is in the mighty I am presence and higher mental body of every life stream in existence. And it, in turn, projects that heart flame down into the physical flesh body, or you wouldn't live. The seven mighty Elohim give their heart's flame into your forehead. And the legions of the angels of the sacred fire's love ever stand above you and around you, holding protection many times when you don't even know there is danger. So I think the hour has arrived when there must come conscious recognition of these beings. 324 Archangel Michael speaks. And a conscious call to them to give you more protection and more power to hold your victory here, for the purity and freedom of your nation, and for peace to the earth. And if you will call these into outer physical conditions, your joy will know no bounds, and your victory will be certain everywhere you call it into action. And the mighty victory last night, when he told you to keep calling his fiery Christ blue lightning victory, that comes by the fiery Christ blue lightning angels that come under his direction. And they can draw the fiery Christ blue lightning flame that no words can ever convey. Only as you see it in action, and see the result it produces by conscious direction, can you understand how great is the love of the mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host and the sacred fire to purify and raise mankind out of the self-created discord of the centuries past. So now with all the love at our command, we offer you our friends, because the unconquerable legions of the angels of the sacred fire are our friends of eternity. They are the immortal sacred fire love that can forever put an end to distress, and we want you, as soon as possible, to be. Discourse 18. 325. Protected and cut free from as much limitation and delay as possible in the fulfillment of your calls. Then as the divine plan is made manifest in your outer physical conditions, you can sustain, or have sustained, every constructive effort you make, to leave a blessing to this world that can be protected and expanded for eternity. And this is the law of love, and the only source that can give it for eternity. So we offer you the blessings of our friends, our limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire love, and the angels of the sacred fire's control of manifestation, that you may have protection, you may fulfill your divine plan, you may render your service to the nation. And you may release the power to compel the hordes of evil to cease to be. And this is the help we are asking for your nation tonight. Thank you so much. So I enfold you now in my own heart's flame of sacred fire love. And I call the limitless legions of the all-controlling love of the Ascended Master's octave to come and abide with you, and help you fulfill every call, as you remember that they are there to cooperate with you to help purify the nation and the world. So. 326 Archangel Michael speaks. We clothe you in our miracle mantle of the sacred fire love of the angelic host, and may their legions without limit stand by you, reveal to you what needs to be done, and draw the power that safeguards you, and all that is constructive wherever you abide, and all to which you direct your attention. So long as it fulfills the divine plan and is constructive. So blessed ones, this sacred fire love is without limit in the heart of the great central sun. And the limitless legions of the angelic host that come under our direction, we call to hold that love about you while their sacred fire controls the conditions and compels destructive forces dissolved and consumed. And the fulfillment of the great divine plan releases its freedom to your nation and the world. And I commend you to their love, their care, their protection, and their victory. And now may you use their power of the sacred fire love without limit to control everything you contact until you come to us for eternity. Thank you with all my heart. Discourse 18 316. September 14, 1970 Shasta Springs, California Record CD 1650, Cassette 60284-2. Note, beloved Archangel Michael dictated approximately 126 dictations through Mr. and Mrs. G. W. Ballard between the years 1938 and 1970. This dictation, September 14, 1970, was his last dictation before Mrs. Ballard's ascension February 7, 1971. Beloved of our hearts, I hope tonight I will be able to bring into your feeling world our ascended master consciousness and awareness of the angelic host with you. And the legions of the angelic host to whom I refer tonight are those that are the special messengers from the great central sun, that are created especially to do the will and fulfill the direction and divine plan of the ascended masters and cosmic beings who govern this world and this system of worlds. Therefore, since all ascended masters are angels and all cosmic beings are angels, tonight. 329. 330 Archangel Michael speaks. I wish you to feel, those sacred fire legions of the angelic host from the great central sun are the way and means by which the ascended masters fulfill your calls, because the moment your attention comes to us, it comes on a ray of light directed by your own higher mental body. When you call to us, your higher mental body knows it, and that ray of light comes to us as directly as someone's voice comes to you on the telephone. And it is answered instantly from our octave. When we see any part of life in unascended beings trying to expand the light and reaching up to something that is greater than what is around it, there are limitless legions of these angels from the great central sun, the angels of the sacred fire, that can come forth on an instant, and blazing their sacred fire love in and around the condition for which you call, can establish it there, and hold that sacred fire love there until the physical condition is changed. This is the mechanical way, that's the way, if you want to term it such, by which the cosmic beings and the life in the great central sun directs and holds divine order in interstellar space, holds balance in the manifested universe. Discourse 18. 331. Of worlds and systems of worlds, suns and systems of suns, because the limitless legions of the sacred fire angels from the great central sun are especially created to establish protection, or any special quality anywhere in manifestation that we direct it. Therefore, the ascended masters and cosmic beings have limitless ways and means of drawing manifestations of the sacred fire into physical conditions to correct conditions that are wrong, to consume what is wrong, to protect and expand and help you bring forth that which is right and fulfills the divine plan to raise mankind into the ascended master's octave, because that is the purpose of physical embodiment in this world. Therefore, when you want protection, call forth the limitless legions of the fiery Christ blue lightning protecting angels. If you want protection, call for the protecting angels. If you want healing, ask for the healing angels. If you want cosmic illumination and assistance in your understanding, call forth the ascended masters illumining angels, because there are those who can call forth in and around you the protection that is needed when we project to you our ascended master consciousness. And your 332 Archangel Michael speaks. Higher mental body wants that anchored in the outer self in order to give you the inspiration many times to do things that are constructive in the physical world by which we can sustain that which is constructive and fulfills the great divine plan. That is not only for yourself, but for the creation of a civilization, for the protection of what is constructive, and for the raising activity of everybody and everything on the earth. When we give inspiration to mankind to do something that is constructive, create something that will bless the modern civilization and bless life everywhere, there is a way and means by which we give that inspiration to individuals. And while that is being given, there are always legions of the angels of the sacred fire that surround what we are doing, while the higher mental body accomplishes through the outer self that which is constructive and fulfills the divine plan. And through the wall of the sacred fire which the protecting angels hold, not all mankind's evil put together can ever come through, because it would be burned up if it attempted to touch any of the sacred fire that is held around an individual, or a group of individuals, when we're trying to bring forth something that is constructive. Discourse 18. 333. That is an advance of your modern civilization. This is the way everything that is constructive in your civilization has been brought forth, that you may enjoy it, use it, and it will bless you and everyone who wants to hold to the constructive way of life. Therefore, mankind should understand something more about the angelic host than the outer intellectual consciousness of human beings has understood thus far. And I am here to bring part of that illumination to you if you will accept it, if you will use it, if you want it, and want it to come into outer physical conditions to bless your fellow man with the victory of the ascension. Because no one can attain the ascension without the help of the angelic host and the ascended masters. It doesn't make any difference who it is or what it is, the ascension can only be attained by the conscious command of the higher mental body of the mighty I Am Presence. And when that command goes forth, there are legions of the angelic host that come immediately to surround the life stream that is being given the assistance. And the ascended masters are the authority to say when and where and how that is accomplished. 334 Archangel Michael speaks. Therefore everything that is constructive in the manifested universe depends on the cooperation and limitless love and sacred fire and power of the angelic host. And therefore, when you begin to understand who and what the angels are, you will refuse the human concepts of the past that thought that there were angels of darkness because there are not. What has been referred to as a dark angel is nothing but the accumulation of mankind's human creation, and has nothing whatsoever to do with the legions of the sacred fire angels from the great central sun that govern manifestation everywhere, are its guarding presence, and are the messengers of the ascended masters. This we want you to understand, because there are such limitless legions of the sacred fire angels from the great central sun that could come into the atmosphere of this world if mankind would love them enough. You could draw such miracle manifestations into the atmosphere of this world simply by your intense devotion and call for the great central sun's sacred fire legions of the angelic host to protect that which is the fulfillment of the divine plan. Mankind does not need to stay in the Discourse 18. 335. Human creation it has already created with this understanding of the mighty I Am presence, with your ability to call the sacred fire love, forgiveness, and mercy into physical conditions to consume that which is destructive. Even though you have made mistakes in the past, every bit of human creation can be consumed by your own conscious call for the sacred fire's love to forgive it and consume it, and the great central sun's legions of the sacred fire angels to come here and protect everything constructive that you want to accomplish if you want to call to them. Thank you so much, and won't you be seated, please? Tonight I hope, if I give you the idea to make the call to all who direct the angelic host to this system of worlds, to call forth into the atmosphere over this nation, or the nation from whence you come. Anywhere in the world ask the beloved mighty I Am presence of every life stream and embodiment on this earth, all who are out between embodiments, call to the mighty I Am presence and higher mental body of every life stream that wants to accomplish the ascension from this world. To call forth into the atmosphere of earth, and I mean the 336 Archangel Michael speaks. Lower atmosphere of earth the great central sun's sacred fire legions of the angelic host to compel the purification, and produce the manifestations of the sacred fire in the atmosphere of this world that will compel the awakening of mankind out of the clutches of the sinister force. Because when there are enough manifestations of the sacred fire charged into the atmosphere of earth and around the powers of nature, when there are enough of those legions, and when their sacred fire has consumed the impurity in the atmosphere enough to make everything that lives behold them, including the sinister force, when there are enough come here, I assure you, the sinister force will face its end right then. And the sooner that's accomplished, the sooner they will bring peace to the earth. Thank you so much. Now when there are these great cosmic beings who are the directors of limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire, every time you call, legions can come right into the very atmosphere around you, blaze whatever sacred fire is necessary to be the master power flame that overrules everything destructive that human beings have planned or wish to accomplish. And Discourse 18. 337. If this were not true, you wouldn't have anything constructive surviving on this earth, because mankind has generated so much discord, and is continually generating it everywhere in the world by hatred and selfishness and war. This which I am offering you tonight and asking you to set into action, is to offset the daily creation of more and more of the sinister force by mankind, by those life streams in other places of the world who will not at this time turn and serve the constructive way of life. And since they will not let the light expand through the outer self enough to give obedience to that which is constructive, then there must come from the heights of creation, there must come from the great central sun, by conscious call of the ascended masters and cosmic beings, limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire, to keep consumed every day a certain amount of the hatred and impurity in the atmosphere of earth that allows destructive forces to survive. When the cosmic moment strikes for the earth to be cleansed completely and unconditionally of mankind's frightful evil, then the cosmic beings who are in charge blaze the blue flame and blue lightning everywhere through the powers of 338 Archangel Michael speaks. Nature and forces of the elements. But that which is constructive must be enfolded in the ascended master's sacred fire love, which these legions of the angelic host call forth, direct, concentrate, and hold sustained around that which is constructive, which is to survive. And we hope you belong to that group. We are making every effort for your protection. And if you will give acceptance, and make your calls to the mighty I Am presence, and the ascended host for the great central sun's cosmic legions of the angels of the sacred fire to blaze enough sacred fire power here to be master over all the hordes of evil, when enough people make that call, it won't take 1 second to change conditions in the outer world, when enough of those beings come into the lower atmosphere of earth. So from tonight, I am hoping you will help us make this call. We are making it, but we need a certain amount of unascended beings call, so that some of your life energy comes into our octave with the call for these great beings of the sacred fire to blaze here whatever consumes the hordes of evil. If you will add your call to ours, there can't be any such thing as failure. Discourse 18. 339. So beloved ones, from this hour, the healing angels, if I were you and you want healing, I would send all the feeling of love I know how to your mighty I Am presence, and the physical sun, the great central sun, to all the ascended masters. And to the limitless legions of the sacred fire of the healing angels to draw that everywhere in and around everyone who is trying to hold to what is constructive, and who needs healing, needs strength perhaps, needs protection against the destructive forces in the outer world which are seeking only to destroy everything that is of the light. Tonight, without any limit whatsoever, there can come such love in and around you, the I Am student body everywhere throughout the world, and in and around your loved ones there can come such love from those legions of the sacred fire in the great central sun, of the angelic host's control of all manifestation, that those legions can keep you absolutely invincible against the destructive conditions of the outer world, if you will send your love to your mighty FAM presence, and the great central sun and the angelic host, with the call that enough of those legions come in to fill the atmosphere of 340. Archangel Michael speaks. Earth with whatever manifestations are necessary to protect everything that is right, everything that is constructive. And if you will make this call, we would like to experiment and see how soon we can release into the lower atmosphere of Earth enough of this sacred fire love which those angels direct, to offset the daily generation of hatred and filth and destruction by the warring conditions in the world, and also the crime and the revolution and the destructive conditions in the daily activity of the people of the outer world who do not know this law. We want you to use this power from the great central sun, because it is power that cannot be misused. There never can come to you anything but blessing for having called it into the physical conditions of this world. And every hour counts in holding protection for that which is constructive in your modern civilization. Since the hordes of evil have determined to destroy everything that gives a blessing to mankind, then you, if you will join us, must call forth as we do, the love from the great central sun and the sacred fire angels who direct that love, and draw that fire into the atmosphere. Discourse 18. 341. Of earth to consume the hatred and the impurity that keeps destructive forces sustained. This will bring you blessings through the powers of nature and forces of the elements, just as well as through human beings in the outer world who are trying to do what's right. You who know this law have an obligation to call this in and around everybody in the outer world who is trying to hold to God as that one understands it. Once you know this law, the cosmic law of the great central sun demands that you set it into action to bless life everywhere with whatever raises it into ascended master perfection. And since the destructive forces are determined to take everything away from you that is constructive, then we are more determined to protect you with our sacred fire love if you will ask our limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire, who are the protecting angels, to draw enough love in and around you to be the protection that enables you to help others do what is right, and protect everything that is a blessing of your modern civilization. So from tonight you can have power that is limitless, eternal, and absolutely invincible against which no destructive force can stand. 342. Archangel Michael speaks. That is why, many times when you are protected against some very dangerous conditions, and the outer world thinks that you should have been annihilated, even the outer world acknowledges that there is such a thing as a protecting angel. That's why there is the expression, well, when you have survived something that's very dangerous, many people say, well, your guardian angel must have been there. It sure was. Or you wouldn't have survived. Your higher mental body is a guardian angel too. It has guarded you more times than you will ever know until you're ascended. But now it becomes your obligation to help guard this nation, to keep the world from being desecrated completely. So I am here to bring all the love from the heart of creation that unascended mankind will call into the lower physical atmosphere of Earth, to be the protecting presence of everything that is constructive. And if you don't protect it by the sacred fire, it won't have protection. These protecting angels come under my direction. There are limitless legions of the fiery Christ blue lightning angels of such almighty force and protection from the great central sun, all of which is the ascended. Discourse 18. 343. Masters love that it can be concentrated without any limit whatsoever, and compel victory around everything that you attempt to do, so long as it be constructive and you ask for the divine plan to be fulfilled. So the angelic host, my dear ones, are absolutely necessary for the redemption of mankind, for the survival of everything that is constructive, and for the fulfillment of the divine plan. Very often, when you're solving problems, or trying to solve them, and you do not always see the end from the beginning, whenever you start to solve a problem, and you call for whatever sacred fire love makes you master over all discord in that problem. Don't hesitate to call the limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire to stand around that condition, and hold the protection that enables the divine plan to be fulfilled, and the victory of the light to bring you the fulfillment of the divine plan. I am simply explaining to you the mechanical use of the great power of the sacred fire from the great central sun, as well as from your mighty I Am presence, and the ascended master's octave of light. So from tonight, no matter what the danger is in the outer world, call to your 344 Archangel Michael speaks. Mighty I Am presence, the ascended host, and the great, limitless legions of the angels of the sacred fire in the great central sun, to blaze forth whatever we know annihilates and prevents any longer the desecration and destruction of that which is to survive in the future, and which is constructive in your modern civilization. Only enough of the sacred fire love can correct conditions of this world. Now you have been told this from the beginning. You have been told this. For 38 years through this I Am activity, you have been told the necessity and the demand of the cosmic law that enables what is constructive to survive. So now the demand is for the protection of your nation now, and for the peace to the earth that enables that which is constructive to be protected, and be allowed to be used in the future to fulfill the divine plan that raises all mankind into the conscious awareness of the mighty I Am presence, and the ascended host, and into the conscious use of each one's own master powers of life in order to accomplish the fulfillment of the divine plan that lifts everyone into the ascension. Therefore the limitless legions which come under my direction, I assure you, are absolutely. Discourse 18. 345. Invincible. And there are limitless beings, ascended masters and cosmic beings, who can come into the atmosphere of this world when they see enough of mankind wants the sacred fire from the great central sun to come into this world, purify it, and save what is constructive, that the divine plan may survive and be fulfilled that raises all into the ascension. Now mankind in the outer world is asleep in its own desire of human selfishness, and this must be consumed by the sacred fire. You can't get out there and direct that sacred fire, because you can't produce it through your physical bodies. But you can call forth to your mighty I Am presence, and the ascended host and the great central sun's sacred fire legions of the angels of the sacred fire to blaze whatever we know annihilates that which is trying to interfere with the ascension of anyone in this world for any reason whatsoever. You can take the consciousness out of anybody or anything that dares to oppose the purity and perfection and the love of the mighty I Am presence that wants a life stream to be ascended. This is necessary for the protection of your nation and the world, that everything of your 346 Archangel Michael speaks. Modern civilization that is constructive may survive for the use of those who are to be here in the future. Those of you who understand this law can draw power without any limit whatsoever from the great central sun by your call for these legions. So when we have been offering down through the ages, protection, every time a divine manifestation is to take place, I have come, and those legions of the angels of the sacred fire have come ahead of time, purified the atmosphere, cleared the way for that manifestation to take place. We do this before the beloved Jesus manifestations come. I have done it before beloved Mary's manifestations have come. I have done it before miracle manifestations down through the ages have been produced, to bless mankind, and awaken the people of this world to the master power of the universe that is trying to purify and set mankind free from its own self-created viciousness. From tonight, I hope you will love to call to your mighty I Am presence, and the ascended host for whatever angels of love from the great central sun we know blaze the sacred fire that makes you master over the hatred of this world. Discourse 18. 347. Makes you master over every condition of poverty and limitation, makes you master over the hatred of other people. Whether it be criticism, condemnation, and blame, or whether it be war or disease or whatever it is, it will make you master over mankind's human creation. And I can give no more than the love from the heart of creation which has created the manifestations of infinite space, keeps them sustained in cosmic action and divine order, and is giving of itself to ever expand greater and greater happiness to life. And you are part of that. We want you to be. Thank you so much. You are part of that divine love from the great central sun, the master power flame from the heart of creation that is the sacred fire that controls everything in existence, and only creates perfection that blesses all, and raises all into ever greater and greater happiness and perfection. Therefore your survival depends on this. Your protection depends on it. Your supply depends on it. Your ascension depends on it. So from tonight, I trust we may have your continuous calls for all the sacred fire legions of the great central sun, to blaze whatever sacred fire we know moves into outer physical. 348 Archangel Michael speaks. Conditions that which corrects all mistakes, consumes what's wrong, protects what is right, allows the divine plan to be revealed, and mankind be held obedient until the complete consuming of the sinister force can take place by the great command of the cosmic beings who are the authority, and who issue the command at the moment the cosmic law permits the final removal from the earth of all mankind's filth and human creation. This must come. And if enough people would call for this sacred fire love from the great central sun into every condition in this world that is wrong, with the conscious command for the divine judgment to strike that compels all wrong to be consumed. As soon as you want the great central sun's sacred fire love enough to free everything in this world forever from human distress, then the cosmic law, and I am speaking of the great cosmic beings who direct this whole system of worlds, can issue the fiat and release the fiery Christ blue lightning purity that moves into physical conditions that which consumes all evil before it can any longer desecrate life. So we enfold you in our heart's flame and sun presence, our armor of protection of that. Discourse 18. 349. Sacred fire love from the great central Sunday. And the limitless legions of the angelic host who direct that, and draw it into physical conditions in this world, can be your daily associates. We ask you to accept this, make the call, and provide the conditions by which we can clothe you in power of the sacred fire that will help more quickly to purify your nation, and move into outer physical conditions that which removes war from the earth as quickly as possible. To this end do we offer you everything of our love from the great central sun, and our limitless legions of the sacred fire angels of invincible mastery over all in this world. We ask to come and enfold you, be with you, and blaze through you whatever sacred fire love will help to set your fellow man free, and in that, automatically assure you of your own ascension. From tonight our love is reaching to the heart of creation, and we call all the love that is there to come down here into this world through you, the I Am student body, and all who are trying to hold to God the best they understand, and draw into physical conditions whatever sacred fire purifying love consumes everything that has no God right to exist. 350 Archangel Michael speaks. Therefore, when you issue your command for whatever sacred fire indestructible purity is necessary to prevent all wrong, then call for the limitless great central sun's legion sacred fire legions of the angels of the guarding presence of the sacred fire, to enfold whatever is constructive in the sacred fire's indestructible protection of eternity, and let us see what we can do as soon as possible. So we clothe you in all our love, if your love is great enough to call the great central sun's cosmic legions of the angels of the sacred fire love that is master over everything in this world, and issues the fiat now, and puts into outer physical action whatever sacred fire consumes and prevents the plans of the sinister force being allowed existence any longer, or being allowed to be fulfilled for any reason. So with this in mind, we clothe you in all the love at our command, and our limitless legions of the angelic host can stand with you, clear the pathway ahead of you, hold you protected, and give you every blessing possible if you will render this service. From tonight, I hope you are one with us in this victory for which we call. And there is only. Discourse 18. 351. One victory in all eternity, and that is the great central sun's master power flame of all the sacred fire love that the angels direct and the cosmic beings have poured into this world, to produce here that which fulfills the divine plan and raises all unto the ascension. To this end do we clothe you with our angels that are the guarding presence of you in the attainment of the ascension. We ask your mighty I Am presence to call these in and around yourselves as you make the call for the ascension of this nation and the world. To this end do we stand by your sides, and our angelic host is ever ready to fulfill your calls, and release all the sacred fire necessary to purify this world as soon as possible. And we hope it will be with your assistance. We hope to issue the great command as soon as possible. Thank you so much. So I clothe you tonight in my own heart's flame, the heart of my love, the armor of my power, and the miracle mantle of those manifestations of the angels of the sacred fire, that bring to this earth the heart flame of love from the great central sun to forever put an end to mankind's distress. 352 Archangel Michael speaks. With my love I clothe you. With my energy I sustain you. And may you forever be enfolded by the angelic host in whatever makes you victorious over all in this world forever. Thank you with all my heart.